turn the sunshine into love, and I can keep on dreaming. Something like the spaceship from above, and you give me that feeling, yeah. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, yeah, keep me moving. I'm gonna tell you something just for free. I hope you catch my meaning. I'm not here to waste nobody's time, so we should both be leaving. Now you turn my world upside down. I'm bouncing off the ceiling, yeah. Can't get no better than this right now, so let's enjoy the ride. I feel I'm so excited. I feel so good, yeah. I can't describe it. I feel I know the music will keep me dancing, 16 rhythms on a Malibu sky. Take it up to a level where it satisfies. Alright, well, alright. It just don't matter what the people say. There's enough real love for us anyway. Alright. 16 rhythms on a Malibu sky. Take it up to a level where it satisfies. Alright, well, alright.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on into the Hot Pockets Brawlhalla 1v1 event powered by Hot Pockets. My name's AJ Moore. I am casting with my good friend there, Hackle. And Hackle, how are you feeling tonight there, my man?
Feeling fantastic, dude. I mean, I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again today, that BCX is absolutely looming right around the corner. So the pressure is at its absolute peak. We have some fantastic players here in this tournament waiting to take part in what is probably their last bit of practice before the World Championship, just 5 days away.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these Brawlhalla North American players have been playing over this past weekend, trying to get the best practice that they can at this game that they're about to go to the World Championship for, right? So we have a lot of very, very notable Brawlhalla players in this event. And we got to go ahead and we're going to talk about them here in a little bit. But in the meantime, I got to go over how the format of this event works. So a TLDR of it is that is best of 3 until top 32. And then from top 32 onward is best out of 5. So if you win 3 games in a row, you advance further into the bracket from any match that we have on stream. And then that's kind of how it is. And going into top 8's the same way. If you're in grand finals winner's side, then you're doing well. If you're on the grand finals loser's side, you have to win 2 sets against the team that's on the winner's side, basically to knock them down to your level. And that's pretty much it. But yeah, that's kind of the rough format of, you know, the Brawlhalla tournament today, double elimination. But what are some players, Mr. Hackle, that we should be keeping an eye on today?
I think the number 1 player to really keep an eye on, just in general in North America right now especially, is Markiemoo. Markiemoo has come onto the scene very quickly, and in a very short amount of time has become absolutely dominant in the region. People comparing him to Prime Sandstorm, and he's coming off the back of winning the most recent and final tournament of the year in the circuit, and then also winning the Royale, the Autumn Royale, which some people expected, some people didn't. But because of that, there are many people who have their eyes on Marky and saying he could win BCX. So he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and I think of all players, he can definitely rise to the challenge.
Yeah, and when it comes down to Markiemoo, he's one of those players that I've only really seen have this certain level of mentality of going into different tournaments and just not be fazed by anyone they're facing. Like when you talk to Balloonboy and when you talk to Markiemoo at the Autumn Royale, they just were not fazed about, oh, I won. Next. Like that's how they thought. And Markiemoo was one of those players that was able to keep that level of mindset going forward and wasn't really affected mentally by a lot of different things other players were doing. So yeah, Markiemoo is one of those players to really keep an eye on. But another one that we really have to keep an eye on is Ft.Raydish. Ft.Raydish being, you know, the one person in North America that has been very, very consistent with Orb, you know, been doing very, very well in the other Royales as well, winning one of my Royales as well, the Trial Lofty, and also getting 3rd in Trial Freya. So very big deal. He's definitely going to be one of them. There's a reason why he's PR number 2 in North America as well. And, you know, we have the boots. Maybe we see them throw a different character out, but I think we're probably going to see them with Red Raptor, seeing how everything else is kind of gone.
Yeah, Ft.Raydish is one of those players as well who's really come into his own this year especially. There was a period of time where he got his first gold medal, and then for a while he was sort of dancing around those top 3, top 4 placements, not quite being able to find the same level of greatness. And then this year especially, he's really come into his own and found a lot of success. I mean, you see 5 gold medals, the majority of which will have been this year, and already $56,000 in earnings, which is a very big chunk of cash.
Yeah, and, you know, Ft.Raydish has definitely earned that, right? And I think he has been so consistent for so long in being in top 8. He has a good chance of, you know, going forward with that. But with that being said, though, what's another player, Mr. Hackle, that we should be keeping an eye on as well?
Third player I want to talk about is going to be Balloonboy. Balloonboy is someone who hasn't quite reached the same highest heights, at least in 1v1s, as Ft.Raydish and Markiemoo, but he's in a similar position to how Ft.Raydish has been previously, where he is consistently breaking into those top placements and not quite getting the gold. You see, he has 1 second place, 1 third place, 6 top 8s, and most of that has been this year. He's very similar to Markiemoo, who's broken into these top placements very recently, and he's just been improving and improving alongside the rest of his peers. And so I think today, especially with BCX right around the corner, he's a player who is very motivated, and I expect to see some very good gameplay from him.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Balloonboy is a iconic name also in Moose Wars events as well, let alone the Hot Pocket events. And, you know, has been doing very, very well when it comes down to really adapting with the mental mindset that I was talking about not too long ago with Markiemoo. But it's fan favorite. We've seen him come and go and just go crazy in these events. And after the Royale that we saw, which we don't really see in any stat spot, they got top 3 at the Autumn Royale. So, you know, with that being in mind, with Markiemoo getting 1st, with Balloonboy getting 3rd, you know, at that invitational, that's a big deal to really consider, especially going into this event, which, by the way, 1st place gets the most money out of, I think, even out of the trials for this year, that a lot of players are going to want the gold of this event. So definitely keep an eye on Balloonboy, because he's a demon with Diana, with Zariel, and a variety of other characters as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But with that being said, though, Hackle, I want your predictions. What do you think the predictions? Who do you think is going to get top 3 in this event?
You're gonna call me unoriginal because of the players we've just spoken about. But I think, given the accolades these players have and the current sort of tumultuous state of North America, especially in 1v1s, I think it would be a safe bet to at least in third place have Balloonboy. I think he's in a position where he's really pushing to try and improve before BCX. I think he has what it takes to break into top 3, absolutely. I don't think he's going to have quite what it takes right now, at least in an online space, to break into second place, which I think is going to go to Raydish, because it's sort of a flip-flop where Balloonboy has shown very good performances on LAN. At the Royale, he played fantastically and actually outplaced Raydish, but Raydish has had a lot of success online in comparison. So I think third place Balloon, second place Raydish, and then in first place, I have to put Markiemoo, because unless something goes wrong, it's so hard to disregard what he has achieved in such a short amount of time. I mean, he took down the Titans from every region and barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, you're right there. I mean, that makes perfect sense there. And, you know, it's kind of ironic. We brought them up in key players as well, and they're kind of in our predictions. You know, other key players being players like Java, like Markiemoo, like Guichibu. All these players are really good in North America. I think going forward, we might have some change-ups, but I'm in the same boat as you, Mr. Hackle. When it comes down to third place, though, I do feel that Balloonboy has an advantage over Raydish, or has a possibility of beating Raydish going forward in top 8. So I'm going to actually have Raydish as my third pick, as my third place pick. Then I'm going to have Balloonboy in second and Markiemoo in first. However, that top 3 is very, very close. So I think it could be changed around any other way. However, I also think with where Java's at, Java has a possibility of being up there as well. But, you know, we're going to have to see how these different players face each other. And I think the match that we're going to have probably first up on stream when we come back from our break there, Hackle, Markiemoo versus Guichibu, is going to be a crazy match to kind of portray how Guichibu is going to do tonight as well.
It's going to be a big test, because Guichibu is a very sort of specific player, has a very specific play style, and if you aren't ready for that, it's going to be very tough for you. So I think that's going to be a very interesting first match to see how Markiemoo is playing today, and to see if Guichibu can dethrone the current king.
For sure, I definitely agree there, and I'm also looking at the winners quarters, and 6 of the players are Meow. Like, they're part of Meow Esports, which is I didn't realize until now. Yeah, I just realized now. I'm like, okay, that's a thing. So Meow's kind of assigned the right people there. At Java Hypnotic, you got Raydish and Probably 2, which is a new Oregon Brawlhalla, doing really, really well. And but no, so with that being said, though, is there anything you want to say before we go ahead and get into gameplay for this event once you come back from break?
Do not go anywhere, because I mean the matches we have ready in winners quarters are absolutely stacked, and it's only going to get more and more exciting the closer we get to top 8. So we won't be gone for long, just a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back after a short break.
Absolutely, don't go away. We'll be right back.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if it's different at the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Hot Pockets Brawlhalla 1v1 Championship. My name is Turndown for Walt. I am joined by Hackle on the mic here, and we already have some fire sets as we talked about in the pre-show earlier today. If you guys were already tuned in, hoping you're enjoying it. Hackle, how are you doing today, dude?
I'm absolutely fantastic. I'm really excited to get into the action here because this first set is looking absolutely amazing. I mean, this is a setup we haven't seen too much, but it's going to be interesting to see Markiemoo versus Greechabu because Markiemoo is a player who, like I said in the pre-show, has a very specific playstyle, and actually, in history, has a 2-0 record over Markiemoo, who's a player who has been taking the region by storm. And so, I'm curious to see if Markiemoo's figured out how to beat Greechabu today.
Yeah, I think just looking at, I mean, taking by storm is such an understatement too, honestly, right? Like if you've tuned into the competitive Brawlhalla scene, like seeing the way that Markiemoo has just completely taken over the competitive, like North America in general, but just the whole competitive Brawlhalla scene has just been, it's remarkable, man. I'm seeing Trial of Freya first place. It looks like just in terms of their head-to-head of like what tournaments they were at together. I mean, Markiemoo first place versus Guichibu 17th. Third place versus Guichibu 17th at Lebe. A little bit of a fall off for Markiemoo at Scald, but I mean, like you said, man, it's pretty huge for Marky to be able to make it this far and then have a little bit more prep going into potentially if he's going to BCX or not. I don't know if he was confirmed or anything.
I'm fairly certain he is at least registered for the tournament, but yeah, this being the last chance to really practice is a really big deal because I think Marky is one of the few players everyone has eyes on and saying like he could take the whole thing home at least in 1v1. And so like right now being registered for this tournament is like this is your last chance to really both get that last bit of practice and show everyone else what you've been prepping in preparation for that big world championship.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, all credit to Guichibu as well, right? Like you had said, 2-0 lifetime. I don't recall off the top of my head. I believe one of those sets, at least one of the two, was this year, right? That Guichibu was able to win at.
It looks like both of them, actually. One of them at Frostbite 1v1s in March of this year, and then Galaxy Cup Andromeda just a bit later on. So it looks like it has been actually quite recent that they've had their matchups, but that was also before the period where Markiemoo really came into dominance. It was quite early in the year, and his big tear through the region has been mainly the second half of this competitive year.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting thing as we wait for our players to queue up into the lobby. Just this idea of like, do these new players in the competitive Brawlhalla scene, quote unquote new, I guess, right? Like the real ones know who Markiemoo and Balloonboy and the like, you know, but I'm saying like, do they have that kind of staying power to be able to make these big placements at these big tournaments, right? Of course, Markiemoo recently won the Royale, but he hasn't really been faced with like a challenge or like some type of kryptonite player like we were talking about at that Royale. South America might have like a boots problem, for instance, and then lo and behold, Raydish was the one to come out of the gauntlet phase, as opposed to any of the rank 1 players from any of the other regions. So it's interesting to see. I'm wondering for some of these newer top players, like if they're going to start running into problem matchups, and that 2-0 head-to-head in favor of Guichibu, maybe that's a start. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, Guichibu is like, you don't see too many players, at least in North America, at the very top playing Katars, at least in the way you see Guichibu play them. Guichibu is a player who is so good at reacting to dodges out of his starters on Katars. He'll find a downlight, find an endlight, and you have to respect any read he can get because most of the time he knows what you're going for. So you have to be able to mix up very consistently. And Markiemoo has a very similar playstyle on the Scythe where his consistency on catching dodges out of starters is so lethal. So I think it's definitely going to be a matchup where it's sort of back and forth of each player getting their own moment and getting their own damage build up, and then back to sort of seeing who can find their own place.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I mean, we just got sent a screenshot of the losers or winners quarterfinals matches here, and they're all so good. So I'm just like hoping we can get right into the action soon and get going here. But I mean, this is already such a stacked lineup for you know, the last real big event before we get into BCX, and then it's, you know, gotta batten down the hatches and get ready to go.
Yeah, big thank you to Hot Pockets for coming in clutch at the very last moment to support such a big event right before the World Championship. The players really were fiending for this kind of practice, and it comes in at the very opportune time. What I'm wondering is, what do you expect to see sort of from the players we have in these winners quarters? Are you expecting any sort of big upsets? Anyone to sort of break out and beat people they're not expected to, or what?
Yeah, so I was gonna save this before our the set actually started, but I think it's the last set of our block. I am in a personal conflict, Hackle. I wanted you to know about this because I see that we have to cast Raydish versus Meg D, and Meg D is my goat. I put Meg D in my predictions pretty much like every time I have to do predictions. But Raydish is like one of my favorite players ever. I mean, most of the people who have watched the Pro Brawlhalla stream probably know I'm a firm proponent of Patriotic Red Raptor. I just need like a bald eagle as that end signature. But I don't know, man. That one I'm looking forward to the most, but unfortunately, there's 3 sets before that. I shouldn't even be saying unfortunately because they're all going to be really great sets. So I'm looking forward to all of it. What about you?
I'm curious to see the matchup between Java and Moni Hala, especially because that's going to be a matchup of sort of a much more orthodox expected player. Java being a known variable for a very long time in the region at this point. And Moni Hala being a lot more recent, having sort of broken into relevance at BCX last year and sort of dancing around positions in the top 8 and high top 32 placements throughout the year, but not quite finding the same success. I mean, you see the difference in numbers right there, right? The numbers of top 8, top 32, and the earnings especially. But Moni Hala has really come into his own with the release of Amugi. That character has been doing a lot for Moni Hala. He already has like a level 72, 73 Amugi, I think.
Oh my goodness. That's crazy.
Yeah, he has been on that character non-stop, and I think that's going to be a very sort of unknown variable going into this. People are going to have to sort of... Java is going to have a game plan going up against a character like that in the hands of a player like Moni.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually wasn't super clued in that Moni Hala was playing Amugi in ones. I was seeing a lot of Amugi in one of the last two's doubles championships that we had for Brawlhalla about a month ago. And it looked kind of like silly in that, you know, it didn't seem like it should work, but it was working, and it made me laugh because I think that Legend is just really fun and cool to play as. But I'm a big Greatsword fan when I'm not rooting for Red Raptor on the screen, of course. So I don't know, a Legend like that is really fun for me to watch. I'm interested in seeing how it functions in a singles format, though, because in truth, I really haven't seen a lot of players playing Amugi in ones.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. It's sort of a very similar state of Lin Fei, for example, where that character has a very specific sort of game plan, and we can sort of circle back around to Guichu as a player. I'm expecting to see the Lin Fei, although Guichu has seemed to be dabbling with the Asuri and does appear to have the Asuri locked in lobby right now. We saw yesterday at Battle Before the Crown, that was the 2v2 pick that Guichu has been playing, and Guichu is a very interesting player in the fact that even in the 2v2 space, he will continue to lock in the Katars, which generally speaking is not a very popular decision. But when you're as proficient with a weapon as Guichibu is, you can kind of afford to do so. And I think the introduction of Asuri as a pick for Guichibu is going to be very interesting because I think his biggest weakness on the Lin Fei was struggling to secure those KOs with the cannon especially. He sort of played purely Katars where he could, and as a result was struggling to secure those earlier knockouts. But having the sword on hand is going to be very helpful for that.
Well, hold the phone for a second because he just backed it up a little bit after we had that whole monologue. I was right there with you the whole way, right? I think the sword is definitely like a bit of an easier weapon to convert your KOs off of. I mean, I call it sword brain that just activates when you get to just high damage outputs a lot, and it's like, wow, I can only use, you know, like one recovery and I'll just get a KO sometimes, and it just works like that. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. I mean, with the Lin Fei, sometimes cannon, you have to rely on like finding the correct dodge reads, which of course a player like Guichibu is quite capable of doing if you're already just that proficient with the Katars. But I don't know, maybe a Legend swap into something that simplifies your game plan down to make sure you can secure those KOs is going to be the right move, especially with someone like Markiemoo standing opposite.
Absolutely. That being said, though, it does look like we're going to have to be going to a match switch as we're having difficulties getting the two current players into the lobby. So it sounds like we're going to be going over to the match we mentioned before of Java and Moni Hala, which means we can actually circle back around to that Legend matchup I was talking about before if we do end up getting the players into the lobby. I want to hear your thoughts on Java on the Dusk, because that character has been sort of only piloted by a few players, and still Java has made it look so easy.
Yeah, who else has played that Legend? Can you tell me? Because I don't know the answer
I
to that
can
question.
remember a brief time where I think Knees and Godly both locked in Dusk, I think for one set each during a period of time in EU, I think 2023, 2022. But besides that, at least at pro level, we have not seen much Dusk. I think we also saw Cody Travis lock it in 2v2s way back, like 2020, 2019. But yeah, besides that, Dusk has been a character who's been slept on quite a lot. He has a very strong signature kit, a very strong pair of weapons as well, especially in current meta, and Java's been able to demonstrate that very comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, like, you already know, dude, like, I'm such a orb believer and lover of, like, that weapon in general. That's part of the reason why Raydish is one of my goats. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fun kit to be able to play with, for sure. I think, like, you throw the spear in the mix as well, and, like, kind of similar to like what you get when you get a sword legend as well, where you have like a little bit of added simplicity. But you do get that with the orb as well. So I don't know, like, again, I'll have to see what Java does here because I haven't really seen much of his play with this legend. And like I said before, I haven't seen much of this legend in general. So it's hard for me to give like a really apt analysis on this.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the biggest weaknesses of Dusk is like if we see the Dusk going in against Monihala's and Mugi, if we do get these players up into the lobby, is going to be the stat spread, I think, for Dusk as well. Because Mugi's a character who is a pure tank. That character has so much defense and so much strength, and especially with a weapon like Axe and the Sig kit on that character as well, you are going to be taken out very, very early. And on a character like Dusk, you are sitting there with some pretty low defense, I think 4 defense base. And so as a result, I mean, Java's always been someone who's been quite good at playing defensive. And that's something that's been a big strength for him for a while. So I think he's going to have to be able to rely on that going up against Monihala if that is the next match we have coming up.
Well, I'm sorry to blow up Monihala's spot. I do see Monihala in the chat saying, "Am I up?" And I guess there's a little bit of confusion on the player side as well. We're trying to just sort out. I suppose for our first match of Marky and Guichibu, they just weren't able to get into the lobby, and that's why they were potentially going to move one match up, but I'm not sure what's going to end up happening.
Yep. Okay, does sound like we're going to be going to a quick break just so we can sort out what the game plan is for players getting into the lobby and what our path is for these matches. Very sorry to everyone at home. Been a bit of confusion going on with the getting players into the lobby and everyone being around at the right time, but we will be right back after a very short break once everything is sorted out.
To the world like Space Invader, turn the fader, off the radar. Out to the world like fireworks, light up the sky like jaw works. I'm right there where you are, me and you go fly like superstar. Star, 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 me and you go fly like superstar. Star, star, star.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Hot Pockets 1v1 Championship. Turn down for Walton Hackle here. And the people in the lobby are not what you would guess in a million years. Actually, I see Raydish sitting in this lobby now. So I think we're going to get a match, Hackle. I'm looking forward to it. We've been kind of waxing poetic this entire time, but how are you feeling once again, my friend?
I'm doing good. There was a little bit of confusion for players and the people at home on what was going on. Originally planning to do top to bottom, so bottom to top in the bracket. Wasn't communicated entirely through, and so players were very confused. But now we do seem to have a match coming up of Ft.Raydish versus Meg-D, which is a very storied matchup, in fact. These two players have a lot of history playing each other. There's kind of a bit of, I guess, a stigma around this matchup of we like to... Commentators love to call it intense neutral that these players like to play. That Ft.Raydish and Meg-D kind of both known for, and it's sort of known that these two players, when they face off against each other, it can last a pretty long time. I mean, a 10-9 matchup history in favor of Ft.Raydish, 40-38 games in favor of Ft.Raydish. So it's a very, very tight matchup.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, you already know that this is a conflict of interest for me, so if I stop talking for a period of time, it's because I don't want to be overly biased towards one direction. Honestly, I really haven't casted a Meg-D set in like a hot minute, but I do know that some intense neutral is ready to be played, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Looks like we're about to strike our maps, and we're going to go to Small Fortress of Lions. We're finally here for our first match of Winners Quarters. Hackle, let's take it away.
I'm very excited to see the Val coming out for Meg-D now as well, because Meg-D's been a player who's been very confident on the sword more than anything else, and sort of dabbles between pairing sword with gauntlets and gauntlets with orb on the right, well, we're going to be seeing a reset right off the bat, but we've been seeing Meg-D on Petra as well, so yeah. I think Meg-D has kind of diversified the character pool a bit, but when things go awry, he's always fallen back on that Val and that Asuri, and I think going into this, seeing the Val is going to be very exciting, because I personally have been a Val main since I left the room, and so watching a player of Meg-D's caliber playing a character that I'm not such a big fan of is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens right here, although Meg-D did just leave the lobby and might rejoin with a new legend in hand, so we'll have to see. Ft.Raydish, I mean, has just been the tried and true Red Raptor. I mean, like one of the only ones doing it with this legend at the tippy top level, I would say. And Boots Orb, I think, just a very, again, personal biases are showing through in full force here, so cut me off at any moment if I'm getting too carried away. Great weapon combination, so fun, so fair, so balanced. I love everything about it. Very hard to play with. The neutral is really good.
That's an opinion right there.
I think it's a very solid weapon set. I mean, like, my real opinion, like, Orb lets you simplify the game down. I've talked about this a lot on commentary in the past. Like, you can really boil your game plan down to, did you catch them in the air or catch them off the ground? You can side air, find your KOs that way. Boots is where things get a little bit tricky, but I mean, Ft.Raydish really, I think, defaults to the Orb for a vast majority of his games anyway. So looks like we'll finally get into it now. Meg-D versus Ft.Raydish, getting us started right here for Winners Quarters. Let's get started.
Yeah, and these are both characters that have that pretty standard game plan of having one weapon that's a bit more string focused to build up the damage, and one weapon that you can really simplify down and play a much safer game and just find those KOs. That being the Orb on the side of Ft.Raydish and the other sword for Meg-D. So far, both players actually finding their string weapons to open up. Ft.Raydish going to throw away the battle boots to get that Orb in hand.
Yeah, and this is something that I noticed at the Royale as well. And again, I'm kind of exposing myself a little bit here, Hackle. You have much more experience with this game than I do, and I'll just say that straight up. So you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but Ft.Raydish has been kind of using the boots a little bit more. I mean, I noticed that he was kind of like fighting instead of just like going weapon throw, reset, and try to look for an orb spawn or at least prime the next one. He's been kind of scrapping a bit more with those boots, especially when weapon spawns are a little bit few and far between.
Yeah, when he first found himself on the Raptor, it was coming off the back of playing Petra, and I think he was so comfortable being sort of the orb player for North America that he wasn't as confident in the matchup spread that Boots has, and Boots does have a pretty tough matchup spread against weapons with really high priority like Spear, Scythe, and Lance. And so it's taken him some time to sort of fit that mold, but nowadays he's very comfortable playing both weapons. As we see, he is holding a bit of a damage lead at the start here, but he will find the stage control, the second side air, actually just snaking away that first stock.
That's crazy too, because Megd had no resources left. Like, that was just full on the opposite of intense neutral. I'm just gonna drift directly into you, connect those siders, find the KO. Really, really good start here from Megd, and a little bit early for this matchup as well.
Yeah, not expecting too many stocks to fall super early in this matchup particularly, but Raydish now going to be trying to slow things down, look to try and equalize up these stocks, and Megd floating above with these gauntlets. Going to be giving a lot of respect to the orb because of that combo right there. The sidelights there going to be the bread and butter for Raydish in this set. Going to shut down that first stock of Megd and bring us back to a tie game.
That's right. Good positioning from Raydish as well to just pick that up on the right side. Pretty easy conversion. Nice follow-up. Doesn't want to chase dodge towards. So we reset once again. And again, the like macro position of Raydish stacking on top with Orb as well to go for end lights, and then you can just connect that into pretty much anything, or just hard reset, which is what I think most of these players want to be doing in these positions. It works out really, really well. Let's see how Megd plays the offensive now with Gauntlet.
I think one thing that Megd has to be careful of with these gauntlets as well is being above Raydish, because gauntlets do struggle with hitting people below them above stage. I mean, if you're gimping someone off stage, like, you have a lot of options, but down air especially is going to be out prioritized by that really oppressive nair that Orb does have, and we've been seeing it a little bit here as Raydish now regaining a small damage lead, then looking for these stairs. There's the first one, going to get stage control. Actually not going to pressure that dodge back into stage, finds the combo, not going to be near enough just yet. And Megd going to delay his return back to the wall, going to get back up. And we're going to be seeing a lot of players not overcommitting to edge guards in this set, I think.
Okay, wants to bounce the ball potentially. Ground pound also. Lots of options right here. Yeah, Raydish does not need to overextend. There it is. Nice end light as well. Just perfect coverage, I mean, right? Like, Raydish really doesn't have to go for anything crazy. Doesn't have to go off stage. Again, that's the benefit of having a weapon like Orb.
And now Raydish going to be trying to press his advantage. Already finds that nice string. Goes for the bird. Can't find it. And Megd does manage to get a weapon in advance. But still, the damage actually swinging very much in Raydish's favor. As Megd can't find an answer back. The NC comes through. Can Raydish find the 2-stock?
Almost got it. Oh my, okay, Raydish knows that I'm casting this. That has to be, like, that's insane. Okay, that should be stock right there. Great weapon throw from Megd to equalize this at 1. But Megd is really worse for wear. Look at the damage right there.
Yeah, there's going to be a big hill to climb here for Megd. We've seen him do this and more before, but against a player like Raydish, who will just stall you out as long as needed. I mean, we're always seeing him take the stage control. Once again, Megd really delaying this return. Raydish finds the... Oh, that's so clean. The back dash jump into the side air is such a well-positioned option right there, and it takes up the stock perfectly.
Yeah, I really like the way that Raydish was, and maybe we'll see this on replays as well, was just positioning, again, like, maybe like a character length or two away from the edge of the stage as well. So first you present with down air to just try to bounce off, cover that angle, and then you basically create, like, this Rolodex for your opponent of, like, is he going to go for this again? Like, do I have to play around this? And then at that point, you're spending more and more resources going off the wall that Raydish will just drown you out of all of your jumps. And at that point, you're just done.
Absolutely. We're already seeing Megd swap over to the Mordex. We've been seeing this a little bit more recently this year especially, and still going to be carrying over those gauntlets. The one big weakness of this Mordex, despite being such a popular character, is the fact that you are going to struggle a bit more to find the KOs, and already Raydish just opening up with these boots, getting good damage in, going to throw it away after getting a couple strings, and Megd looking for anything to equalize up here, but Raydish is just going ham.
Every time.
And there it is again.
Oh my god, come on!
Oh my
okay,
goodness,
caught Megd
Raydish
slipping a little bit right there, dodging above. Maybe wanted to just try to reset outright and go towards the left side of the stage, but Raydish with first strike once again.
Already opening up, lapping in damage with this orb. Megd seems like just lost right here as Raydish already just finding hit after hit, goes for the big stomp, can't find it. Megd needs to find anything in response here, and already this Mordex pick. I mean, I don't know if it's even a character issue. Megd just couldn't find a break in the opening he needed at the start, and Raydish finds the bike. Looking to find this extra lap in stocks as Megd seems so much worse for wear here.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? And, like, this is what you kind of alluded to at the start of the set, Hackle. Like, the two of these players in the head-to-head can kind of default to these slower, more methodical sets, but Megd's approaching a ton into Raydish, and that's exactly what you want, right? When you're playing an Orb Legend, is, oh, I just get to whiff punish and I get sidelight side air for free? Like, yeah, thank you, I'll take the check now.
Absolutely, and Megd now actually slowing things down just a little bit. Scythe, a weapon that you can afford to go for these approaches a bit more than, for example, Sword or Gauntlets, because you have that extra reach on some of these moves. Especially moves like Nair can be very, very hard to punish. Raydish does close out the stock, and Megdi really needed to get that first stock of Raydish, because now he is, I mean, technically 2 stocks behind. Damage-wise, it's not as bleak as it may sound, but still, needs to play a very clean game here, and Raydish already opening up more damage.
Nice wait with the gravity cancel right there as well. Raydish did prime the orb as the next weapon spawn as well, so even if he goes for a throw right here to try to cut off an angle, I mean, this is just a massive, massive lead going into this set. You can throw, try to find a starve at this point.
Don't do this to him, man. Ooh. Okay, D-Light Sir, can Megdi secure the edge guard? Gonna go all the way out. Raydish interrupted the net.
Okay,
goes for the bird as well. He is feeling it, looking for this 3 stock in this game number 2. Raydish has the options to get back. Go just back to the wall. Megdi still not gonna commit.
Oh,
to
the weight
finds the sideline into the recovery.
You gotta be kidding me. Raydish, a statement 3 stock right there off of Megdi's Mordex swap. I mean, that legend, again, I don't think we really saw too much in the way of Megdi's offense right there to say that it was or was not working. Raydish was just too clean.
Yeah, and Megdi actually sticking with the Mordex here. I respect it, because a lot of the times, if you're a chronic character swapper, you're gonna find that the more you swap, the harder it is to actually get into the groove and figure out what you need to do opponent. And I know a lot of players will sort of like swap just thinking like, okay, it's a character issue, it's not an adaptation issue, and for that reason, they'll just make it harder for themselves in a way. So I respect Megdi wanting to stick with the Mordex, but so far, something definitely needs to change.
That's right, yeah. A little bit of an identity crisis sometimes when you keep swapping between legends. Nice, catches the jump with recovery. Raydish looking for the gravity cancel bird, not going to get there in time. Megdi a little bit more offense right here as he gets slapped up there with the signature from Raydish. Whiff punish, no. Okay, yeah, stacked position from Raydish. Like I said before, gravity cancel sidelight cider as well will find first strike. I mean, this is looking real tough, Hackle.
Yeah, this might be the most dominant performance we've seen out of either of these players in a matchup before, because usually it goes like bare minimum game 4, quite often game 5. I mean, the matchup spread between these two players has, I think, despite a winning record for Raydish, there's a difference of 2 games between these two players usually. But this is shaping up, at least so far, to look like a 3-0 unless we can figure something out.
Okay, patrolling that weapon spawn as well. Slowly inching towards the right side, but Megdi might be able to force a starve as well. Doesn't want to go for it. Nice coverage right there. The ground pound comes through. Megdi, nothing left in the tank. There's the gravity cancel. Down signature from Raydish. Gets there in time, and we are looking down the barrel of another 3 stock here.
Yeah, Megdi just honestly is struggling to turn things around in neutral, right? Like, even in these disadvantaged states, he's not taking absurd amounts of damage, but it's the fact that there's so often that he's taking these disadvantaged states. He can't find his wins in neutral to start building his own damage up, and Raydish, the second he starts getting hit, he just resets, and Megdi can't find an answer. Raydish now a full 2 stocks ahead, rather, and has Megdi approaching the range of being KO'd already.
Okay, catches with weapon throw. That's going to be unarmed right there. Can he touch the wall? He can, so there's one more shot right here. Exclamation points come through. Raydish, by the skin of his teeth, finds the orb. Okay, is that just enough? Okay, very close.
Yeah, not quite. One more may do it, and there it is! Raydish 2 3 stocks in a row onto his most famous rival in tournament. What did we just witness?
That was, yeah, that was definitely something, colloquially, I would say. It's, dude, that was probably the fastest they've ever played. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna pull punches here. They were going crazy. And I mean, like, again, we said it in game 2, but like, there really wasn't a lot on the side of Megdi in my mind that, you know, like, did or didn't look good, because Raydish, I think, was just playing so oppressive the entire game that we really didn't have much to say for Megdi, right? And game 3 was pretty similar as well. Like, some things came through for Megdi, but you still couldn't have gotten a stock in time.
Yeah, I mean, when an orb starts flowing like that, it's really hard to sort of find those resets and get back to the ground, because that weapon can just be so hard to punish, especially. I mean, its aerial kit is so quick. And like you said, it can simplify the game down, and if you end up getting caught by the right options by an orb player, it just feels like you can't play.
Yeah, and I mean, like, stock count notwithstanding, right? Like, you look at just the matchup of Orb versus Scythe in most of these situations, and it was like, if you're a Raydish, even if the stocks are even, Trades, yeah, I'm okay with that. Whiff punishes, yes, please give me more of those all day. It was just such a tough position for Meg D, I think, to fight his way out of. And I don't know what was going on with the legend swap right there. I respect, like you said, him sticking on the Mordex for game 3, but just wasn't enough today, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Meggy's going to find something and wake up on his lower bracket run. He is going to be going up against Anime Fan, which is going to be a pretty tough match, I think, because Anime Fan is another character who's sort of lurking around these like these top 8 placements, not quite breaking into those top placements. But I've always referred to Meg D as someone who is kind of a gatekeeper for breaking into top 4 and top 3. He's not been able to sort of take home those gold medals, but he has so many podium placements and top 4 placements that if you want to get into top 4 in North America, you have to be able to go through Meg D.
That's right. That's right. But in the meantime, congratulations, of course, to Raydish. A pretty dominant 3-0. Again, not going to pull punches on that one. Will advance into top 8 with that victory. And with that, we're going to move on to our next set of winners' quarters, which I believe is Bunny versus Balloonboy.
This is another matchup of, as opposed to the last, some more new faces to the game. I mean, neither of them are incredibly like brand new, fresh to the scene. They've been around for a little bit, but both of these players have found their biggest success this year, especially Bunny. And in fact, both players sort of being players who stick to really one character. We see Balloonboy occasionally swap to the Diana, but both of these players going in with level 100 picks, the Rayman on the side of Bunny, and that Devil Jin crossover for Zariel on the side of Balloonboy. And this is a matchup that's a bit more dominant in one side, 0-2 in the favor of Balloonboy with 5-1 games. However, Bunny was playing very, very well yesterday in Battle Before the Crown, so I'm curious to see how this is going to shape up.
For sure, for sure. All right, let's get into it. Balloonboy. Only a little bit of damage to get us started right here. We're going to see Axe versus Gauntlets. Pretty classic matchup.
Yeah, and Bunny is also characterized by not respecting disadvantage state quite often. We'll see Bunny go off stage and just rip these absurd edgeguard options, which sometimes can just be absolutely devastating. As a result, though, it can also lead to some very short-lived stocks. As we know, Balloonboy is someone who loves to gravity cancel those signatures on the Devil Jin off stage.
Oh, for
especially
sure.
that Gauntlet's end sig, which can just
Pause.
snake away stocks. Both players on the Gauntlets right now, and Bunny is a small damage lead.
Yeah, Bunny almost picked up that stock as well. Balloonboy kind of sweating there with the exclamation points coming through off the left side. Looking for the side air is Bunny, but not able to connect right here. Nice dodge to get through that anti-air attempt from Balloonboy. Gonna get sent off stage, not enough to disarm. Covers with the GCD light on arm, but Bunny can't connect.
Oh, and this raw sighting is actually just all Bunny needs right there as Balloonboy does fall. Both of these characters are, in fact, characters that you'll see struggle a bit more to find those guaranteed KOs. I mean, Zariel does have the bow where you have that direct recovery, but that does not KO until pretty late ranges, so you'll mostly see Balloonboy look for those signatures to try and secure knockouts. And Bunny, on the other hand, does like those sigs, but will also go for some big swings with the axe. Interesting offstage interaction there as Balloonboy drops the combo. Bunny tries to punish, does get sent up, but still narrowly clinging to life.
Okay. Getting into pretty deep red at this point. Balloonboy, pretty much just like any light attack, will at least just set up for a recovery to get a KO, but looks for it right there, can't get it.
Yeah, Bunny knows the game plan here that Balloonboy will fall into that end light, but yeah, once you get to that kind of damage range, Balloonboy's just going to be looking for those end lights. Onto the bow. Zariel's a character who really can rack up damage very quickly, especially with the kit that he has on those signatures, but Bunny gonna give a lot of respect in the neutral layer, just waiting out, finding the end lights over and over, and Balloonboy struggling to find an opening with this bow so far.
Okay, catches. Balloonboy swapping over to Gauntlets right here. Bunny. Side light, not getting too much more after that. Trying to find the side air right there. Gravity cancel from Balloonboy comes through, but Bunny off stage. I like that you pointed out at the start, Hackle. Bunny does not respect that disadvantage state whatsoever. She just sends it off stage with the ground pounds, but can't get there in time.
Now actually a pretty sizable lead here for Bunny. Balloonboy did manage to clean up the stock pretty comfortably. That recovery trade is absolutely perfect. And now Balloonboy, stock could be soon to fall, needs to find some kind of answer back, but Bunny is giving so much actual rare respect on that edgeguard. Balloonboy will be able to get the bow in hand, find the stage control now, to maybe press the edgeguard a bit further. Gonna wait a long time before punishing that return to stage, but the damage is equalizing up.
Okay, caught once. Balloonboy slowly starting to bring this damage back, Weapon throw to initiate. Bunny can't connect too much more after that. Signature from Balloonboy won't find its mark either. With 2 exclamation points on the screen. Read the dodge as well, but Bunny recovery gets her out of trouble for now.
Yeah, and honestly, that could have gone a lot worse for Balloonboy. Bunny had a position where she could have taken Balloonboy's stock out way earlier. Balloonboy managed to find a really opportune edge guard there with the bow, and while not being able to find the stock, still racked up good damage. Now Balloonboy fishing for this opening into the recovery. The side air is going to be good. That's actually enough as Bunny does fall, and Balloonboy keeping it close.
Okay, got it right there. Yeah, and this is definitely a hard-fought comeback for Balloonboy so far, keeping it rather even in damage. But Bunny off stage once again. I love that setup she goes for. Not going to get there in time, though. Now Balloonboy gets the turn for the exact same sequence.
Yeah, we're seeing some very big back and forths on the offstage. The ground pound's dangerous, though. Bunny turns it around. The gauntlets, the weapon throw into the pickup into the ground pound.
Okay, Balloonboy had to weapon throw up right there to cover his tracks. Otherwise, Bunny was there 7 days out of the week. Balloonboy trying to find the recovery, not going to get there. But all that being said, the dust settles, and now Balloonboy has firmly took the damage lead and will take the game as well. That's got to do it. Bunny's going to fall right there, and Balloonboy takes game 1.
I just cannot believe the composure these players had to have to just maintain control off stage like that. I mean, that offstage interaction, most players would just fall there. Like, both players had their gauntlet strings going in and they had those edge guards, and gauntlets is a weapon that has so much oppression off stage as well. But they kept their cool. The weapon throw up by Balloonboy saved his skin, and he managed to turn that into a win for himself.
Yeah, I mean, all credit to Bunny as well. Unfortunately, not able to get across the finish line for that first game. But the way that she was conditioning Balloonboy, especially on those right side edge guards, were so sick. I'm wondering if we're going to see more of those coming into game number 2 now as we go to Small Fortress Alliance. But let's get into it.
Rayman is a character who really can force you to be in a conditioned state with those signatures. I mean, both D-Sigs on both weapons, you have to respect them and keep, like, you cannot go off stage against Rayman and forget those Sigs exist because you will get caught off guard by them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, didn't want to press a button. Bunny rewarded a bit for her patience right there. Catches once again. Balloonboy not able to find the first opening just yet.
Balloonboy seems to be really struggling with finding how to pressure Bunny, because Bunny is kind of just standing there with the axe and just waiting for Balloonboy to go in with an option and then just rack up that damage with the axe. Balloonboy kind of just sending it with that ground pound for a second now. Gauntlets in hand, finds the side air. That N-Sig would have been perilous. Bunny manages to get through though.
Kind of saves her for a little bit right now, Balloonboy. Bit of agency right there, but yeah, you gotta respect that axe coming back to stage, especially when you have big damage. There's first strike for Bunny once again.
Yeah, that exhausted recovery on axe has such a surprising amount of force despite being exhausted, and now Balloonboy once again playing from behind, but considering what happened at the end of last game, I don't think Balloonboy is going to be too concerned quite yet.
Okay, that was enough to disarm though. Balloonboy lets it rip. Okay. Pretty fortunate weapon spawn there for Bunny. Just jump up on the platform, had the axe primed as well.
We're not seeing Balloonboy go for many sort of like raw, well, okay, right as I say it, raw downlights, but unfortunately that is that weakness of the bow. That diagonal angle recovery sends that often just means you're not going to find the KOs early enough. There it will be, but Balloonboy now taking a pretty sizable chunk of damage on this second stock. Nothing he can't recover from, but still going to give Bunny a little bit of confidence here.
That's right. Yeah, similar song and dance to our first game, although Balloonboy's looking to put the foot on the gas right now. Only brings Bunny towards yellow, but once again, I mean, we're pretty much evened in terms of damage. Balloonboy tries to make a read towards the left side, not going to be able to get that one. Now Bunny gets a turn. Hang on.
It really is just like switching between who has the momentum when they're both on gauntlets. When it's a bow and axe show, it's kind of more in Bunny's favor, but the gauntlets mirror match has really just been like trading momentum.
Ooh, GC not going to connect from Bunny. I really like that look, though. Reading the dodge. Balloonboy gets that recovery. Keep that one in the back of your mind for the next one there. Just goes for it outright.
Ooh, and Balloonboy actually GCing the down sig there. That's something I've seen Balloonboy done a lot more in the past, where he would go for that GC down sig to catch players off guard, especially just sort of in neutral. Unfortunately, Bunny was ready for it, but now once again we're seeing the game get closer and closer as Bunny struggles to take home the second stop.
Ooh, that's a really brutal angle right there. Does Balloonboy have enough to cover it? Weapon throw down. Bunny still has resources, though.
Honestly, I respect Balloonboy not trying to commit after that weapon throw connects, because we know how formidable Bunny can be off stage. Still, does catch that dodge, finds the recovery. Now Balloonboy up on this second stock. Can he get some extra credit?
Yeah, and keep that in mind, right? Like I said before, Balloonboy caught the dodge earlier in that stock and then did a wait and find the recovery afterwards. It was only for a little bit of damage, but that time it was enough to get the stock. With that being said, Bunny finds the reply and we're evened up back at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect this set to be this neck and neck. I mean, we mentioned before, Balloonboy does have the set record on Bunny, but it does just go to show that anything can happen on Tawny Day, though Balloonboy now starting to put the pedal to the metal just a little bit here, although Bunny turned things around. Axe chunking away with these big hits.
Okay, dash jumping, just kind of jockeying for position around this weapon spawn. One big hit off stage means you at least get a swap out if you want it.
Honestly, I don't think Balloonboy's going to want that ball at least. And Bunny has been finding the most success with the axe so far, though Balloonboy still just narrowly holding this damage lead, but it is really back and forth. Neither player is sort of getting these big extended strings. Right now, we're back into this Gauntless mirror match as Balloonboy just lets the Sig rip and will take a 3-hit string as a result, and Bunny just closes it out!
Oh my gosh, Bunny saw Balloonboy make the wait, get the dodge rate and get the recovery to find second stock earlier and said, you know what, I can be a little patient too. Let's make this set count a little bit more interesting. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a demonstration of like how explosive Bunny can be off stage, right? I mean, it was looking like kind of bleak for a moment. Bunny catches one offstage interaction and just says, you know what, I'm just going to send it, full send, ground pound right off the side, and Balloonboy was just not ready for it.
Okay, we're running it back for game number 3. Like you said, this is getting a little bit interesting right here, especially with the set count being in Balloonboy's favor, but we'll see if he can lock in now.
Bunny actually going to throw away the axe early. We've seen most of this early success from Bunny be on the axe, especially into Balloonboy's bow. Balloonboy a very dangerous game off stage here as Bunny is just putting out all of these options. Balloonboy just narrowly makes it back and out over onto the bow, into the gauntlets of Bunny. I'm curious to see if Balloonboy can find more work with the bow, because it really has just kind of been the gauntlets doing most of the heavy lifting for him this set so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is looking like the first couple of games so far, right, Hackle? Like, Bunny just gets a ton of damage, like, looks incredibly dominant, and slowly but surely, Balloonboy chips his way back into an even game right here. Balloonboy sends it off stage, not going to get that.
Bunny now, she's going to be looking for these setups into the recovery, unless she can find an edge guard right here. Not going to commit, and Balloonboy will at least find an opening, but Bunny has actually been opting to either spot dodge or not even dodge out of these sidelights, and Balloonboy did seem to catch on a little bit last game, but now I think giving a bit more respect and not wanting to overcommit with these strings, gonna go for the punish, D-like ground pound, and it's very, very clean.
Yeah, I think that's just like a straight up adaptation, right? Like, Balloonboy has very obviously been waiting, especially with that gauntlet conversion, to just wait for a dodge, try to find the recovery after. Oh, no shot!
What?
Oh my god, no!
Wait, that's just it! That's just a stock. That's just a stock.
Okay, forget adaptation. Balloonboy is... It doesn't matter. None of it matters anymore. Everything's fine.
Okay, I mean, that definitely sends a message, like, I can do the crazy offstage stuff as well. You are not alone in that. And Balloonboy now, having the biggest lead he's had all set, Balloonboy needs to try and, you know, just press his advantage even further. Bunny looking to try and close out this first stock now. The bow.
Okay, gets it right there. But, I mean, this is a tough hill to climb now if you're Bunny. I mean, not speaking for the player, but I think when you are such an aggressive, you know, like offense-oriented player, when you get red like that and you fall a full stock behind, that is a really tough hurdle to overcome.
Absolutely, and both of these players do seem to have pretty good composure as they're not really getting shaken up in these offstage situations. I mean, that stock for Balloonboy wasn't Bunny really like making a huge blunder. I mean, the signature was what opened it up, but still, Balloonboy just executed such a like devastating way to close out a stock, and now as a result, already still ahead in damage on this final stock and looking a bit more aggressive to boot, has that extra runway to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm saying the same for Bunny as well, right? Like, when you fall this far behind, especially off of a big moment like that, you kind of have to start making some big plays, but it's not going to happen in this game. Balloonboy finds the game number 3, taking the set count in his advantage right now, 2-1. And I mean, that second stock, let's see it again.
I mean, it was just... like, the sidelight, it was the burning the dodge for the gravity cancel as well was just terrible, because then Bunny has either a fast fall or a jump, and that's it. You don't want to clash your recovery there, and Balloonboy's like, okay, no dodge, I'm just going to put you right beneath me. Your only option is to get hit or try and find a way out of it. And I mean, yeah, Balloonboy, props to him as well for the fact that he had the lead and he didn't sort of slow it down. He pressed the advantage and kept the pressure on Bunny. And it just seemed like Bunny couldn't find a way to bounce back. We're going to be seeing in this next game whether or not Bunny can sort of turn the tables.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Okay, we're gonna go into game number 4. This one is do or die for Bunny right now to stay in the winner's side of this bracket. Winner will, of course, qualify into top 8 as well.
Opening on the axe again, and immediately we're seeing this early lead we've seen from Bunny every single game. Balloonboy throwing away the gauntlets, wants the bow, and that is what actually did start to do a bit more work last game. But we were saying before, the bow into the axe matchup was tending to be a bit difficult for Balloonboy. Now is going to find that combo, but Bunny just answering right back.
Nice, good coverage right there. Should be one more jump. Looks for it, gets the dodge. Balloonboy touches.
By the skin of his teeth, he touches that wall, and now trying to make up the damage deficit. Bunny looking for these pivot side airs. Balloonboy just showing zero fear. Rips the Sig, doesn't land it, but still another, and the end Sig comes through. Now the damage starting to get a bit closer as Balloonboy does get caught with a side air. Bunny will close out the stock.
Okay, the double right there. Not enough to get the KO off the top. Balloonboy trying to play from behind once again. You had talked about that little lack of KO power from the bow, and Bunny's going to take this one to the bank for a little bit more damage so far.
Balloonboy just really not afraid to rip those Sigs. Finds the Nair, not going to be enough just yet. Goes for a second. That would have actually probably KO'd at the top of the stage right there, but now Bunny try and play around these options. We're seeing Bunny jump a fair bit more, at least in this situation, because we know that Balloonboy is going to be looking most likely for a delight into a Nair or recovery for those KOs. Bunny now off the side here as Balloonboy
Nice coverage.
catches the dodge. Very easy cleanup with those gauntlets.
Okay, this axe has been putting in work for Bunny, though. Equipped for, yeah, I was going to say, I was looking at the last game stats, it was like 60% of the last game, and for good reason as well. Balloonboy, big read right there off the wall from Bunny, but that is perfect coverage once again. Tries to go for that. Aerial right there, not going to connect.
I'm curious if that D-Sig off the side by Balloonboy was a misinput and he intended to get like a ground pound very close to the wall, but Bunny still holding the advantage. Nothing too incredible, but still, if she maintains this pace for the rest of the set, Balloonboy will be taken to a game 5, so something needs to change here, and Balloonboy does seem to be struggling a bit with the floatier aspects of Bunny's gameplay. We're seeing a lot of the time Bunny is sort of circling around above Balloonboy, and he's struggling to find the answer.
Ooh, just lets it rip. I like it. Okay, lets it rip again. Fool me twice, strike 3. Gets there on the weapon throw as well. Bunny tries to get the second one. GC's not going to connect, and now Bunny is in a reversal situation.
Both players actually left unarmed for a brief moment there, and it was interesting to see that Balloonboy kind of went for the dive kick off the side instead of going for like, oh, that clash is actually going to save Balloonboy's bacon. Going to be looking for the edge guard here. The ground pound gets stuffed out by the recovery, and that is, again, you mentioned before how terrifying that axe can be returning to the wall, because you can just get accidental KOs with that sweeping hitbox on that recovery.
Oh man, I'm winning. Look at that. Buddy, a little bit of a lead right here. Balloonboy could pick it up. Okay, nothing left. That was Bunny in a nutshell, just based on what you said. The amount of aggression that Bunny likes to go for right there. Got the single hit, just a little bit of a lead right here, but this is last stock potentially for her winner's side.
Yeah, and it's been these last stocks that really have been like making or breaking Balloonboy's game, where he's been finding much more momentum when his back is against the wall, and has opened up a bit of damage here on this final stock. Finds two sides in a row, catches the Nair.
That's nothing.
Bunny options dwindling. That's just it.
Balloonboy closes that one down with a 3-1 over Bunny. And I mean, the trend, with the exception of game number 3, was like you had said, Hackle. Bunny was just like doing a billion damage in the first stock, would take this crazy good lead, and then Balloonboy slowly but surely claws his way back into the game. And then at the end, the set, really good stuff for Balloonboy, qualifying into top 8 here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that set could have gone either way. It's very obvious to say that for most games, but with how that set was played out, there were so many micro and very small interactions that really made or broke that. I mean, that last game, 2 damage difference for Balloonboy, winning at 480 over 478. Both players were really going neck and neck, and it came down to those really small interactions where one player would find more momentum. And unfortunately, towards the end, it just seemed like Balloonboy had a bit more of a read on how Bunny was responding to the gauntlets.
Absolutely. All right. Damn, these have been, dude. I think we saw like straight up the fastest Radish McGee set of all time.
Yeah, I
And
think
then we
so.
got this set right after, where we talk about like Bunny and Balloonboy just being these like aggressive players, like people who can like really put on a show for you in terms of like crazy edge guards. We did see one of those in game number 3 of this set as well. This has been a really good event so far.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we are going to have to go to a short break, just a couple of minutes to get our next players into the lobby. So everyone at home can also go get some water, get a snack, and get situated for our next set coming up, which is going to be Java versus Moni Hala.
We'll be right back.
I'ma keep it real with you. I'ma keep it real with you. I'ma keep it real with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on into the Hot Pockets 1v1 tournament powered by Moose Wars, or hosted by Moose Wars rather. My name is Hackle, I am still here with Walt, and we've just come off the back of some fantastic sets. So how are you feeling for these matches coming up?
I'm looking forward to it. We did do a lot of kind of theory crafting and talking about, Java's interesting legend choice. The fact that Money Hall has been on some absurd level of Mugi at this point for how new the legend is as well. I had said I myself have not seen a ton of Amugi in Pro Brawlhalla 1s, at least, so I'm looking forward to seeing how Money handles this type of matchup. And then lying in the wings right after this set, we have possibly one of our best sets of the day in Markiemoo versus Guichibu coming up after this. But first off, Money Halla versus Java. Hackle, what do you think about it?
I mean, just by numbers, Java's a much more accomplished player, but I said before, like, Imugi is such an unknown variable of a character who has a really interesting and unique signature kit that can just snake away stocks in the right situation. I was curious backstage as well to see if we're going to be going to a stage with sort of shorter walls to see if they're going to be making use of the current line of sight bug, but it does seem we're going to be going over to Western Air Temple for this first game. And actually, that is a stage we don't see too often, but it tends to be Java who's banning to Western Air Temple.
Okay, we are underway right now. Let's see what one of the newer legends in this game can do up against one that we pretty much never see, but Java's been representing it a good amount for sure.
Moni immediately just starving out. There were a few memes going out for a while, but Moni just only played the Greatsword on Jaehyun, and it seems that might be the trend with Amugi as well, as we see him start out for the Greatsword and Java opening up with a bit of damage on this orb. We're going to be seeing Java is on the strength stance for the Dusk, I'm pretty sure as well, so he's going to have that lower defense.
Huh?
That does put him, I think, on 7 or 8 strength, which is, I think, tied with Petra for the highest strength orb character.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I feel like, yeah, Sidelight Stairs are going to be, like, going insane. But the Pogos will do just as well. Money Hollow, Thread the Needle right there. Of course, Weapon Throw up to just cover your tracks. There's the signature you brought up as well, Hackle.
Yeah, and very similarly to Bonnie, Java's another player who really likes to get a bit creative off stage, and I think he's kind of refined that a bit more than Bonnie. Bonnie being a bit of a newer player, Java has had the time to sort of get used to what he can afford to go for off stage and what he can't, and we'll see as he takes a relatively decent lead at the start of this game.
Dude, I just watched, or like, you put Orb Strength into my mind, and I just watched that in real time get a KO, where I was like, that shouldn't, like, be that early, right? Like, I don't know. But yeah, Java with that one finds the down air right there. Money Holla gets it in time with that Greatsword. We'll get a slight starve as well as we keep it pretty even at 2.
Yeah, you can never afford to sort of underestimate how strong the aerial kit on Greatsword can be, especially that down air. Like, it is honestly just an alternative to Spear Dare, and if you're below Greatsword off stage, you do have to be wary of it. Now, Mahal are going to be demonstrating a bit of that signature kit here. A lot of them pretty hard to punish, despite the slower archetype of Imu. Those Sigs have quite a little bit of end lag in comparison, but Java now trying to open up with this orb. Going to be seeing him mostly looking for... I'm expecting... Oh, okay, well, shut me down, I guess, as he finds that ground pound. Doesn't catch the down air, though, and Moni is going to continue to live. Both players now entering the orange on the second stocks.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the caveat to these Amugi signatures, in particular the Greatsword signatures that we see, are a lot of them are repositioning signatures, and a lot of them you'll see player like Money Holla do off of like a slide charge off stage. So, like, if you get caught with your pants down in those situations, like, you're going to get punished so bad. And we saw Java get that. It wasn't enough to get the stock, but there's the anti-air right there. But big swing from Money Holla to find the stock instead. Does he get a weapon spawn, though, just in time?
Yeah, that recovery might have KO'd like 20 or 30 damage earlier, but Java, zero respect for the down tick at the top of the screen, just going all the way up and equalizing things very quickly. And doing a decent job at negating the sort of like damage to defense diff that Gus is going to be facing here. Keeping the spear in hand now. Haven't been seeing as much damage build with the spear in comparison to the orb this game so far. And again, Money just slide charging this D-Sig at all possible moments. Java, for once, does get caught by it, but these nairs to get him off his back.
Yeah, and I mean, in fairness, like you said, Hackle, it is tough to position around a slide charge signature like that because it just covers so much space and you're also being sent downwards at the same time. So you really have to kind of be clued into the timing of when Money Holla wants to go for that if you're Java. With Punish right there comes through. Pogo, second one. Got it. That's going to be stopped right there. No, Money Holla finds it off recovery.
Catches that chase dodge into the recovery. Doesn't get the end sig. Both players now approaching that KO range, and Java just with the big call out D-Sig on the spear. Arguably Dusk's weakest sig, and still just rips it right in the face of Money, who unfortunately just jumps right in front. And to cycle back to what you said about that slide charge sig, what's especially scary as well is that sig in particular, that down sig on Greatsword, is actually very slightly steerable as well when you slide charge it. And so if you go off the stage there, you can actually reposition just that little bit, which can catch you off guard. And I think Java did a pretty good job at avoiding it, going under or above it at the right time, but you can't win them all.
Oh my gosh, there's that last stock too. The floor is lava. Get off the ground. Signature will find that KO off the top, and Java with a 1-0 lead so far.
Over the Demon Island, this is going to be a bit scarier for Java, I think, because having a stage this long gives Money a very long runway for these Greatsword strings, and this is honestly kind of that bread and butter stage for the Greatsword. Java has been a pretty big fan of Demon Island throughout his career, however, though, so not a huge surprise to be here. I am wondering if we're going to see any of that
Coverage. Oh
that
my
line of
gosh.
sight cheese, but Java taking his sweet time getting back, gonna dodge up, and Money isn't able to catch that burnt dodge. Java finally making some space to get back.
Yeah, and I think Money Hollow respecting that that recovery a little bit as well, just staying a couple character lengths back. There's a bridge right there, gets punished because it whiffed. Java looking for the punish. Money Hollow, high angle right there, read it with the weapon throw, but could not connect.
Yeah, and I think, oh, that is a very unfortunate whiff to be able to punish as Java just capitalizes fully. Money Hollow gonna fall into that second stock. And I think Java is showing some pretty good signs of life in countering this group. So we saw a decent wake up there to punish the bridge out of Money. And it's going to be interesting to see if Money can find these big extensions with the Greatsword as Java is finding with the orb. Ducks under the recovery as well.
Crazy, crazy. Okay, Java, correct positioning once again. I mean, Money Hollow was just trapped in the corner. You can just slam the Nair, or the neutral light, excuse me, as much as you want right there and just find a free hit. Sidelight Stare comes through as well. Java can extend this stock lead 2-2 with another one. But Money Hollow is going to say no to that one. Finds the reply stock right here. Took a little bit of damage on the way out, though.
That combo is so satisfying to watch executed correctly. Like, it's just ding ding, perfect knockout. It's
Oh, yeah.
Java now, everyone to the spear. Actually manages to like sneak through that string out of Money. Money really struggling to find, like I said before, these big extensions on the Greatsword, and that is kind of everything you need as Java.
Yep.
His positioning and getting under these options from Money is fantastic. You saw the recovery last stock as well, where he knew Money was going to go straight for a raw recovery back to the wall. Instead of going above it and risk getting hit, he ducks right underneath.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I meant, right? Like, if you're clued into that timing that Money Hollow wants to go for with this slide chart down signature, you can just kind of weave around it and find the option. You're not going to get it right there. See if the recovery comes to make it 2.
He didn't touch.
There's nothing left.
Yeah, and that's just one of the most oppressive things about playing against an Amugi on this kind of stage, where like you have characters like Val who have like that one, off the side like swing with the side sig, but a character like Amugi has a much longer period of coverage with that D-sig rather than just one swing, and as a result, you have to think way more about how you're going to avoid it. Money Hollow now.
This is really tough.
Tables.
Since so far, Java's done. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's 8 strength Greatsword for you.
Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. It ain't much, but it's honest work right there. Java falls right here in game number 2, but we did see, I mean, we saw one time where the slide charge down sig worked and one time where it didn't work. And it's hard because, especially if you're in Java's position, you almost feel like you have to make a read on what Money Hollow wants to do. And I think Money Hollow is just going to go for it no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and because of that steering angle, he can choose to like send it further out from the wall and sort of get like a diagonal drop off the edge, or just go straight down along the edge of the wall. And as a result, Java has to sort of not necessarily gamble, but really try to like think about what Money's going to be looking for with that D-sig and position around it, like you said.
Okay, so let's see, because I mean, Small Fortress Alliance I think would be fine. It's still open right now. I do like the idea that we did see on the Demon Island, right? Of the fact that there is no like bottom pillar of the stage that you can just kind of bump into. And that allowed Java to find some room to kind of duck underneath the stage and get around that last slide charge attempt from Amugi.
Going into this next game, I mean, that was a pretty scarily volatile match, right? Like, Java was holding the lead for almost the entirety of the game, and regardless, Money, I was saying he was struggling to find those long conversions, those bigger strings on the Greatsword, and we could see exactly why they're so valuable right at the end, because one well-placed string from a character with this much strength can just completely turn the tides of the game. And now Java trying to open with an explosive string on the orb, gonna send Money all the way up to the top. Doesn't find the KO, and doesn't find the punish on that sig either. Those sigs are actually pretty difficult to punish.
Yeah, this is tough with a player like Java too. I feel like Java's playing super fast and free, right? Like we see a lot of really extended sequences. They lead to a lot of damage. You even see it in the legend selection as well, right? Like opting into more strength in your legend selection. Sidelight Cider is not going to be enough to do it. Next one gets there, especially when you're telegraphed like that. Really good start from Java. The big thing, like I want to get at right here, is making sure Java feels like he can continue to play that way and not feel like he's being oppressed by these insane signatures that keep coming.
That Sega hit so high up as well. I've referred to it before as just like an axe sidelight that can KO, and kind of see it right there as Java was like a full half jump height off the ground, still gets caught by it. One there to punish the Sega, nothing more. Java had a pretty comfortable position stolen away from him now. Looking for these extensions with the Orb money. Just going for the two-piece there, actually. Oh, chasing all the way to the top as well.
Ooh, Java with a slide charge of his own. Not going to connect right here. And I mean, the spear really, in truth, hasn't been doing a lot of good work for Java so far. It only did 71 damage in the previous game. We saw him pogo like 3 times versus Money Hala, and it still wasn't enough to do it. And with that weapon throw, Money Hala will take the lead now as well.
And we're seeing a very interesting phenomenon off stage, I think, where one player is going to like go for a down air on either weapon, like if it's on a spear or greatsword, and we're seeing one person dodge through the edgeguard attempt and regain position. We saw that right before that last stock situation where Java went for a pogo onto Moni and just lost his position because he got a bit too overzealous. And I think that's been a pretty big, like, the minor offstage interactions have contributed a lot to this
For sure,
so
for
far.
sure. Okay, that's a bit more of the tankiness we come to know and love from Amugi, but Recovery will call out, of course, and find that KO off the top. Java, a little bit worse for wear. Could potentially get something right here. No weapon starve. Yeah, Money Hala gets there.
Java was looking pretty comfortable into like waking up against the greatsword early in the set, but Moni seems to have been mixing up the options enough to sort of catch Java off guard. And as a result now, has this edgeguard situation, Java manages to make it back on, but immediately takes more and more punishment as he gets off the stage again.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, the stacked end-light position from Java is so good, but I mean, Money Hala just did a pullback right there off of the Greatsword Bridge, wasn't able to get a connection. Once again, you saw it right there, but it was facing the wrong way was the end-light, and Money Hala takes that one all the way to a Game 3 win.
And Money Hala finally sort of catching onto the fact that Java has been kind of delaying his dodges quite a lot, or even just going for wake-ups out of these Greatsword strings, and when you're early in a set, you're sort of like trying to feel it out. You're trying to think like, how is my opponent like responding to my string options? And if you're on Greatsword and your opponent isn't dodging that much, you eventually realize like, wait, I can just rip the 3-piece.
Yes, for sure. And with that, Money Hala and the Amugi have taken the lead in this set. Hackle, what do you think Java needs to do?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Like, modern day Java's never been like much of a character swap player. Like when he was on Bodvar, he was on Bodvar, and that was it. And then he went to Hattori, and that was it. He would like occasionally dabble with the Queen Maya a little bit, but I don't. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the Dusk again. And I think he just needs to. I think he's almost not autopiloting, but he has sort of like a preset fallback he's expecting to do on certain options that Moni is pulling out on the Greatsword. And I think Moni's doing a better job at adapting to Java's responses than Java is at sort of like getting out of those options.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm going to pull up the stats again from this previous game. And once again, the spear is just like, it's such a non-factor, I think, on this Legend, which is unfortunate, right? Like, we saw, like, some pretty solid edgeguard attempts with the Pogo in, like, the first game, and it didn't really amount to a full stock at the end of it. The Orb has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Java on this Legend. The Spear did 33. I mean, it did almost as much as just Unarmed in that previous game.
Yeah, and another thing as well to mention the Unarmed is Java is a player who's been very okay while we were asking for the Spear to start doing work.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
just racking up a big chunk of damage at the start of this game. I think Java may be realizing playing too much of one thing is back over onto the Orb now, however.
Okay, nice little cross-up right there. Gets the Sair, forces off stage as well. Java trying to bounce the ball right there to find the edge guard.
Oh,
Nice, there's the weight! There it is, okay. And that was a great little dip down from Java, once again expecting that from Money Hala. Like you said, Hackle, you can steer it left and right, but I mean, you can't really bring it too much further down at that point.
Absolutely not, but there is the oppression of these SIGs on Imugi, the ground pound. Java options dwindling. Moni misses the ground pound, though. Could be in trouble here. Java actually gonna think, okay, I'm pretty low here. I don't want to overextend, and that's just enough.
Wow, yeah, gets the KO off the right side. Money Hala found that from center as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, quick little hit right here. Picks up from Java, doesn't connect.
Both players Playing the footsies here, Moni finds that slide charge D-Sig, and that signature is putting in so much work for him this set. He was looking so confident opening up this game, and he was like moving more confident as well, sort of had a mental reset, and then he got put back in, and just got sent to the blender by Moni Hala, and now Moni holding a lead here as well.
Oh my
the dodge
gosh,
in
the
court.
weight! That's crazy. Moni Hala, a massive lead right here to march his way into top 8 with this Amugi. Java's got to put the pieces together fast.
Yeah, something needs to change here. Java gonna have this edge guard situation. Gonna go for the N-Sig there, expecting a high recovery out of Moni. Doesn't catch it again here. Ground pound as well. Java looking a little bit desperate here on this final stock as Moni confidently holding this place.
Such a rough position too, especially with the spear equipped for Java, where Java's kind of stacking right on top of Moni Hala. That signature is enough to find the KO, and there are some signs of life right here, though, to make this a game 5.
Yeah, Java needs to play a very clean game on this final stock. Opening up, doesn't find the extension there, though, and Moni actually catches the recovery with the side air as well. Just throughout these options, Java delayed that dodge so perfectly, but it's not going to be enough as Moni Hala finds the extension, finds the string, and shuts down Java in a pretty big upset.
Yeah, I mean, like, the name of the game, of course, with the Amugi was, you know, signatures.exe, right? But, like, we really didn't see Moni Hala go for a changeup like that with a chase dodge in off of a greatsword bridge pretty much at all during this set. So to introduce it right there and get the KO with it, I mean, big claps for Moni Hala to advance into top 8. Unfortunately, wasn't in the cards for Java, but will be falling to the elimination side of the bracket.
I'm just curious, and like no one can really answer this, but I'm wondering if Moni even hit a single sidelight nail and axed that entire set. Because I don't think I recall seeing one.
I think it was all greatsword. I mean,
Yeah.
it was a very similar song and dance to Java's stats, right? Like the axe was equipped for like under 20% of most of these games. I'm pretty sure it did 90 damage in the last game, about twice as much as unarmed. But yeah, I think the name of the game for this Amugi was 100% the greatsword for sure.
Being honest, I'm pretty sure that 90 damage is probably all side sigs from the axe. Like, he picks up the axe, it's just for those grounded KOs with the side sig. But still, a very well-played set by Moni, moving on into the winner's side of top 8. And again, upsetting Java, because by seed and by numbers, Java is sort of predicted to win that.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. So Java will be falling to the elimination side of the bracket. I believe that means Java will have to face off against Snowy now to get into top 8 for elimination, which is you know, a bit of a sad story, unfortunately, to have these two face off against each other, but such is life when you're competing in a Brawlhalla tournament. But Hackle, let's move on to our last match of our block, the last winners quarters qualifier for top 8. This is going to be Markiemoo versus Guichabu. We were talking about this at the start of the block. Let's just rehash it for the viewers at home. What do you think about this one?
I'm over here rubbing my hands like a little cartoon villain at the premise of this set. I mean, these two players are so accomplished, and it's like the king versus someone who has been a king slayer. Like, Guichabu has been known for being able to take down really big names, and right now Markiemoo is kind of on top in the region. But we mentioned before, Guichabu actually has the winning record on Markiemoo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, this was something that I had alluded to at the start of our broadcast as well, just kind of rehashing this once again, is this idea of these players who have kind of come into their own as a force to be reckoned with in competitive Brawlhalla. What do they do if and when they are met with some level of adversity, right? Do they crumble in the face of adversity, or do they face it head on and continue to just win literally everything? And I really don't think that Markiemoo has been presented with a challenge of that variety since kind of like taking the top level of Brawlhalla, especially after that Royale win most recently. So I'm interested to see, especially with a set count that is in favor of Guichabu, what that could mean. And with a reputation, like you said, of Guichabu of being this person who can take out these really heavy hitters in Brawlhalla, what that could mean for, you know, shakeups in terms of the competitive scene.
Yeah, I think that, like, Marky has had some diversity in who he's been able to fight because of that performance at the Royale as well. But even at the Royale, I don't think there are many players who play in a way that Guichabu plays, especially with the Katars, like I said before. Katars are a weapon that, at least in North America, you don't see that much at the top of the 1v1 space. Despite being a very comfortable and strong weapon right now, it's just sort of fallen out of favor for a number of players, and Guichabu has been sat on those Katars since day one. And so I think if Markiemoo wants Qatar's practice, here it is. I mean, there's
Yeah.
not really anyone else to characterize that weapon.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, what an interesting situation this could be. I mean, of course, we're talking in a lot of hypotheticals here, but like, what if Guichibu becomes this like Achilles heel for a player like Markiemoo, right? Then that really shakes up a lot of these brackets in an interesting way, where I think a lot of people's predictions, if you're, kind of tuned into the competitive Brawlhalla scene, put Markiemoo easily in your top 3, right? Like for a lot of events. But if Guichibu comes out and turns out to be this Markiemoo slayer, which remains to be seen, I think, in recent memory. But I know you did say they won at like a Galaxy Cup and a Frostbite this year. So, I mean, who knows? This could really be a really interesting counter for a player who's kind of been dominating recently.
Yeah, and it honestly isn't that unheard of for these top players to have kind of one person who's their Achilles heel. I mean, we mentioned it backstage as well, that at the most recent Royale, we were demonstrated the fact that Raydish is kind of Kainer's kryptonite, where like some of the top players have a very specific type of player, a specific weapon they aren't as comfortable with, that maybe isn't as popular in their region. So I'm hoping, at least for Markiemoo's sake, being so like dominant, that he can figure something out against Guichibu. But it would be really interesting to see if Guichibu does have some kind of adaptation specifically for Markiemoo. We are still waiting for both players to get in the lobby. We do have Guichibu, who does seem to actually be playing this Asuri today.
Okay. Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. I mean, don't let that stat sheet that you see on the screen for Markiemoo fool you, right? He is definitely sitting pretty at the top, or at least very close to the top of competitive Brawlhalla. Took the first place at Trial of Freya just a couple months back, and then of course took a first place as well at the Royale, which just happened. And also, I mean, shout outs to Markiemoo's dad, who was there too, like watching the event in person, like cheering on his son. I thought that was so cool to just watch like a family member there kind of like supporting someone competing in that. I know I kind of asked this question before. Do we know if Markiemoo is 100% confirmed for BCX this week?
He is registered for both game modes, and I'm fairly certain, I should know this, given that he is one of the players from my org, but I'm fairly certain he is confirmed.
Okay. There was a little bit, not drama, but after Markiemoo won the Autumn Royale, we were like, oh yeah, like congrats, now you can like bring all this momentum to BCX, like that's so hype. And then he was like, I don't know if I'm gonna go. I gotta see how school goes. And then we were like, well, you gotta go to BCX. What do you mean? Like, it's gonna be so fun. So it was kind of like a question mark, at least during the Autumn Royale. So if he is going, that's really good to hear.
I have received confirmation from one of my fellow managers that Marky is in fact 100% confirmed financially for BCX. So that's going to be very, very exciting to see. I'm also, you were saying before we can't count out Marky just because of how like low the earnings are. Because just looking at it statistically, like the 3 medals that are put there, that doesn't include his first place at the Royale. But on that stat sheet, those 3 medals are back-to-back from the last 3 majors he didn't DQ.
That's right.
Trial of Heimdall, he then DQ'd Trial of Skuld, unfortunately, then Trial of Leve, and then Trial of Freya. All of those were a medal for him. Recent Freya being his first gold.
So insane. Hey, by the way, he got a first place at a Moose Wars, so shout outs to you guys right here. That was on my birthday. I'm noticing right here too. That's cool. I mean, Markiemoo has just been such an impressive Brawlhalla player to watch. Kind of like, and again, I say it for the Brawlhalla knowers out there. We all know Markiemoo, or not? We know Markiemoo. But like for an average Joe who might be tuning into the stream at the first time ever, this is like such a crazy, like almost unprecedented thing in competition to just see someone kind of like come in and sweep the competition in a way that Markiemoo has. So.
Yeah, the only player I can really think of who had this much dominance so quickly in recent memory has been Godly, right? Like Godly came back to the game, came back to official competition, and within a couple of weeks was already like people were saying, this guy's back and he's going to win everything. And lo and behold, he did. And right now it seems like Marky is having a very similar situation. There was a lot of very funny discourse for a while. I think it was a Boomy video when the name Markiemoo first came around, where I think he faced Boomy in Experimental, and Boomy reported him with a really big like long message saying for Markiemoo it wasn't Experimental, it was Game 10 BCX, and that kind of became a bit of a copy pasta for a little bit of a while. So Markiemoo has been locked in and practicing for a very long while.
For sure, for sure. And it looks like he finally joined the lobby right here as well. So while we get into our legend selections and our stage strikes, once again, I do want to give some flowers over to Guichibu as well, right? The record, as we said, is 2-0 in favor of Guichibu. It's not like an old set that these two might have played against each other. It was 2 matches that had happened in 2024 that Guichibu was able to win. I think Markiemoo has become a vastly different player since then, for sure. But we'll have to see if Guichibu still remains to be this crazy challenge for, you know, the new kid on the block to be able to handle.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the proving ground is going to be. We're going to be going to Small Fortress of Lions for this first game as we finally have Markiemoo rocking that The King title. Very, very appropriate for having that most recent Royale win. And we're going to see today whether or not the King reigns above all or whether or not we do have a usurper.
Okay, we are underway right here. I think this was one of the matches we were most excited to see here, Hackle. So, Markiemoo versus Guichibu. Let's see what these Katars can do against a very recent Royale champion.
Yeah, and Katars into Gauntlets can be a pretty tough matchup for Gauntlets if it's played right. And Guichibu definitely is someone who does play Katars right, as far as most people are concerned. Markiemoo sticking with the Gauntlets for the time being, not going to be interested in that weapon spawn up on the platform. So clearly confident in this matchup. Guichibu looking for these more aerial openings, finds that neutral air out of the down air. Markiemoo hasn't been going for these really big extensions, and yeah, that is...
Oh, you love to see it.
That is the oppression of the dodge reads that Guichibu can put out. You catch one dodge if you're Guichibu, and it's just so much damage. Now we're on to the sword for that KO.
I say this so often. Okay, finds the gravity cancel, can't get the connection right there, but there's the side light from Guichibu, not able to get too much more after that. One wait. Okay, yeah, did a little step back right there to try to catch Markiemoo slipping. Guichibu, pretty solid damage lead, but how do you close the door on this first stock?
Markiemoo just looking to get a weapon in hand. I mean, Guichibu's been starving so well, and now that stock lead comes in as Guichibu catches that recovery. Markiemoo gonna have the scythe ready, I think, when he picks up the weapon. Yeah, there it is. And that's the weapon he's really been demonstrating the most dominance with. I mean, he's been using those gauntlets for those KO confirms of that recovery, but still, the scythe has been so oppressive.
Okay, and here it is right there. Chase dodge off stage, so aggressive from Markiemoo right here. Guichibu gets to go to work, though.
And that is so scary as well if you catch that N-Sig on a Suri early in a stock, because you can get some pretty good hits out of it as well. Markiemoo actually going to go deep for that recovery. Response, Guichibu just cutting up with these Katars.
Yes. Okay, just a get off me signature right there. I don't blame Markiemoo for trying it, but it wasn't enough to get the KO. So now Guichibu gets to just rack on so much more damage here. Also gets the weapon starve as well. Why not a whole stock? Guichibu up 3 stocks to 1 now.
Yeah, Markiemoo really struggling to get into this game as Guichibu just opening up with so much aggression with these Katars. However, onto the gauntlets. Guichibu dancing around him. I'm curious if Markiemoo is sort of coming off of not playing for a minute, because it'll take us a while to get him into the game.
Sure.
Whether or not it's going to be a warm-up issue. That could just be entirely hopium for the sake of Markiemoo, though. Does find that first stock, going to go onto the scythe now. And we know Markiemoo can, you know, turn these games around, but Guichibu is also a player who really is good at holding advantages.
Markiemoo upstage. Does Guichibu send it? Uh-oh, really weird position right here, but Markiemoo disarms himself, trying to go for the weapon throw. Picks up the gauntlets, but then gets really big punish. Guichibu follows it all the way to the top, keeping this damage going right now.
Recovery coming through from
close
Guichibu.
to enough. Next one will do it.
Going to be enough. Yeah, one more will. And there it is. Guichibu, a clean 2-stock victory in the first game of a Markiemoo.
Yeah, I mean, a couple questions. I think you're absolutely right here, Hackle. Do we need to see Markiemoo get a little bit more warm in a matchup like this, where admittedly maybe he's a little bit less experienced versus Katars? The other thing I always say when there's like a Katars or Cannon on the screen is it's that mining meme of it's like you're just one dodge read away from hitting it big, so just keep mining, keep gambling, do whatever you want right there. Guichibu has been mining a lot, and it's working, so... I don't know. I mean, that's something that, as Markiemoo, you can't really control if Guichibu is on with his reads or not. But you can control how tight you play your next game right here. So let's see how Markiemoo is faring in terms of if he's warmed up or not now.
Gonna be going to Mishima Dojo for this next game, which is an interesting pick because we really do not see this stage that often in competitive play. And I think one of the biggest contributing factors to Guichibu being so oppressive that last game was Markiemoo's movement just wasn't quite on point. He was being a bit floaty and kind of his movement to get into interactions was a little bit sloppy. And as a result, Guichibu was able to just catch Markie approaching so consistently.
Wow, I love that. Already promoting a little bit of a start right here from Guichibu, just patrolling that weapon spawn. Markie does find the gauntlets, but this is the matchup Guichibu wants.
Oh, the clash though. Oh, but that's the Asuri special!
That's it. That's his ground pound unarmed. Yeah, that's first strike right there for Guichibu within the first 20 seconds of this game, Hackle.
Yeah, this is unprecedented. Already catching another dodge, Markiemoo fast falling down to avoid the extra aggression. Now catching that scythe in hand, but needs to start slowing down Guichibu. When you let Guichibu build momentum, he's kind of like a train. Once he starts going, it gets faster and faster. It's so hard to stop him. And we're seeing that right now as Guichibu is continuing to swing with these guitars. Markiemoo has no answer.
Yeah, I think this is such a like an indicative thing of Katars as a weapon, right? Like the more you get your dodge reads correct, the more confidence you build, and then you just go for crazier and crazier stuff over the course of the game. Markiemoo does find the equalizer, needs to start shutting this momentum down, and that's a great way to start.
Yeah, I mean, he exerted a lot of good control with that scythe there, but Guichibu just showing zero respect to Markiemoo, just standing still and ripping that D-Sig. Markiemoo now finally trying to get something started with this scythe, but needs to be careful how he dodges out of these end lights, because that is what sets up for that recovery for Guichibu. Dodge back to the wall, and the nair is enough, actually, just catching the perfect spike angle on that hitbox.
Guichibu almost a full stock lead right now, and Markiemoo got the weapon matchup I would assume he wants out of this, right? Like Guichibu's going to stay on Katars for sure no matter what, but you want to get Markiemoo on this site as soon as you can. Unable to do too much damage so far, and Markiemoo's got his work cut out for him in game 2.
Yeah, Markiemoo, I think, finally realizing there are some options that Guichibu's throwing out that he just cannot afford to punish. I mean, high dex Katars can just really be unpunished with under the right circumstances. And Guichibu, having this much time on the weapon, has learned where he can just afford to throw things out with no risk. And as a result, Markiemoo just can't land.
Yeah, this is super tough, especially on a three-platform stage like this. Guichibu has so many options to land and reset his jumps now to go for these Katar recoveries. Now you're on the sword, where you can just get recovery with that and probably find a KO off the top in the next couple of hits as well.
Slowing things right down with this scythe. Struggling to land his mark on these moves. Kind of uncharacteristic for his scythe so far, at least. And Guichibu just floating around with his sword. Knows he only needs well-placed side arrow recovery to find a KO, and a recovery on the Katars it will be.
Player one wins.
Damn. I mean, like we said, we set the stage for this, Hackle, so we were prepared for this kind of outcome. Guichibu is 2-0 in terms of head-to-head versus Markiemoo, right? I will say, of those sets that they played against each other, they went to Game 5 and Game 4, so maybe we'll see some adaptation coming through from Markiemoo. But, dude, to me, this is looking like Katars are kind of like a problem weapon right now.
Yeah, we might have been right before saying that Guichibu could be kind of an Achilles heel for Markiemoo. We're saying that Markiemoo was just really struggling to find an answer, right? Like, it's not necessarily that these games are coming down to really micro interactions. It's generally just kind of Guichibu steamrolling these neutral spaces where Markiemoo is just not finding his hits.
Okay, we are going to go back to Small Fortress Alliance. Is this a legend swap I see?
It does appear to
What
be
do
a
we have
Jiro,
here?
which when Markie did actually fast come onto the scene, I think it was the Jiro we saw that was originally where he sort of made a name for himself while he was still going by Eat My Onions. And there has been some discourse around Markie on the Jiro because of the stances he chooses to play and sort of not opting into that defense that Jiro kind of lacks. But we'll see. I mean, the sword as an alternative to the gauntlets in this matchup, I don't exactly hate because of how difficult it can be to get in on a player like Guichibu with a close-range weapon like gauntlets. So now the sword is going to be coming in here. Markie hasn't picked the Jiro in tournament, at least not recently to my knowledge. So this is the first time we're seeing it in a little while, but at least so far, Guichibu hasn't been able to get quite as much going, but still holding the lead here.
Okay, Markiemoo able to just drift over the top of Guichibu right there. I mean, it has been so on top of finding recoveries, whether it's on Katars or just sword. We see one at that moment as well from Guichibu. Finds the conversion. Great way to get that KO off the top. Markiemoo still falling behind early, even after the legend swap here.
Now Guichabu just pressing the advantage. Markiemoo does get the scythe in hand, going to be looking to try and get something started in the offstage. Guichabu's right there to punish though, and Markiemoo
no!
throws the weapon away. Does he touch the wall there? Guichabu with a
Markiemoo
slap!
didn't touch! Markiemoo didn't touch!
The AC Guichabu!
Oh my goodness, Guichabu once again a 3-1 stock lead. We have seen this for the last 2 games. Why not do it 3 times in a row? Markiemoo, even with the legend swap, has not been able to find any momentum quite yet. Guichabu sending it off stage to try to end it quick.
I'm believing Guichabu might just be a demon in these Moose Wars. I mean, that's where he's been like finding very consistent success, and so far, Markiemoo, 2 full stocks behind, can't find an answer even with the character swap. Guichabu just seems to be running away with it.
And the Katars were prime once again. Guichabu has been putting in so much good
punish!
work with this. I mean, we talk about Markiemoo with this scythe just being so oppressive, especially in the offstage, but we have not seen any of that because Guichabu's been all over it. Markiemoo can't touch the ground right now.
I'm just not sure what to say
That's
as Guichabu
it.
closes
It's
that out.
over.
The set's just done.
Guichabu takes this set over Markiemoo, the newly crowned king of Brawlhalla, 3-0. And we had asked the question at the start of this set, Hackle, is Guichabu potentially this Achilles heel to this new kid on the block who has been destroying the competitive Brawlhalla scene? I mean, look at the set count and answer that question for yourself, dude. What do you think?
There's a number of factors that could have caused this. And it isn't online, and Markiemoo's best performance was in a LAN, so that there's that sort of hopium and copium for Markiemoo, but also it does just kind of feel as if Guichabu kind of could just be an Achilles heel for Markiemoo, because I said it before the set, he has a very particular playstyle. He plays guitars in a way that just, it looks frustrating to fight. I cannot imagine how difficult it would be to sort of hold mental against Guichabu when he's flowing like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I said it during the set, is a weapon like Katars is like, you start getting dodge read after dodge read correct, and then you are saying to yourself, like, I'm playing hot right now, like, I'm playing very well, and like, that is just positive momentum that can carry you through to a set like that. The same can hold true in the opposite direction. If you are just missing everything, I mean, that's just the way the competition works, right? Like, sometimes you just get rolled in those situations. I think the same exact thing happens with Markiemoo's scythe, right? Like, once he starts getting those positions advantages that we really didn't get to see during that set, if he was able to get maybe even one, maybe I'd be on that hopium as well. I don't know. We could have seen a very, very different set, but it will be Guichabu advancing into top 8 on the winner's side with a pretty dominant win over the most recent Autumn Royale champion.
I'm just dumbfounded because, I mean, I think both you and I and everyone at home was going into that set expecting like a really close, like, nail biter, probably a game 5, something that would really get you on the edge of your seat, and it just wasn't even close. Guichabu just dominated the entire set, and it was probably the most brief set we've had all day, like, even including that Raydish Meg D set.
It was, yeah, that was faster than a Raydish Meg D set, which is a crazy, crazy sentence to be able to say. But yeah, I mean, with that, I think that is the end of our block. So we are leaving the viewers here with a question before we cut it to our next break. Is Guichabu the answer for a new player or a new champion like Markiemoo? Right now, tentatively, the answer is yes after that 3-0, but I don't know, man. We got a lot of top 8 left to play right here. Markiemoo could make it into the top 8 on the elimination side as well. I'm sure you guys are going to want to see some amazing Brawlhalla, so I will not be keeping you any longer than this. Hackle, any last words you want to say for the stream before we throw it a break?
Stick around and be ready for top 8 because there's some amazing matches. Already had some big upsets today, and I expect even more are to follow as BCX is looming and these players are really playing like it. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Yo, what up, everybody? My name is Clown, and I'm here with Hoppy.
What's up, man? It's your boy SIB Hoppy, and we're here for another Moose Wars 1v1 Hot Pocket tournament. Clown, how we feeling today about this, man?
Dude, I'm excited. We got Balloonboy and Raydish up here, but we also got like a change in the storyline here. Wichibo just like for like kind of just dogged on what's his name?
Markiemoo?
Markiemoo. He just dogged on Markiemoo, bro. Like,
Yeah,
that
to
was-
see
crazy.
that happen from Guichibu is definitely crazy. You know, Guichibu's been in the scene for a while now, but he's really now just starting to really step up and start making the things like the Royales and these last big top 8 events. But against someone like Markiemoo, who's also been making a name for himself recently, especially in these in-person land events, it's just surprising to see Guichibu come out with a win like that.
100%. I'm shocked. Oh shit. Oh shucks. We got Balloonboy and Raydish starting the set. We got some strikes going on here. Looks like we're going to Apocalypse. All right.
Okay, for the first set, we got Balloonboy and Raydish. I'm not gonna lie, for this one, I'm probably gonna have my money on Raydish just because I know how he comes every time.
I mean, I'm one of his biggest fans, to be honest. I've been watching this dude for a really long time, so I'm expecting the exact same thing coming out of Raydish today. So I'm with you there.
You said out of Raydish. Now, the thing about Raydish is I always see him.
It's not looking good for him right
Oh.
now, though. He's already in the orange. Balloonboy's kind of just piecing him up here.
Oh, even though Raydish has those boots, he just happens to stick with the orb so much. I'm not mad at that. I'm not. The orb is actually a really good weapon, especially when it comes to a crazy sick kid like Raydish, or not even Raydish. My fault. Red Raptor, bro. It's just the orb is definitely a good pick, but against something like the bow where it has that range, especially in Balloonboy's hands, you just happen to get KOs like that. It's just, you know.
Yeah. I've always felt that Orb has done really well into bow, but recently it got quite a few nerfs to kind of just balance it out here, because we saw a lot of players picking up Orb these last few tournaments, and I wonder if that's having any effect on Raydish right now.
Oh man, I don't know. These past couple patches, especially this most recent patch, has been a really big one, especially for not only the weapons but Brawlhalla itself. But let's focus on the Zario that Balloonboy is playing here. Great moves with the gauntlets. Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh, he's getting some really good hits in here, almost making it impossible for Raydish to fight back. Raydish, fight back, please.
Doesn't even have time to swing.
Balloonboy not sticking to one weapon, but able to utilize both the gauntlets and the bows. Looking to get another KO off Arrow Raydish. Gets the KO.
Ooh, nice side
basically
air.
ones in the stocks. Oh my god.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I find it so crazy how both of us were just hyping up Raydish before this match, and Balloonboy happens to be the one to be taking over here.
Hey man, I'm not that surprised. Balloonboy did have quite the showing this year, getting his first few top 8s and stuff. So, hey man, we have a really good top 8 for this tournament. That's all I really got to say about that.
Yeah, definitely a good top 8, especially after, you know, I thought the Guichibu Markiemoo matchup was a good matchup, but this right here, Raydish versus Balloonboy, and seeing Balloonboy up 2-1 in stocks is just, again, surprising. Even though Raydish is making crazy string and combos like the ones he just got off on Orb there.
Oh. Yeah, that was a nice ladder off the top right there coming out from Raydish. Ooh, but he has a lot of slack to pick up here.
I'm so quiet right now because I want to see if Raydish is going to be able to. I feel like Raydish is going to be able to get the KO, but is he going to be able to come from that deficit of his, you know, this last stock is being solid red. See, he's able to get the KO off on Balloonboy, but he has a lot of room to make up here in order to try to get this win off.
Yup. Let's hope these new kicks can really put on a show here. Oh! Okay, nice. Oh, not much there. He's able to get him off the side, but Balloonboy's able to touch on stage. Ooh, Raydish is hurting quite a lot there. If he gets hit by any heavy here. Uh-oh. Okay, Balloonboy's being careful. Keeping
It's
his
crazy that
distance.
Raydish has been able to hold onto this stock this long. Hopefully, Balloonboy. Oh wait, he's still holding the edge
nice little
off. Great
three-piece.
edge control
Oh.
by Raydish. But Balloonboy gets the KO.
He really wanted that down signature, and unfortunately, he has to pay the price. And there goes game 1 to Balloonboy. He started off really hot on this game too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This was a really good first matchup. The second game, I'm not gonna lie. I believe that I don't see any switches in weapons or legends. So again, even though that was a really crazy game for Balloonboy, Raydish might be just readjusting the way he plays.
Yeah, it looked like Raydish was starting to catch up at the end there, but let's see how it plays out in game 2. He's found the secret sauce or not. Okay. Quick touch right there, nothing crazy here. Little game of tag here. Oh.
Ooh, I'm not gonna lie. I know
touching
a
up on
lot
each
of
other
people.
here.
I know a lot of people have really gotten over gauntlets and hate to see them play so much in the professional scene, but it's just something about a nice gauntlet combo getting put together really gets me excited. But nothing more exciting than seeing Raydish smack him off the edge with those boots. Oh my God, he's doing it for Adidas, baby.
Yeah, I'm hoping he's getting a lot of money out of that down sig right now, and hopefully he's able to carry this into the rest of the match here. Ooh, nice little 3-piece on the orb here. He's only in the orange too. Nice.
Only orange too. Raydish is literally making it look like the what Balloonboy had it looking like the last game.
Little roll reversal here. Ooh, he really wants those down signatures, and he's paying the price for a lot of them now. That's the second stock he loses because he goes for a down signature that just doesn't connect.
Raydish is still up though. Raydish is still
Yeah,
up, and
that's true.
Balloonboy is having to make a deficit just like Raydish had to do last game. But I'm not gonna lie, if Balloonboy is able to hold off on this orange stock and get Raydish just as close as him as when it comes to color, we might see Balloonboy make a comeback here.
We might. Right now they're just a few shades apart, so a couple more hits in Balloonboy's favor and it'll be all even. Ooh, that side air sends him off stage in a really bad spot here though. This could be the stock. Oh, and there it is.
Raydish is up 2-1 on the stocks. Balloonboy keeping it close, but still unable to really get a lead here. You know, that's one thing about Raydish. I know once he gets control of the game, he's really good and able to hold it and stay consistent as far as strings and countering his opponent.
I agree. Just give me 1 second.
Ooh. Now it's down both to 1 and 1 on the stocks. Though Balloonboy is solid red. Raydish is up basically an entire stock here. I don't see Balloonboy coming back, to be honest to you.
It's
Great
looking
finish.
quite dire.
Yeah, you know how the orb true combos go. Great way to finish the game by Raydish, making the series at 1-1 now.
Yup, that's an even set right here. Could go any way. Let's see if we have any switches. Or we keep it with the same legends back to back. Ooh.
Same legends back to back from both users. Now, before we get into this next set, now that it's 1-1, Clown, and you were riding my boy Raydish there at the beginning. How do you feel? How do you feel it's going to look now? Do you think Balloonboy Raydish is going to take this one? Personally, I got a little bit more faith in Balloonboy now, the way that both of those gauntlets work, and I think he might have this.
It's a little close, and just because it's so close, I'm gonna have to stay saying it's Raydish just because Love him as a player. Yeah, he's gonna hold it out for my boy.
Raydish sticking with that orb. You don't really see Raydish pick up the boost too much, I feel like, but I could be wrong. But it just seems like every time I see Raydish play, especially Red Raptor, he's just on that orb, which is okay because again, it's a good consistent weapon, especially when it comes to the true combos. Just like that, great 3-piece from Raydish.
Nice. Yeah, 100%. You know what? And all that orb is coming from his Petra gameplay because he started this game off on Petra, let's say revolutionized, but he was the first breakout player to mainly just play orb, so it makes a lot of sense. I think he's just swapping out for Boots being in a better position than these gauntlets right now.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that I said all that about orb and then he gets to finish there on Balloonboy with the boots. You know, maybe I should just keep my mouth shut. Now, even though I have my money on Balloonboy, it seems it seems like once Raydish gets the download on Balloonboy, it's game over after that. It just seems to be consistent orb hits back to back, rather it be 2 strings, 3 strings. Balloonboy's not letting anything too crazy get off, but Raydish is getting some really good consistent hits. And again, look at that. It's just not giving Balloonboy any breathing room.
Oh! Yeah, I just gotta double down on that. These strings are coming out with 2, 3 pieces at a time, and it's just beautiful orb gameplay. But it looks like he's been closing out with the boots. Ooh.
Yeah, I think that's what Raydish's game plan happens to be. Let's stack the damage up on the orb, get these gray strings in, grab the boots, and get the finish every time. And that's gotten him a 3-1 lead in the stocks here, and it might be even a 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, oh my god. Balloonboy still has to take the first stock in this game. Could be looking very bad for Balloonboy this one. Ooh, that ground pound! Even though hitting on stage bounces him almost to the top. Oh, but Raydish still just capitalizing off every single hit he can. This is not looking good for Balloonboy. He's almost in orange now. There it is! Oh, really trying with that side air, and finally he loses the first stock of this game. My god.
He loses his first stock, but I don't think Raydish is sweating one bit. He's got those boots. You know, once he grabs those boots, he's going for the finish. There he goes, Raydish.
He's hovering.
Oh,
nice
to get
ground
the
pound.
finish. No way. Balloonboy recovers.
Oh. Raydish kind of just throwing anything out here. Balloonboy capitalizing, getting some good damage in here. Maybe he could turn things around. Oh, that dare.
Great
could have been good.
Finish by Raydish.
Oh!
That makes the series 2-1, putting Raydish up over Balloonboy. What a great set. This is having to get better and better each game. But I still don't think they're going to switch those legends up, though, to be honest with you.
Does not look like they are. And I don't blame them. Balloonboy just has to adapt. That's all he has to do here. It's not like Raydish is abusing anything on Red Raptor or against Bo, against Zario. It's just he's played that set game really, really well here.
Yeah, again, they haven't switched up anything yet, not their weapons or their legends. Yet it does not look like the first game. Balloonboy had complete control in that first game, multiple stocks over Raydish, yet Raydish has flipped the cards already, gotten the download on Balloonboy, and now is making it almost impossible for Balloonboy to get another win over him.
It's beautiful. Absolutely. And now we're coming to Apocalypse for this game. Did we play on different stages for this whole set?
I think we're doing the same stage the entire set. Have we?
What? Oh, okay.
I'm not mad. It's a good map, though. I wish they'd bring Small Bra Haven back. Talk to me, Des. Talk to me. That's my favorite. GG.
Never coming
chat
back.
To Small Bra Haven. GG. Go chat to Small Bra Haven. Sorry, though.
Beautiful, man. Ooh, nice ground pound. Getting ready.
Yeah, this start here is a lot closer than the rest of the other games have been so far.
Yup. Balloonboy having just a slight damage lead here, but
Balloonboy looked like he's playing a lot slower than he has in those last couple games, and it looks to be working out for him in his favor because he's almost got the stock here over Raydish. Balloonboy gets the first stock.
Oh, that was beautiful. He was using the bow to like outbox Raydish right there and keep that range, and then when he switched over to the weapon right there, he used the other weapon as a shield, and that was just beautiful. Nice way to close it out.
I really want to see Balloonboy grab these gauntlets and use them to just throw Raydish around, but only because now he seems like the underdog after the way Raydish played these last couple sets, but I'm starting to think
Oh!
he's not even an underdog.
Just scooped him out of that motorcycle. That was nice. He's not looking like an underdog anymore. Quite dominant on Raydish.
And you know, it's so crazy to say that there's even an underdog when we have such a pool of opponents. Like, oh.
Yeah. All these opponents, a lot of these people have hit multiple top 8s, done really well this whole year, so just an insane bracket, honestly.
In the same bracket, the same tournament, and now in the same top 8 situation, trying to make it to the #1 spot for the 1v1 Hot Pocket tournament.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ooh. Nice.
And even though we thought we had a winner for this set, it seems like Balloonboy here might just be trying to keep it, take it to a game 5, keep this going.
Yeah. Right now they're going tit for tat in hits, but that's not good for Raydish since he's in the higher damage right now, and all Balloonboy really has to do is confirm a kill at this point. Because you know the Zaryo Sigs, they hit like a truck.
Those Zaryo Sigs, literally those Zaryo Sigs, they're crazy. Not only does his bow have range, but his Sigs have range also. Letting him really attack and be aggressive without putting himself too much in a position to be punished by their opponent.
Yup, and as I say that, by the way, he finished it out with a raw recovery. So doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need it.
Oh, he might need it once Raydish decides to take out this orb and put those boots away.
Yup.
Because even though Raydish is down in stock here, it's still pretty close as far as when it comes to damage. If Raydish is able to get this stock off Balloonboy, he might be able to bring it back and end this here now, and we won't even have to go to game 5.
That would be nice. That would be nice. But I don't know if that's gonna happen here. Yes. First he has to take the stock, which okay, finally that end light does. But he's almost in the orange here, so as long as Balloonboy gets the weapon, I think he has a pretty good chance of bringing it to game 5. Ooh.
Yeah, these stocks here are super close, just like I said earlier. And, even though Raydish is playing a good, solid, consistent game, Balloonboy is playing a lot more patient because he's really looking to get this win here because he knows if he gets this win, it'll go into a game 5 and it'll bring them out on equal footing.
Yup. Seems like Balloonboy's trying to keep him off stage as long as possible, but this is just slipping on past.
I would hate to play such a good player when it comes to a weapon like Boots or Orb, especially when they know those two combos like the back of their hands.
First situation here. Ooh. Little taps here. Maybe he can add it up. Balloonboy has not touched him for a solid 20 seconds now.
Ooh, this is close. Balloonboy literally trying to play against Raydish now, pressing a little bit more, getting aggressive here.
Here we go.
Oh!
Finding the vibe.
Oh,
doesn't get that PC!
So patient, looking for the punish. It's so close. Literally one wrong move and either player could be out of here.
Oh, that's sick. Oh,
see if he goes for a ground pound here or a recovery.
Ooh. He just keeps punishing.
Good game.
Cancel light attacks, but
Balloon
what?
Boy. Balloon boy. Let's hear it, chat. Balloon boy. You gotta watch out for him.
That was nice.
That was too nice. Raydish made it look like he had it in the bag, but Balloonboy locked in there, played patient, played calm and collective, made it a 2-2 series, taking us to game 5, baby.
That was nice. That breakdance was really unexpected. It turned into a victory dance right there at the end. Good job, Balloonboy. Sheesh.
Good job to Balloonboy.
Alright. I'm not going to Apocalypse for sure.
Okay, we're thinking about Small Fortress here. Small Fortress, Miami Dome.
Oh,
World's End. Okay. Small Brawlhaven with a little bit of snow on it. Okay.
Yep, I'm about to say this is the closest thing we got to Small Brawlhaven. If Small Brawlhaven was just a little bit taller, I think. Yes.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Now look. It's the last game. I'm gonna ask you one more time, Clown. Who do you think is gonna take this series right here, right now?
Ooh, man, that was an even exchange. These both just hit 3 pieces, and I'm still gonna stick with Raydish, even though he was the one who's getting pieced up right now. My God, what are you feeling right now, Hoppy?
I want to go with Raydish just because I know how well he can work with that orb, but that boy, Balloonboy, he's got a new. He'll take it all the way now. Let me see him in the grand finals against that boy Markiemoo or somebody hot like that, please.
We might see it because he's putting the work on Raydish right now. Though he is a little more damaged. Ooh, nice. Any small string could set him back in the lead.
Anything here, and it's crazy. I thought Balloonboy had a nice little start here, but again, you have to watch out with Raydish. He's just, I hate to keep saying the word consistent, but look at that.
It's what you need to
combo off of orb every time. Sidelight share, and I'm not mad at it. It's a good move. Probably the best move he's got on it.
It's beautiful. You need it. It's that bread and butter. Every fighter needs that bread and butter. Something that just always will work.
Literally something that will always work. Literally.
Ooh, but Balloonboy doesn't get hit too much. Just takes a quick splash of damage.
A little quick splash of damage. You know what's crazy? That little splash of damage matters when you're almost exactly the same damage on the same exact stock. Raydish is a little bit dark, a little bit more darker, but that's all right. Balloonboy still not too far ahead, especially like I said, when Raydish has such good edge control and such good understanding of his true combos.
Yeah, he's getting Balloonboy on a lot of these whiffs, but honestly, Balloonboy's getting a lot more punishes, so looking quite dire for Raydish at this point. Already in the red.
I wouldn't even say dire because even though he's not even in the red, he's more in that orange. Okay, now he's hit that red mark. I'm sorry, Balloonboy's touching him just a little bit more.
I heard you. Uh-oh.
Basic recovery, no need for the Sigs. We just talked about this. Great recovery again. Whoa! Look at that stock.
That's his bread and butter right there. Made a raw recovery into a D-light recovery. Oh, it is.
You're good. Oh, wait, are those the Adidas on feet?
They are, yeah. Balloonboy has
on
the avatar.
Feet? Is he going to be able to get... Oh! Balloonboy has the avatar, but Raydish gets the KO with that beautiful ground pound.
Yeah, I almost thought that weapon throw saved Balloonboy, but nothing to stop that ground pound.
This right here is literally going to be the be all say all right here. Raydish, if he's able to keep getting these consistent strings in with no recall or repetition back or retaliation back from Balloonboy, it's going to get real ugly real quick.
Once again, they're going tit for tat on this last stock, last game for this set. Winner is guaranteed at least third place here. A lot on the line.
Ooh.
A lot of hot pockets.
Top three. A lot of hot pockets. Oh God, Balloon. Oh my God, was that supposed to grab?
Oh my God,
was that supposed to grab?
He grabbed him out the sky.
Was that supposed to grab?
That was nice. No, I will not.
No way. Was that supposed to grab?
Grabbed him by the leg and pulled him out the sky. And my lord, I was just about to say,
that hitbox was crazy.
Raydish was doing a good job in those last 10 seconds in keeping stage control, but he was so poorly damaged that mattered so much for the game at the end there, and just grabbed him by the ankles and got him out of here.
I didn't that was a good move. I'll be honest. If it hit, it should have finished, but I didn't think it was gonna hit and grab. I thought Raydish dodged it, got away from it. Oh, right here. Is this the move? Right? This is it right here. Oh my God! What a great hit.
Beautiful counter. And there we go. Balloonboy is guaranteed top 3 now. Raydish is not out of the running, though. He is in losers, but congrats to Balloonboy on guaranteeing 3rd place. Good shit, man.
Yeah, Balloonboy getting 3rd place. But not only that, 3rd place over someone like Raydish, when he's so well known in the Brawl community for being one of those guys, always making it to the Royales, always placing pretty high in these tournaments. And Balloonboy showed up, showed out, and showed everybody why he should be here competing against the best of the best.
Not have said it better of myself. Balloonboy has been improving throughout this year, and we're seeing what it looks like, what constant improvement looks like. But up next, we're gonna have Ft.Raydish and Money Holla
Koichibu versus Moni Holla. Great Sword versus Katars. This is actually going to be a pretty interesting matchup, especially seeing that Moni Holla is deciding to go with Imugi, one of the most newest legends presented in Brawlhalla, and our newest Great Sword legend. We'll see how Moni Holla, plays it out.
Yeah, I love it. I'm an axe player myself, so I've been begging for an axe. I was disappointed at first when I saw it was a Mugi, but his Sigs, and if you play Mugi, he's a lot of fun to play. Like,
he's so fun to play. Literally one of the most fun legends to play. Little slow, but he's literally like his Sig kit is crazy.
The turtle, that's what he's meant for. His attack and his defense, they greatly make up for it. But we also have Reachable here on the Asuri. Nice classic pick.
Yeah, see, I don't know about that Imugi Asuri matchup. Even though I feel like Imugi's just such a strong legend, he's very slow, and Asuri's one of those quicker legends, especially with her sword. You have to watch out for her. So I'm not sure how this is going to go for Moni Holla, but I'm pretty sure he has a game plan on how to handle it.
Yeah, especially considering how you play Greatsword and Axe. These are just weapons with a lot of end lag on some of their moves at times, and Katars and Sword can easily pick up and get a lot of damage off any whiffs.
Yeah, especially on a legend who's so slow. Markiemoo, I mean, not Markiemoo,
Whoa!
my apologies. Imugi's one of the slowest legends out there at the moment, if not the slowest. He literally might be the slowest legend in the game. So you have to be careful on what you throw out, because you can get punished like that and get KO'd by the Asuri.
Yeah, but that caveat is thanks to great defense and great attack. Reachable had to get him into deep red to finally take that stock, but he does take that first stock. Oh, but they're back to basically an even state on the second stock on the first game. Ooh.
This first game is actually way closer than what I thought it would be, but these are two legends just going head and head at it with some of the greatest weapons in the game.
I'd say Moni Holla is one of the best Greatsword players in NA right now, so this is who we got.
Yeah, definitely not only one of the best Greatsword legends, like players in the NA, but definitely just the game as a whole. Definitely top 5, if not top 3 greatest Greatsword legends out there right now.
I see what he was cooking with that side sig, but Reachable did a good job waiting and catching with that
great
sig.
string by Moni Holla!
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That was more than just beautiful. And the thing is here, people don't understand, Koichibu's really what he's like I said, he's coming up, but he's been in the scene for a while now. But now he's starting to really enter the Royales and all that. Moni Holla is still fresh to the scene, new to the scene, really starting to show up to these in-person competitions and really start making a name for himself. So the fact that he's able to not only hold up, but hold a lead against someone like Koichibu, it just shows how interesting these matches really can get.
Yeah, no, Moni Holla's been here for quite a while, but not as long as Koichibu. You are right on that. Remember, he had quite the upset last year at BCX and beating out Cuddy Travis, and he was kind of just riding that wave and slowly improving over time, and what it shows. He's here in top 8 for these Hot Pockets, and ooh! He's about to even out these stocks on this game. Ooh. My bad. I read those numbers wrong.
Yeah,
He's in the lead.
God, you're good. That's one thing about Moni Holla, man. Ever since that moment at BCX against Cody Travis, we've only seen him move upwards. Oh my God!
What a string!
Oh my God! Koichibu trying to take Moni Holla out.
He's in too deep red. If Imugi sneezes right now, it's over. And there.
GG's. Yeah, that was a great game. First set taken by Moni Holla. I can't say I'm surprised, but again, against someone like Koichibu, you never expect it, or you never can know what can happen. Very impressive.
Players are constantly evolving, so we never know 100% who's gonna win these matches, but that was good.
That was definitely good. I like that. Moni Holla not only held his own, but took over and got the first game. If we see anything like this continue for Moni Holla, Koichibu might be in for a bad one. And that's someone who just went out and beat Markiemoo. So I gotta watch out for Moni Holla. I don't know if it's Imugi. I don't know if it's Greatsword.
It could be a lot of things right now, but Reachable must be going through a roller coaster of emotions right now, losing this first game after taking out Markiemoo like that. Woo! Nice little start with Moni Holla there, getting a little bit of damage in. Always like when a Sig pops out. It's always fun to see. Yeah. Ooh, nice neutral air to stop that ground pound. That could have been bad for Money Hala, but he is now disarmed. Unfortunate, these
Money Holla is just built.
games can be quite expensive to play in person, but when they have their opportunities, they truly do shine, especially on these online events.
Definitely on these online events. I don't know if it's because they're more comfortable at home, they're on their own space, give me their own mindset, or just, you know, they're not good in person because of the crowd. But these online tournaments always seem to show some of the most craziest plays in the craziest moments.
Yeah, when you're in a comfortable position, you can play this game a lot better. And sometimes these online tournament matches are more intense than moments at LANs. Woo.
Which is crazy to say, seeing that BCX is coming up, and this is going to be one of those warm-up tournaments where people are going to try to utilize the competition and intensity of these situations to try and practice and get better for BCX.
Yep.
So even though these online tournaments are a little bit different than the in-person tournaments, it still helps these players in the long run with both.
100%. Yeah, this is the big monies at BCX at the end of the year here, but this is the training ground. This is where we're seeing them try everything they can to improve and get better up until that last minute, because this next weekend. Woo. Nice.
Money Hala, even though he's down here in the color, they're about at the same stock, and Money Hala could easily overcome this setback he's in at the moment. But Goichi Boo seems to be a lot more locked in. Amazing edge control by Goichi Boo. Amazing edge control by Goichi Boo.
Wait, he's comboing with this weapon throw constantly. That was beautiful. Nice little shield to keep the movie off him.
Being able to hold back somebody like Money Hala like that was absolutely astonishing for Goichi Boo and could really make a comeback for him in this game here.
Yup, it's looking quite dire for Money Hala. Oh.
He has to watch out for Money Hala's strings though.
Yeah. Damage is already even.
Great finish by Goichi Boo.
Whoa, nice punish on that sider at the end. Rushing in to get that knockout. Good job, Goichi Boo.
Yeah, that was a great finish. Yeah, so that makes the series 1-1. Markiemoo, I mean not Markiemoo, Money Hala. It's just every time I hear the M, Markiemoo comes up. Like, what's going on? Am I tweaking?
I mean, I won't say it, but I'm just playing. I mean, I get it. Markiemoo, Money Hala, I get it.
Yeah, you feel me? But again, I feel like Money Hala just put on the show for the first game. Goichi Boo puts on the show for the second game. But again, these were some very close games. 1-1, very close red stocks. So we'll see how this goes because there's no telling who could actually take this one home.
We're switching over to Demon Island for this game, a much longer platform. Ooh, and not any smaller platforms to work with. So might be a little different. We might see a lot more damage. Ooh, get added up. Oh, you also have to remember Demon Hala has very low floors, so being hit down there is very dangerous.
Yeah, you are 100% correct. Getting hit down there is no joke whatsoever.
Wow. Yeah, I was expecting these players to rack up damage on stage, but they seem to be just trying to dunk each other off stage here. Keep them off. Ooh. Nice closeout for that first stop.
He said, ooh. Yeah, Goichi Boo gets the first stock over Money Hala, but again, it's still pretty close. Money Hala is sitting at white 2 stocks. Like, Goichi Boo has 3 stocks, but it's almost solid red. So if Money Hala is able to get this stock off Goichi Boo, he might be able to make a comeback here and make the series 2-1.
Yup. He's having a little trouble. He's getting a lot of hits in here when Tsuri doesn't have that much defense, but he's hitting him off to the side, opposite sides of the stage, and Goichi Boo very much still alive. My God.
Which was very much still alive, able to still get some hits off on Money Hala, even though about 1 or 2 hits he is out of here.
That side like to cancel what that signature was quite nice. Money Holla's now in the orange, finally able to close out that stock from Ichibo, but that's not a great spot to be in right now. We're not afraid, sending him off stage while being unarmed. Easily picking up guitars.
Ooh. Only Holla now in control of the edge here, even though Guichibu makes it back no effort. Guichibu looking to get the stock off on Moni here.
Nice couple exchanges here where either of them are carrying momentum.
Great finish sig by Guichibu.
He found the opening.
You know, there used to be before the Gray Sword hate, there was Qatar hate. So between these two, they both have crazy weapons, but even crazier play styles.
Yeah, both these weapons.
I can't say anything. Really.
Yeah, no, I agree. Both these weapons, if they get a dodge, they can convert it into a lot more damage just by predicting what their opponent's going to do once that dodge is burned. And yellow quickly turns into red with a nice string, but ooh, Money Holla takes out Ichibo. Being in the orange yet again on this last stock. He hasn't been able to pick up the pace and close that final gap.
Moni Holla sitting here very Guichibu gets another stock, getting the set over Moni Holla, making it 2-1.
He closed all 3 stocks with down sig. He has hit like 4 down sigs this whole set, at least. I have not been counting, but he is consistent with closing out on that down sig.
Yeah, a switch up here by Moni Holla, gets off of the Mugi, goes to Cassidy. I wonder if he's done this to hopefully get around those guitars and that one stick. They seem to keep taking him out.
Yeah, this is interesting. Money Holla, when he did beat Cody Travis, he was on that Magyar, so he has quite a bit of hammer experience. You see the Cassidy in black, so maybe before he was playing Magyar, he was a Cassidy main.
Yeah, Cassidy main is not a bad thing at all. You know, hammer's a great option. It's just being a blaster user is pretty tough because that's not an easy weapon to understand or use at all.
Once you figure out how to play blasters, that does bridge a lot of knowledge, and you can convert that into a lot of other weapons once you get the hang of good spacing and being able to follow up on strings that are a little more difficult to input. The same I feel goes for hammer, where it's very fast and there's not a lot of punishing opportunities when you miss, but there's a lot more to gain when you hit these strings that might need a little more complicated input. Woo!
Yeah, I feel like I'd be more scared of Moni Holla, not because of his experience in the game, but because he's chosen a legend like Cassidy with one of the 2 hardest weapons in the game to learn. Let's be honest, in order to mix up and really get spicy with that hammer, you got to know what you're doing, and that goes the same with the blasters. You have to know what you're doing. So the fact that Moni Holla has picked 2 of the hardest weapons to really understand in the game shows how much skill and how much understanding he really has. So you have to watch out for a player like that.
Yeah, I think that also goes to speak in what it takes to become one of the best greatsword players, is understanding all that knowledge, because that probably helped out a lot. Woo! Oh, it's looking great for Money Holla on this 3rd game. Already having a full stock lead.
That legend switch up was probably the way to go, it seems, because Moni Holla is making Guichibu look like a plat fighter going against a Valhallan. Go crazy, Moni Holla.
Beautiful hammer coming out from Money Holla right here. He's putting in work with both weapons, but he's closing it out with the hammer. It's looking quite nice for him. We're finally able to take that first stock, but he's a full stock down now.
Yeah, not only have we realized, but the chat has also realized that Moni Holla made a great decision here, going over to the Cassidy, getting off that Imugi, because he is making Guichibu look like he does not know what he's doing.
Nope. Oh, what is that? Okay. Money Holla's getting a bit wild here. Careful. Oh, Guichibu is starting to get the flow here.
We're down to our last. Yeah, I would say we're down to our last stocks here. Moni Holla versus
Okay.
Guichi Boo.
Oh,
Guichi Boo in the red though.
He throws away those blasters. He wants to close out with the hammer. He's more confident he's gonna finish this stock out now with the hammer.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm literally standing up in my seat right now. Don't know who's gonna take this one home.
God. Ooh, Guichi Boo keeping him off with the nairs here. Really afraid of getting hit with a lot of moves.
Nice
And oh,
play.
what neutral air coming out from Moni Holla
Go.
himself closes out the match. Getting his first win in this set.
No, that's actually his second
I'm
win in the
so
set.
sorry.
Moni Holla did win the first set, so I think that makes the sets 2-2, I believe. Am I tweaking? Can we get a confirmation, please? Confirmation,
Chad, I can't
please.
count.
That's a
can't
2-2. It's 2-2. Thanks for the confirmation.
My fault.
Can you believe? I'm not gonna lie. After that switch up, I'm gonna have to put my money on the Moni Holla. So if you got points out there, chat, go for Moni Holla. He's going crazy right now.
I wonder, is he gonna stay with the Cassidy there? It looked like Guichi Boo was starting to catch up at the end there and starting to figure him out.
He would be crazy
But that
to leave
Cassidy
the
was
Cassidy.
good. That hammer was beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't really see much blaster gameplay. Did we see any blaster
there was
gameplay
blaster
at
gameplay
all?
here, where I saw some dares, I saw some stairs. There was some blaster gameplay here, but it was mostly hammer.
Yeah, 90. Let's say 95% hammer. I'm not mad at that statistic. We're just gonna put it out
Yeah.
there though that hammer did carry the
Oh, I just
show.
got he's 9 decks, by
Okay.
the way. Interesting choice.
So he went from great sword to hammer. Guichi Boo has chosen to stick to the guitars. It's 2-2. There's literally no telling who's gonna take this home.
Nope, you can go either way here. Oh, they both get the weapon. Both players very careful to get this first hit. Okay. Crazy momentum yet here. Ooh, nice 3-piece. Players are being very careful with these. Ooh, but Ichigo takes out Moni Holla for this first.
Wow. Yeah, Guichi Boo gets that first stock off from Moni Holla, but it's not even the fact that he got the first stock. It's the fact he got that first stock and he's still sitting not even at orange. Well, now he's at orange, not even at red yet. At third stock.
Oof.
Moni Holla's got a lot of catching up here to do.
As you say that, he's slowly going into the red here. Moni Holla's not taking too much damage. He is in the yellow though. You don't want to be taking a lot of damage without closing that stock. There we go.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Moni Holla has to be careful with Guichi Boo, even though he's got, somewhat of a chance to come back here. If he lets Guichi Boo take over like he is right now with those little hits, it could be a problem in the long run.
Ichigo hit almost 3 dares on Moni Holla right there. Trying to get in his head a bit here with the guitars. These good punishes. So we're being very careful to try just not land anywhere near Moni Holla so that way he gets to touch ground for free. Very smart. Oh! Man, that down sig is just so good for him.
I'm not going to lie. I was so excited for Moni Holla, but Guichi Boo just locked in out of nowhere, went Super Saiyan God on him, and it's not looking good for Moni at all.
Ooh. Is not. They're both at the same color, different stocks here. Moni Holla has to close out dual stock now if he wants a good chance of taking this set. Ooh.
It's just so crazy because Guichi Boo's playing so patient yet so smooth now. He gets the win over Moni Holla, making it a 3-2 series.
Ichigo is so good at spot dodging and punishing with that down signature. If you overcommit on Ichigo, you are signing your death certificate. Ichigo going into winners finals here, guaranteeing top 3. Good job, man. Just consistent.
Top 3 by Guichi Boo. So does that mean Moni Holla goes to losers bracket now? So that means he has a chance to make it back into the tournament on the main stage. Hopefully he's able to do so because that was a great and exciting matchup. Such a close game.
Yup, I'm excited for the rest of this tournament here, but when we get back to it, I think we need to calm down, get a quick break before we continue with the rest of the action here.
Nice, nice, nice. What's good, everybody? Welcome back to the Moose Wars 1v1 Hot Pocket Tournament. It's your boy SIB Hoppy right along here with my boy Clown. How you feeling today, man?
Yo, I'm feeling great. I'm really excited about this tournament. We've seen some great sets so far, and we're about to see some more good sets. We're about to see Megdi and a newcomer, Erx. Hoppy, can you tell me anything about Erx?
Yeah, there's not much out there about Erx or even how to pronounce his name correctly. But all we know so far is he's in a PR number 132, yet he's sitting here top 8 opportunity in one of the biggest Brawlhalla tournaments out there right now. So he's obviously someone to watch out for.
100%. I mean, like we said earlier, it's a week away from BCX here. All the improvement right now is going to matter in that week. So Erx making a top 8 in a tournament like this, that's nothing to shake your head at. Like, this is pretty impressive.
Definitely pretty impressive. And I'm looking at his history here. He's actually gotten top 10 in a Frostbite before, community tournament, and he's also placed top 100 at BCX. So Erx has obviously been at a few lands, been in a couple tournaments, rather online or not. But again, he's never had an opportunity like this one.
Yeah.
Hot Pockets 1v1 Moose Wars, and he's got a chance to take it home against some of the best of the best.
Yup. Right now, he's going to be tested against Megdi. He's won a lot of tournaments in the past. He hit top 4 in 2v2 last year at BCX, and he's done quite well in ones for a really long time.
That's good. That's good. And here's the thing about Erx now. If he's able to pull off one of the craziest upsets against Megdi here, it's still not going to be easy for him to try to make it back to that winner side because he's going to have to go against Money Holla. Whoever wins this set here is going to have to go against Money Holla next.
Yeah. No, being in losers top 8 is quite the gauntlet right now. We have Money Holla, and then in winners we have Balloonboy and Glitchable. So even after you get past Money Holla, you have to fight the winner of Raydish and whoever wins between Snowy and Volst, which we're gonna watch next. Like this is gonna be tough for Erx, but again, just saying
super tough
that he got here is crazy. It's good.
Exactly. And the fact that he even got here, and this is again, he's up. You look at his name compared to some of the other guys here: Money Holla, Raydish, Snowy, Guichi Boo, some huge names, and yet you have Erx who just pops in, pops up, and starts to put on a show for us. So let's hope he can hold on to this momentum he's got, because it seems like he's got the people's love, the people's he's the people's winner. So hopefully he's able to hold it down for the chat here, hold it down for the audience, and show us how it's done out here.
Yup, it looks like he's locking in that level 100 Ogrim against Megdi's level 100 Val. We're talking about the axe changes behind the scenes. I'm not liking them. So let's see how he can do these new changes.
Oh, and he's going to go ahead and pick the axe too. What a great pick.
Okay, maybe he gets the first weapon, but he isn't able to do anything with it just yet. Okay.
Now, I'm not sure how Megdi plays against Lance or plays against Axe, but with the gauntlets and sword, I don't think he's going to have too many issues, especially against Erx.
Yeah, well, Megdi has played a lot of players in this past. Coslic's known very well player. Megdi has a lot of sets against.
Yeah, but again, getting played with that Lance there. Look at Erx just sitting there. Oh, doesn't matter now. Megdi looking to take over.
Okay. Not too far apart. Megdi does have the damage, now having it being Erx in the red and having him unarmed. But it's not impossible for Erx to turn this around. Ooh, but he loses that first stock.
Yeah, Megdi gets the first stock here off of Erx. It's still sitting at orange, so he's able to get a few more hits off, possibly before Erx goes and takes the stock himself.
Yep. Only in the red. Has to be very smart on how he closes out here. Axe, although it will knock you out if you get capped by it, can be quite slow at times. So he has to be careful in finding the right opportunity to get this knockout. Which is over to the Lance,
Good
maybe.
hits.
Ooh. Nice side air.
Lance is just. I don't know how to feel about Lance. I feel like Lance was my first big op, my first big problem in Brawlhalla, you know. And to see someone like Meg D struggle with it as well is just completely understandable. I'm not gonna say anything about it, you know. Between Axe and the Lance, I know he's out there having a hard time mentally. I'm not even mad at him.
Yeah, 100%. Well, they got these giant hitboxes where with gauntlets and sword, they're faster, but their hitboxes are sometimes a bit smaller.
My God. Meg D got the first stock, but Erks here takes the lead, making it 2-1 on the stocks, and he's definitely holding it down with his Lance. I don't know if Meg D's going to be able to get around it.
Oh, he's converting
well, not
a lot of
only
damage
does
with
he
these
have-
strings right now.
He's literally cooking right now, and everyone knows it. Great recovery. Does it really matter? Oh, wow, that weapon throw to cancel out that Sair coming from Meg D was actually a crazy IQ play.
Yeah, he was being real careful on that approach back, and it's going to pay off. He's going to get Megdy to the red before losing the stock. Maybe he's even going to take the stock right now. He gets him off stage. Is pretty good position here.
Oh my God.
Oh, nice side light into an air to keep him off stage.
Erks is not only playing a solid game, but a smooth one at that. It makes it 2-0 Meg D to take the first game.
Player 2 wins.
Nice, taking that dodge away and confirming that side air. Beautiful first game for Erks. He just beat Megdy, showing that there's a reason he's up here right now.
Wow. PR 132 taking over BCX finalist Meg D. I can't believe it. And he's a stay hydrated gamer. Oh, they're on the come up.
Yeah, I've seen this clan for a few years now, but this is the first time I see a player do so well from Stay Hydrated Gamers. I think maybe Truck Stop Burrito has been in Stay Hydrated Gamers, which probably tells me there's a lot of Ogren players in there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of these guys switch these clans and work so much, bro. You never really know.
Yeah.
But I know that name though.
Woo. Yeah. Ooh, he's getting nice strings right here on the Lance. Just making for a ride right now.
Oh my God, Erks! These combo, these strings, these sing setups are beautiful. Are we allowed to call him an amateur? Are we allowed to call him? If he wins this tournament, we're calling him pro. I don't care what nobody says. Fight me about it.
I do not co-sign that.
You
That's
take over Meg
insane.
D. You beat Meg D. You beat Moni Hala, Guichi.
That's fair.
And Balloonboy, and you're
Look.
considered a bum? No. I
The
can't.
bum is great. Hold on.
Amateur,
We gotta say,
amateur.
it's not black and white. That's.
It's not black and white. It's not.
Oh,
but it might be. Oh, I lied. It's not.
Oh, it's even stocks right now. He's making it seem like he deserves that pro status, though.
Oh my God! Look at the whip around that he's hitting with those lands. And I haven't seen him pick up the axe really much since he's figured out the download on Meg D is to just use the lands.
Yup. If it ain't broke, you do not fix that thing. Oh, just
my
hitting a
God,
lot of
yeah.
neutral airs right now. Okay.
Yeah, a
Through
lot
the
of
air.
neutrals with Meg D stuck in the air. He's keeping Meg D stuck in the air and just playing great offense doing so. Oh my God.
Works no juggler here.
Both of them having great opportunities to take these stocks and make it a 2-1 situation.
Ooh.
Great recovery by Meg D.
Very patient coming back right there. Works almost took him out. Ooh, they're
Great
both last
recovery
hit
by
right
Meg
here.
D getting that finish, putting Erks at a 2-1 disadvantage.
Yup. But he gets sneezed on right now. That'll easily even out the stocks.
And he did exactly that. He sneezed on him and evened out those stocks.
Manifested that moment right there. Oh, it is. That's his curse. Okay. Ooh. Seeing some nairs coming out from Megdi this time, keeping him in the air. Ooh!
Just steadily hitting him back and forth.
Yep.
I hate that.
Oh my.
Great D-lights here. Oh my god, it's that edge control Megdi has over Erx right now, and it's really making it hard for Erx to go ahead and get this finish.
Yep.
It's so I'm here for the underdogs and the underdogs only today. I'm so sorry.
Oh man.
He's just great finish. Okay. Great finish by Megdi. Great finish by Megdi.
You know what?
Erx unable to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I heard you talking. Go ahead. You got it.
So this happens quite a lot with pros, but I feel like Megdi quite often too, where they lose that first game just to kind of like research and kind of understand the new player that just showed up in the scene. It's like, you know, when you're that new player, you got a lot of tricks in your sleeve that maybe somebody hasn't seen yet or doesn't expect. But
Yeah,
that
it's
second
definitely hard to
game,
get. That second game showed it all. It's definitely hard to get the download on somebody when you've only seen them play once or twice, especially when that once or twice was sets, moments just before yours. Doesn't give you time much really to understand your opponent.
yeah. Why I meant earlier, right? It's not black and white. There's a little bit of gray area here. You can take a game off a pro, but can you consistently take off multiple games and get those sets? That's what matters for progressing in these tournaments. And Erx has been doing pretty well this tournament so far, but he has to keep rolling with that momentum. Ooh.
Yeah, momentum is a big key here, especially seeing that the series is now 1-1. You have to really, because here's the thing: if you let him get the 2-1 lead, let Megdi get the 2-1 lead over Erx, Erx might lose that momentum, might lose that consistency that he has and that patience that he has, and end up losing the entire series. And we don't want to see anything like that happen at the moment.
Yup, he has to stay calm here after taking that first loss in the set. We turn things around now. And what, that damage lead isn't too far apart right now. Ooh, ooh, nice punch with the sidelight nair there. A little bit of damage.
Great dodge by Megdi.
Oh, nice weapon throw to get back on stage.
Good hit.
Max is funky. Beautiful. Okay. Erx just can't get touched on this first stock right now, or else. Never mind. Never mind. We have even stocks. Nice nails coming out from Erx right now, but still more damage than Megdi.
Yeah, I just really want to see what Erx does with this stock on Megdi. He's making it seem like he can handle this situation, but at the same time, Megdi's not making it easy. Even though he has the edge control at the moment, Megdi's looking to retaliate, even though Erx has great footing and great hits here. But gets ground pounded by Megdi. Megdi makes the stocks 2-1, possibly making this series the same.
That was nice for Megdi right there. He was getting taken for a ride off stage there, but Megdi just turns that around with one nair and puts Erx below him, and that's a real tough spot for Lance to get out of. Give him a great spot for this third game right now. That's the full stock.
Oh my god. That was a beautiful move by Erx, but he's put himself in a bad position that can possibly get him finished here by Megdi.
Looks like so. Oh no,
he's holding on for dear life.
God, by the skin of his teeth, he made it back to stage right there, just barely touching with that down air. It was nice.
Literally barely, when you say it, barely.
Yeah, he has to be careful off stage here. He keeps trying to take Megdi for a ride, and when that happens, he gets put, sometimes turned around and put under Megdi, and that's a terrible spot for Lance to be in, especially with gauntlets. They have that nair, they have that down air, ground pound, recovery. You now want to be facing them. Is that horizontally or vertically? I'm a little challenged. So. Oh!
Oh, and Meg D gets the win over Erks, making the series 2-1. If Meg D gets another win, he will continue on as Erks will be knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, it looks like McD might have the read on Erks at this point. He's won 2 full games right now with a pretty significant lead on both of those games.
Now let's not forget now that even though Erks is down, he's got a lot more download information off the internet that he can get on Meg D's playstyle than Meg D can get on him.
Sure.
So therefore, Erks might have something up his sleeve we don't know about. Let's hope we find
100%
out.
true, but he has to bring it out right now. I hope this man starts to adapt well. Both players being very careful about the hits they're throwing out right now. Nice.
I'm starting to think that the gauntlets are definitely the go-to here for Meg D when it comes to going against that Lance, but that Lance from Erks is just so picky and so tedious when it comes to his moves. Even though Meg D gets a beautiful string off there.
Yeah, I think Erks is.
Oh. Ooh.
Back?
Yeah, that comeback was crazy. That recovery by Erks was definitely crazy when Meg D basically had him fully KO'd off the edge there.
Okay.
If
Oh.
Erks gets this stock before Meg D does, I'll be super surprised and almost
Well,
amazed.
it is looking close right now. McD's almost in the red, and Erks is not getting sent back off stage at all anymore. He's... Oh, but it's okay because McD just takes him off the top. But he is... That's like a red-orange right there. That's like right between both colors. I don't want to be in that spot if I'm Val to Ogun. Ooh.
Oh my God, Meg D, please relax. The strings are getting a little out of hand.
Nice neutral light from Erks to finally get McD off him and off stage here. Oh! Really?
Gets
Huh!
him off stage, but unable to finish.
Exchange right now. Erks is trying to close out this stock as soon as possible, throwing everything at him, literally. Ooh, nice down there to get him out of here, and that's 2 stocks to 2 on this 4th game. Okay. Nice little 2-piece. I'm really liking Erks' movement on the Lance right here. Over the axe. Being punished for that ground pound. Ooh. And McD takes that 2nd stock right now. It's looking dire for Erks. This is his tournament stock right now. He loses another stock. He's out of the tourney. That's it. His time in the sun is over. Oh, okay. McD at bay right now.
Yeah, the more this game goes on, I'm starting to just see how Meg D is taking complete control here with those gauntlets. That's the only thing I know Erks is so irritated and worried about is getting away from those gloves. Woo. Even though the game's still pretty close here, if he's able to get this stock off here, he might have a chance of coming back and continuing this series, but it's just not looking like it's going to happen that way.
Yeah, he's one of those players where if you give him an inch, he will take a mile, so he has to be really careful in all the attempts at engaging right now. He's getting decent damage on McD.
HD, great edge control. He's really got full control of this game. Having Eric's almost basically in red stocks now, with still 2 stocks to his name. And even though he's got knocked out here, again, he's still a full stock ahead of Eric's. Eric's got a lot of makeup room to hear happening, especially on such a game that's so close.
Up 100%. Like, and that's it. This is his last game if he does not clean it up. Oh, Megdi being very careful in what he's choosing to finish out these combos with. Not engaging too much if he doesn't see the knockout. For that kill shot.
Ooh, great finish by Megdi, taking it all home with a 3-1 finish on the series. I can't say I'm surprised. I just can't say I'm surprised. The guys just like that. Megdi's cut like that.
Yeah. I mean, he just took that first game to download Erks. That's what it feels like. I mean, he...
no, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, good job from Erks to get this far and to take a game off Megdi. That's impressive. But Megdi's showing why he's the pro here. He's top dog between these 2 players.
Wait, say IRQQZ. There's no way that's his name.
I'm sorry.
It's not Erks. Yeah, we got to stick with Erks. It's just that I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, IRQQZ with the win. I just can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Even though that was a beautiful shot
I respect the branding, but no, that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, we got to start talking to you players about your names and legal purposes, you know? What happens when you got to patent this stuff? How do you patent something like that?
Also, your name shouldn't sound like an LLC. I'm sorry. Like, sound like
you feel me?
Conglomerate.
But we're talking about the wrong person here because last I checked, Megdi took the series there. Beautiful win. Gauntlet soars. Val pickup. Beautiful.
Yeah, Megdi just showing it how it gets done, you know? I mean, he just took every opportunity he could and just kept adding that damage, compounding that damage onto Erks right there, and just
yeah. So with that being said, he definitely moves on further into the losers bracket. Next, Megdi will have to face Moni Holla. Both being from the same org, actually, from Meow. It's actually pretty impressive that they've had so many org. Actually, their org seems to be taking over this entire tournament. Meow Balloon, Meow Goichibu, Meow Moni, and now Meow Megdi moves further on into the tournament.
Alright, forgive me real quick.
Hey,
we're having a bit of technical issues, but anyways,
Clown?
we're gonna get on to the next. Hello?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh my god, you couldn't before?
No, I couldn't hear you before. My bad.
Alright, go ahead. Yeah, you play it.
I didn't want to talk over you, so I just shut up real quick. But anyway,
Good.
we
That's
got Volst here. We got Volst showing up with the Orion yet again, and we got Snowy just beat out Java for this top 8 spot. Went out with who knows what.
Yeah, like I was saying before I cut out, this is actually, these top 8s are looking a bit crazy because now that Megdi's moved further and he's going to have to fight against his own org member, Moni Holla. But not only that, if either of them continue, they'll have to face Balloonboy or Goichibu if they're able to beat out Raydish, and again, more of the same org members.
Yeah, it's an insanely stacked bracket now. All these players have almost, well, Volst, I don't know if he's got any top 8s, but these other players for sure have hidden top 8s in major tournaments before. So a lot of big players going against each other right now.
Definitely a lot of big players are going against each other right now. I'm just so surprised that all of them have really come from almost the same exact organization. You know, Meow wasn't one of those big orgs coming up, but they're really starting to make a name for themselves, making top placement in tournaments such as this one.
Yeah, when they picked up Balloonboy and Gucci, that was a good decision from Meow out there, because they've been putting Meow's name out there this whole past year, and that org is kind of skyrocketing into the scene thanks to that.
Yeah, definitely thanks to that. They're actually, they might actually be boosting the scenes up themselves. Meow might be putting a name on for Brawlhalla. you know, with some of these great players they have.
Yep. Oh, it looks like Snowy's coming with the Onyx today. He's played
Yeah,
a
but
lot of
on to
characters
the next
over
one.
time.
We have Snowy versus Volst, aka Shadow Jesus.
Yes,
It's
sir.
actually a fire name.
Yeah, it is. It is the name. But he's always played Orion. This is a classic pick from him. While Snowy, he's a lot more range when it comes to picking characters. So, see how that plays out against Volst right now.
Yeah. Even though, again, another Lance pick. You know, people were really coming off those Lances and starting to move away from those Legends, but ever since, you know, Brawlhalla's most recent updates, you're starting to see those Lance mains come back stronger than ever and really putting up a fight. Again, you just saw Urk's last set go with the Ogrim, and now we have aka Shadow Jesus here going crazy with the staff and Lance matchup.
Yup, a long time ago, there was just only pretty much Ogrim in these tournaments, and now we're seeing a lot more variety in these Lances. Specifically, I feel like there's been a lot more Orion. It's a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, definitely a lot more Orions, but definitely, like you said, different picks. Like, you know, we saw the Caspi so far, we saw the Orion, we saw the Suri, and now we've even got to see the Onyx come out in 1v1s, even though most of the time you see that as a 2v2 legend, or a legend that's utilized for 2v2s. So again, being able to see such these great players use a different variety of legends this time around is really fun and great show.
It also speaks to the ooh. And by the way, this is a very close game. Snowy taking out Volst's first stock, not taking too much damage right now. Go either way at this point. Yeah, it really speaks to the health of the game. We've seen the variety of legends throughout this tournament, and honestly, the whole year.
Yeah, and the game seems to be really healthy lately. Brawlhalla's made a lot of, you know, starting to add a lot of things, adjust the game a lot to where it's, you know, more balanced.
Yeah. Hopefully more exciting.
Even now, we're looking at their stocks and their health. They're both pretty balanced here. Both sitting at 2 stocks of red, almost exact same color, exact same standing. This is probably one of the closest games we've seen so far. And it looks like Snowy's here is trying to get the finish with the D-Lights. Great finish on the
too high,
cannon.
though. Nice.
Nice, yeah, literally nice.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's Cannon's brother right there. You light into whatever they like. You know, nares, dares.
Nares, dares.
Depends on the situation, you know?
I want to see an unarmed demon. I want to see an unarmed demon get in here and put the hands on somebody. That's what I need to see.
I feel like unarmed is underrated. Now, obviously, like, a lot of weapons have better range, better options, but unarmed isn't like, you don't have zero chance. If you shake people up with a good unarmed skill set, it can take you pretty far.
You'd be surprised. I've gotten the hands put on me by unarmed demons. So I don't care what the weapon is. If the right person's using it, you better watch out. But Snowy's looking to take the win on this first set, leaving Shadow Jesus, aka my boy Vols.
Yeah, it's not looking good
Snowy
for him.
gets the
Deep red,
first
there it is.
game, makes it 1-0 for the first game, make it for the first series.
Nice showing from Snowy. I mean, felt dominant, but honestly, that was a pretty close game. If Volst finds the flow here, it still can go either way, but good job, Snowy. Both, again, level 100s.
Level 100 for both legends. That might explain why it was so close.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Is it me, though?
I still feel like... Go ahead.
Is it me, though, or does everybody have a level 100 now?
Oh, no, not even... I still don't. I have over, like...
Okay.
1,000 hours in this game. I still don't have a level... But, you know me, I like to switch off legends and go random.
Okay. Everybody has one now, but maybe that just tests to, like, these better players and how much time it really takes to learn these legends.
Great move by Snowy. You know, it's crazy. Even though the games were pretty close, I could just tell that Snowy definitely had a little bit more control that last game than he allowed Volst to have. So again, even though this is close, you still have to watch out for guys like Snowy who really know how to take control and keep hitting you consistently to where it becomes a problem.
Yeah, Boss was doing a good job right now of keeping control of that stage right now. Keeping Snowy far off as much as possible, but Snowy will come back on stage and kind of almost even up the damage very quickly.
Definitely end up that damage. Vols can definitely come back here. I feel like he's relying a bit too much on that Lance. I could be wrong, but if he keeps that weapon in his hand, I believe that Snowy's going to get these next 2 games too easy, making it a 3-0 series. But don't let me speak too soon, because Vols might actually get the first stock here. Definitely gets the first stock using his spear sigs.
Woo! Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe he needs that spear to close out these stocks a little sooner. Ooh. Nice side air to get him off stage right now, and then Vols far away, but he's still alive. The grace of Valhalla. Okay.
Oh my God, that land string was
very
actually
well
pretty.
right
Oh my God, oh my God, count it. How many hits is that? Count it up. How many hits is that? Count it up.
You aren't stopping.
Oh,
okay, that dare finally interrupts his. But he took a lot of damage out of that string. He's already
Did Vols
deep
get
red.
the
I thought he was
download?
yellow at the beginning of that. It
Did
felt like
Vols
it.
did Vols get the download? Oh my God.
Ooh, my heart rate just doubled after that exchange right now.
Somebody needs to check on Snowy after that. He might be going through it. Oh my God.
Vols being very careful with the spear.
That Lance was lancing.
Nice. Oh.
I don't even care about the spear KO. You gotta watch out for that Lance. That looked like it was on its way to be a 20
Yup.
piece. No barbecue sauce.
A lot of players, what ends up happening is one weapon, it kind of just does all the damage, and the other one closes out the stock. And for Vols, it looks like that's how he's playing. Oh, Ryan! Look at all this damage!
Lance combo! Oh my God. Now I see why Erks grabbed the Lance, because it obviously has something to do with something crazy. That was crazy. The combos was
It
crazy.
was beautiful. Just taking Snowy for a ride that a whole last half of that game. Just taking him back and forth between that stage and just picking up that spear when it was time to, close it out.
Good God Almighty. We thought Snowy had control. We thought Snowy had the download. But Vols went to the halftime locker room, went to the drawing board, came back with some nasty Lance combos, and is now putting on a show for the crowd. We love to see it.
Snowy, you better not be getting comfortable right now, because if you are, you might just lose this set. Vols is
3,
packing
2,
up
1.
good punch right now.
The scary part for me is if I had the points and the coins to put up, I would have put a good amount of those points on my guy Snowy.
Yeah.
Not knowing that Vost had something in his bag the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, this is the time. This is the week before BCX. All these players, they have to figure themselves out. They have to figure out what's the best game plan. And, if I'm taking Snowy out of top 8, I feel like my game plan's looking pretty well for the season.
Literally. And that's so crazy that you mentioned that, because now I think about it, this is obviously the BCX boost, man. Those guys have BCX on their mind, that championship on their mind, that trip on their mind, and they've obviously gotten the boost from it, because I've never seen them act like this before.
Yup, and Bolt finally gets stock with that Lance. That whole last game, he was only using the spear, but it's a nice end sig right there to close up that first stock from Snowy.
Ooh, Snowy gets the KO, making it a 2-2 match here on the stocks, and the health almost exactly the same. So now it's on even playing field, even though we've got a few hits off. Oh my God.
I feel like Snowy has woken up just because you see how he was dash skipping between those stocks right there. It just feels like he's a little more antsy, possibly, for this game. That's exciting.
Yeah, I told you. After that last game, somebody better go check on Snowy, because Volts got the download, did something crazy, and now Snowy's can play completely different, rather be for good or for bad.
Snowy trying to get Volts to get back on stage right now.
Good reads. It's the reads that are getting me, bro. It's just, oh my god.
He's hitting those good openers, leaving him to like kind of do whatever he wants with this lance right now. I keep getting hit with these side lights, getting hit with these D lights. I'm gonna get upset. I'm gonna get frustrated, and I might start making some mistakes. And Volst, don't capitalize off something like that. Oh, looking very close off the edge right now.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Snowy's got him off the edge, but I feel like Volst has so much momentum here that edge control that the Snowy has doesn't matter. He's gonna get the D light, double D light to the center, true combo. Is that what I just saw?
That was nice. That was beautiful. Classic spear cutscene.
Oh my god!
It's activated.
Really so simple but so beautiful. I'm not even mad at it. And again, he's gotten another lead over on Snowy here with the lance in hand. Even though Snowy got a nice recovery off, evening the one stocks 1-1.
Very close third game here. Both in white. Last stock. Gone to Puckster all 3 games. Woo! This little nice string coming out from Snowy right now on these gauntlets. Converting that into a cannon string, into a gauntlet string. Okay.
I told you, bro. Once those gauntlets get in hand, it gets ugly. In the hands of Snowy, they get even uglier. Hopefully, he doesn't get another. If he gets another recovery off, it's over for Shadow Jesus here.
He just keeps hitting these side lights, setting up the perfect recovery. Ooh, nice down air. Volst is in deep red right now.
Volst is playing super slow in this end. Ooh, this is so close. This is literally so close.
No. Volst has to be very careful because if he loses this.
He's still alive after that?
Yeah. Neutral Light's not going to kill off on stage like that, but if you can hit that Neutral Light off stage like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. As I say it, he hits it.
Yeah.
Amazing. No notes.
He hits. Okay. That makes it a 2-1 series. Snowy up now. Again, I still have faith in Volsto, a.k.a. Shadow Jesus. He's come with a name to make for himself, and he's not going down without a fight, obviously. Because even though Snowy's sitting there with that Pro Series champion on his title, Volst is not backing down any and still putting
It looked like Snowy was sleeping that second game, and Volst woke him right back up. So Snowy better stay attentive here, because if not, Volst will just take this whole set. Okay, nice work from the spear this time. I'm liking it. Dig the vibes. Neutral layers, neutral lights. Starting to take more damage than Snowy is. That's not good. Okay. Both players be very careful to play a little game of tag here. No, not too much commitment, because if one player gets a dodge read on the other, they're gonna get a lot of damage out of that.
It's crazy. I know if Snowy wins this one, he gets to move on, but I want to see Volst take it with another crazy set of land strings, please. That was so spicy, boy. I got excited watching Brawlhalla for a second.
I always love all these games, but that no, I know what you mean. Just taking them for a full ride across the entire platform, that's something very few people can do. Oh my, that neutral light.
Literally, especially with such aggression.
Yep. We love aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to have to be a little bit more aggressive here, seeing that Snowy's up 2-1 in the series. So if Snowy gets this win, he gets to move on, and Volst will be knocked out, and I'm pretty sure that's not what he wants. So he's going to have to lock in, get the download on Snowy, and able to pull this win off and the next one.
Yeah, Snowy able to finally take off that first stock of this 4th game, but he's already in the orange now. It's not a great spot to be in. Okay.
You know, having to go up against Snowy in the first place is not a great spot to be in from the beginning. Going against any of these guys, I'd be crazy. But there goes the land strings again.
I like there. Quite useful this tournament. Quite a few players.
Yeah, for sure.
Capitalizing a lot off these sidelight dares. Oh, it sends the opponent in a really good angle.
That is getting a lot of nice. Snowy's getting a lot of good hits in with that cannon.
Yep. These neutral lights. They're both in red right now. Either player gets a good signature off the edge, or oh, that would have turned into a 3-piece with the recovery. Volst might have been back in his bags for that second stock.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Volst to go for the Sigler on Lance once he saw that Snowy was off edge, red hurt, but he didn't. He actually jumped up and went for a side air.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it looks like right there, Volst was trying to charge right into Snowy, and at the wrong time, gets side air off stage. And oh, that down 6 is not enough to take the stock. Volst is very hungry for this kill, using every option right there as Snowy's trying to land. Oh, it's too eager. Okay, he's able to close out that stock, but if he got too eager and kept missing, that would have been really bad, and we could have ran away with a lot there. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna need Shadow Jesus, aka Volst, to really take it slow here. Focus on those land strings that he used to utilize and get his win earlier, and pull those out to get the win now. Because again, if he does not get this win, Snowy will move forward into the tournament, knocking Volst out.
Yup. Yeah, this is tournament set right here. Oh, and he's already in the orange, just not looking good. He needs to, I don't know if it's slow it up or speed it up. Because, man, when he gets those lance strings, it looks like the game progresses quite quickly. So, hopefully he gets a good sidelight there right now. Gets a good option after that. Ooh, but doing a good job of at least keeping Snowy off stage. Applying a lot of pressure here. Being very careful when to come back onto stage.
Oh shit.
Whoa!
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Oh my god. Snowy takes the series 3-1, continues on into the tournament, knocking out Volst. I can't believe how close that actually was.
That was a real clean way to finish it right there with the weapon throw into D-lane to recovery. Just beautiful Punisher of the dodge, closing out the game, looking like a pro and getting out of here. He's already gone. He's ready to collect his money for these hot pockets.
Yeah, even though Snowy won, let's get a GG's in the chat for Shadow Jesus, aka Volst. He came here, went against the pros, and still put up one heck of a fight, especially with some of those crazy lance combos he was able to bring out.
Yeah, Volst has always been really spicy on that Orion. We got to see some pretty cool looking stocks with him taking Snowy up and down on Apocalypse in that second game there, but unfortunately, Snowy beats him, and great for Snowy. So we're gonna see a little bit more from him later, but I think we're gonna switch it up to different casters and take a quick break. But I had a great time. How'd you feel, Hoppy?
Hey, look, man. I always appreciate AJ for letting me commentate these things. These tournaments are one of the best tournaments out there, not only for Brawlhalla, but esports as a whole, man. So big shout out to Moose Wars, big shout out to Brawlhalla, man. And y'all stay tuned for some of the best sets that you'll ever see in Brawlhalla esports.
Yep, I have said it better myself. And I'll be signing off. Y'all have a good night. Enjoy the rest of this bracket.
good together. All we need is a little bit of space now. Can't you see that we are better, better than before? It's you that I love. 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 Time will try to separate us. All we need is a little bit of focus. Make sure we respect each other. I swear to God, it's you that I love. 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 It's you. It's you that I love. 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 It's you. It's you that I love.
Yeah, stay side. Aight, what are you ready or not? Nothing less but a no did this test is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight, solid, rock to the top. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Every moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and no stop. I see through your eyes like a window. Nothing inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get go. When I put it on you, have you wishing that he stayed home. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. Wanna be the boss, but it ain't that simple. I'ma let you know what your answer is. Every moment of the contest, I'ma keep it pushing forward. This is the ultimate challenge. It's too much to be ignored. Anytime you wanna bring it, I'ma find a way to win. Undisputed champion. Undisputed champion. Showtime. Live to the
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hot Pockets Brawlhalla 1v1 tournament. We are a week out from crowning a BCX champion, and we are 6 sets away from crowning the champion of the Hot Pocket Brawlhalla tournament. I'm PJ the Puff, joined by my good friend Sparky, as we get into the top 6 of this very hot and ready bracket. How are you feeling right now, Sparky?
I'm really curious with how this is all going to end up, because we have some normal things are happening in this tournament, given that it's 1 week before BCX. So this is like one of the last chances, if not the absolute last chance, that people have to practice in a tournament setting. Because we have Balloonboy here, we have Markiemoo here, we have Money Holla here, we have Megdi, we have Raydish, and then kind of the outlier here is Snowy. And we're going to get to see Snowy in a little bit. We're going to talk about Snowy when Snowy comes up. But first, we have Money Holla versus Megdi. And this is Megdi coming off of a set that I thought he potentially had the chance to lose back when he was playing against Erx. I was really taken aback by Erx's Lance movement. He was doing a great job. His wake-ups were fantastic. He was playing the range game a lot of neutral air juggles on the Lance. And that was rough on Megdi in the very beginning of the set. But then Megdi, in true ultimate top player fashion, really started to understand when those wake-ups were going to happen, when the movement was going to come into play, when there was going to be a gravity cancel wake-up and things like that. And he ultimately figured it out and took it 3-1, even though there were some close games in there. Now he's going to be going up against Money Holla, and that's going to be a complete 180, I guess. I don't know if it's he's still going to struggle in the range game like he did against the Lance, especially when he had gauntlets in his hands, which is the weapon that he wanted to play. I wonder how he's going to get in on Money Holla's greatsword, especially with this Imugi, with all of those signature options. That's one of the reasons people are playing Imugi.
No, absolutely, and I think Money Holla has definitely piloted Imugi at the highest of levels, top 8ing a recent event off of the Imugi pick. And I think this is one of those matchups that if you're not quite ready for, if you haven't looked into the lab and said, okay, what is Imugi really going to be presenting to me, it can definitely kind of trip up the game plan that Megdi wants to develop. A player that's so good at developing that very patient playstyle. It's going to be very important for Megdi to not only respect what Money Holla is able to do on the greatsword, but also the axe and the signature kit that Imugi will be presenting. As we start off here on Small Fortress of Lions, already Megdi playing very, very solidly, kind of walking down Money Holla into the corner, not allowing him to even pick up a weapon here. Very smart stuff from Megdi to start it off.
Yeah, the weapon starving being a priority right out of the gate, very smart for him. Now Money Holla has the greatsword. I do wonder if the wake-ups were an issue in the beginning that Erx was using. I wonder how Money Holla is going to use them. He already got the nice greatsword string there to get the first KO while he's barely even in orange at this point. But if we're looking at signature opportunities to gravity cancel and find KO options with those signatures very early on, that's where greatsword players tend to struggle. And so that's why a lot of them, or some of them, have gravitated towards the Imugi, because Jaehyun has strong signature options, but they're not quite as dynamic as they are on Imugi. Nice weapon toss there to interrupt the oncoming onslaught from Megdi over on the right side of the stage. Great whiff punishes, though, coming out from Megdi, and that's what was really working for him. That turned the tides quite a bit in his favor against Erx earlier.
Yeah, really, really great start from Money Holla here, but Megdi looking to find this KO, gets the downlight into recovery once again, finding the landing on Money Holla's Imugi. Very, very clean stuff. It's good to see Megdi in form. Talked to Megdi a lot about kind of what his mind was going into this year, and now we're seeing Megdi lock back into the Vow, a legend that he believes is strong because of the sword, and you're already seeing that from Megdi, starting off pretty early on with the gauntlets and switching over the sword and really playing that very controlled game, finding those KOs with the downlight. Megdi, they'll scramble there with the gauntlets, looking for that side light, looking for any really big damage. We haven't been seeing a lot of big strings from Megdi so far. It's mostly been Money Holla finding the strings for KOs, but Megdi never too late to count him out, for sure.
It's only been these, right there. That signature coming out, grabbing high as Megdi was recovering back to the stage. This time he does have the soft platform on his side, so he's able to use that as sort of a zone of safety. There's the side air, the weapon toss goes low. Megdi's staying reasonably high, about 1 jump height up. He's doing a great job of just anytime Money Holla throws out a move, maybe he'll get hit by 1 or 2, but then he'll find a great whiff punish. So all of a sudden here on the second stock, Money Holla is still holding on to a nice lead here. Again, the neutral signature hitting high, sending straight off the top. So the KO potential from Money Holla with this Imugi pick is coming through great for him.
Yeah, we saw the first stock.
He actually reads the nair the other direction.
Yeah, we found he found the first stock off of a great sword extension, something we'll see a lot from Money Holla, but exactly what you're pointing out, where it's really, really dynamic signature kit from Imugi is causing a lot of problems for Megdi in spots where versus any other greatsword legend, you might find some comfort, very high vertically, maybe far away, kind of up and away. Mugi will be very good at scooping those hitboxes right up, and Manihala holding on to the wall here, taking a page out of Megd's book, I'm sorry, and Megd with the wall to Manihala. Manihala landing in the corner. Something that he was struggling with earlier was landing versus Megd's downlights. Manihala lands back down, gets a big amount of damage. Megd looking for that GC downlight, or really any downlight to find its connection. Just really can't beat the scramble right now. Finally finds one there. That should KO. Downlight into recovery for Megd. But it got real scary there as Manihala made his way back to center stage and did quite a bit of damage off that one string.
And now we see the Greatsword coming back over to Manihala, and Megd's playing extremely vertically. Like, Greatsword players love to try and control that ground, so Megd's going to jump up vertically, wait for Manihala to get impatient, throw out a move, and then fall out with a down air. Now, all of a sudden, he's backing up. He's finding a lot of landing punishes onto Megd. There's a D-Sig. Megd going back to the stage, then moving back up, hitting the recovery. There's a two-piece. The third hit misses. That finisher that Manihala wanted to find a connection with goes for the side signature this time instead of going with the Greatsword light attack string to try and change things up, wait for that dodge to come out from Megd. Then by the time the iframes are over, he can find the connection with the side signature, but it didn't hit. He still cleaned it up in the end, and this is sort of the pace that we saw in the Urk set previously. Now, of course, I'll refresh everybody, that ended in a 3-1 in Megd's favor because he got that download. The longer it went on, the more Megd really understood what Urks is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Megd, I think a lot of the playstyle that Megd leans into is very information dependent. You know, a lot more patient, really able to weave in and out, utilizing that movement. And I think a lot of that comes out of adaptation and game. You know, even though you drop the game number 1, you move into game 2, 3, 4, and 5 potentially, and say, you know what, I feel a lot more confident now. You know, although I might have lost the first game, I'm going to be able to use those kind of, you know, reads that you were getting on me earlier. You're not going to really get him again. And Megd's really good at doing that, saying, you know what, you caught me one time, shame on me. It won't happen a second time. And so far, that's been the story of Megd's run here in top 8. Manihala, though, is presenting a Mugi once again. And it's just every time Manihala gets a KO with a Mugi, it kind of shocks me on how early it actually KOs. Even there, you see the finisher sending really far away. Megd less than 100 damage, maybe. So you have to be very, very careful versus this Mugi pick.
Now, of course, we're going back to Small Fortress of Lions here for Game 2, and I think overall on the stage, like, even though Manihala won, I think Megd is able to utilize the stage better than Manihala was, specifically with that soft platform, using it. Man, Manihala again
that KO's so fast.
Doesn't even need the signature kit this time to get that KO. Of course, swapping his weapon out, priming that Greatsword for the next weapon spawn that comes in case he gets disarmed or in case a weapon toss goes awry. So he has exactly what he wants.
Yeah, exactly. And alrighty, I mean, this is such a big lead compared to the first game. The first game, Megd was able to get some gauntlet strings going off early, but now Manihala forcing Megd on the sword, and I mean, it just can't pale into comparison on how much range that popsicle is going to have for Manihala, and already kind of boxing out Megd. Now the one that's juggling Megd, keeping him away, and Megd looking for the dash jump movement, trying to find a way to get in, finally gets an end light there, but it's just so little versus it's such a big stock lead for Manihala. We'll see if he can make it back here, but eats a nair on the way back down. This juggle state for Manihala is absolutely smothering so far.
I don't know how Megd gets in here. He definitely is going to struggle just on the raw matchup with gauntlets. Like, you might find a 1 or 2 or 3 piece here and there. There's a nice D-Light into the ground pound to get that Sig punish on the whiff, or get the whiff on that Sig there. Man, Megd's just really going to struggle to find his way in. That's like gauntlets. They don't have range. Everyone knows this. And when you have a weapon like Greatsword, they can just box you out so much. Instant wake up with that neutral signature. Almost KOing off the top. Almost grabbed that one as well.
Yeah, you have to be so careful. And that's something that Mugi kind of presents is even in disadvantaged state, he has really tricky signatures. You saw Manihala using that down stick there. Big double weapon toss on Megd here. Looking for this KO. You really just need any hit. Nice side air from Megd forcing Manihala to respect him on the wall, but it's just not quite enough to really bring this back. You kind of want a reversal option there rather than a little bit of damage. Speaking of reversal options, though, Megd, big side air sends Manihala offstage using that soft platform, but Manihala, with the very last frames of being in the air, gets that nair hitbox out and catches Megd stuck in his own movement. Takes the stock there, 2-1 lead for Manihala, and it's looking dire for Megd as he's been really struggling versus this Greatsword.
We have a lot of 60-40 matchups in this game, a lot of 50-50 matchups, even a handful of 70-30s, but like this is just so brutal. I think Megdi really can only rely on the sword here, and like even Money Hollow was dealing with that pretty well. Megdi's finding like one hit after one hit now, not any like major momentum, but he's playing the straight hit game. The only problem is like doing that on sword is not a great way to find KOs, except in this case, he's finding it and not taking a lot of damage. We'll see now that Money Hollow can kind of reset everything and get back over to the soft platform. There is a weapon spawn there. Megdi, he's actually going over to the gauntlets. We'll see if he holds on to this once Money Hollow gets a weapon, or if he's going to really focus, on that weapon starve game. I think that's really important for him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. When players are such strong weapon specialists, weapon starving, very effective strategy. Downlight into NSIG for Megdi as he continues to juggle. This is what you want to see. Even though you get reversal there, you're not too mad about it. You got quite a bit of damage, and Megdi for the first time pretty even versus Money Hollow in this set. Exactly what we saw in the last set from Megdi as well, where he was able to really bring back a game number 2. Already gets a big read on Money Hollow, dodging down. Money Hollow stuck on the wall, gets the ground pound there. Able to bounce off the stage. Could have been really scary if that sent off stage, but right now Megdi is absolutely eating Money Hollow alive in this. Is his advantage state and knows downlight into side air, downlight into recovery might start KOing pretty soon here.
And this is kind of exactly what he did against Erx, is he's finding the pacing that he needs, okay, right as he takes a 3-piece. But before that, he was finding the perfect pacing where Money Hollow's going to throw out a move, whiff, and then Megdi can punish. Money Hollow's going to throw out a move, whiff, and then Megdi can punish. He did a great job keeping the momentum up when he was swapping back and forth between gauntlets and sword. And even that one moment where he hit the D-Light Insig, he threw the gauntlets towards Money Hollow, got the dodge, and then felt comfortable going for the D-Light into the neutral signature because Money Hollow did not have a dodge after that. Here's the great D-Light into the ground pound punish. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what Megdi's going to be really good at doing. You were talking about it, actually, where you were saying, the straight hit game wasn't working out for Megdi a lot. And it doesn't work in a lot of spots where your opponent is able to hit you and get big strings. But when Megdi gets into the mode of, I'm not going to get hit anymore, that's when Megdi's strategy of getting the 1-2 straight hits, very patient, very solid play where you're not going for crazy overextensions, really gets the shine. When Money Hall is able to run you over and take your stocks with 2 or 3 interactions, it's bad, but he can't take a stock if he doesn't win any interactions in the first place. And we'll see this swap to Jaehyun from Money Hollow here, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing much of the sword as we immediately see the lightsaber thrown away there.
So I think this is a smart choice for Money Hollow to swap over onto the JN because, of course, the Greatsword is going to be similar. It doesn't quite have the signature kit, but we saw Megdi start to figure out the signature kit a little bit more. It started to be less effective as the game went on, and then when Money Hollow had Axe, like, Megdi can handle that. That's a matchup that he can deal with both of his weapons and all of his experience in Brawlhalla. So now swapping over to the sword, I think matchup-wise, Money Hollow is going to have a better chance of dealing with the, like, faster weapons where you're not going to be stuck in recovery frames if you whiff, giving Megdi plenty of time to punish you after that. So swapping over to this is, I think, a really smart choice, and doing it early gives him time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing these weapon tosses for Money Hollow as he continues to stick onto this greatsword. There's so much work to put in if you're Megdi here, but finds it there with that GC sidelight into the recovery for some nice extra damage there on that string. Weapon toss and a swap off for Megdi. Now the one weapon starving Money Hollow. A downlight separates Megdi from a stock lead, and a recovery does as well for Money Hollow, who drops the weapon there and able to pick it back up. Downlight into side air will find the KO. Megdi with a stock lead after Money Hollow looks so solid with the double greatsword, or the greatsword game plan, threw away for the second greatsword. It just all fell apart, and Megdi continues to try to pick apart Money Hollow here with the gauntlets.
And I love the weapon starving still is like a major priority from him. A lot of players will like go for that towards the end of a set when it's like, oh, I don't know what to do. I've tried everything else. I guess I'll try weapon starving now. But Megdi was smart enough to do that from the very beginning of the game. Side sig over the corner. Great weapon toss from Money Hollow. Got a little bit of the stun, even though he wasn't going to get hit by the side signature. Got the punish and was able to get safely back onto the stage. Now it's sword v sword. We'll see if Money Hollow can deal against Megdi's sword. Like, Megdi's won tournaments on sword.
Yeah, this is exactly what Megdi wants, and is the reason that he's picking Val again, confident in the sword. Money Hollow in a terrible spot here. Mind you, Megdi's up a stock. I was just going to say, even though going for that, you still have quite a bit of a stock lead, but sometimes it's a little scary to go for that versus Greatsword, a weapon that could really snowball some momentum, and we'll see if Money Hollow can snowball this one with that big Greatsword there, but Megdi picking up the gauntlets, gets the end light to send away. Money Hollow stuck off stage. Another side light sends him off stage. A weapon pickup from Megdi is sword, so a down light can find a KO. Scary spot for Money Hollow, but equally scary for Megdi. No platforms to run away to either versus the Greatsword, but Money Hollow once again with a weapon toss away. Interesting choice for sure.
Yeah, Megdy's afraid to commit to any KO starter, specifically the D-Light or a GC D-Light, because he knows Money Hollow is right there with the Great Sword, can throw out a neutral light, and that's going to hit in that perfect area that Megdy's going to be looking for. He would have to perfect dodge and see and read a neutral light coming, but all of a sudden, Money Hollow gets the sword in his hand, and it's Megdy's game.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see the whiff on the N-Sig. Megdy really confident. Played a lot of J-Yuns in his day and is definitely going to be able to find that connection on that recovery. And Megdy now running away with it on the gauntlet so far. Downlight and light. Looking for that downlight to continue that extension. And it's looking tougher and tougher for Money Hollow, which is like a complete 180 from what we were seeing in game number 1, where the gauntlets were struggling to get in. Now that seems like Money Hollow can't keep the gauntlets away. A sword pickup there, a drop on that D-Light into the Nair, a little bit too interior of a hitbox, but all things considered, Megdy looking so solid to take this game. Money Hollow really going to have to find an edge guard or a way to close out this stock easily. There it is, downlight recovery, and can't count Money Hollow out yet. Greatsword is online for Money Hollow.
He's towards the latter stages of orange here. Megdy's able to grab a weapon almost immediately. Just a dash D-Light coming out from Money Hollow. There's a 2-piece into the backdash. Another 2-piece into the backdash.
Big end light from Megdy with the weapon toss to break the mold as well. Very important. Downlight. Oh, sorry. Side light and goes for the turnaround there on the dodge through. Megdy didn't give it, but lost the weapon in the process of the scramble. A sword gets picked up. A side sig from center, and it just doesn't get punished that much. I mean, you're definitely happy to not lose your stock for that, but that's a scary read to go for there for sure as Megdy.
Yeah, you saw Money Hollow wanted the big punish off of it. He got the 2-piece and then went for the turnaround into the end light. There's the side sig over the corner, and Megdy is now up 2-1 as we're about to head into game 4. 622 damage. So quite a bit of damage that it took for Megdy to find all 3 stocks from Money Hollow. That's like not to be unexpected. That's a very common thing, especially against a thicker character like J-Yun and on a large map like Demon Island. Man, the side sig over the corner. Money Hollow had the read on that the first time. He knew it was coming, so he could fade under the stage, hit the turnaround side air for the KO. There's the recovery KO from Megdy when it was sword versus sword. There was another D-Light recovery coming out from Money Hollow. And now Money Hollow is making yet another swap over to the Cassidy. And this is an interesting swap. I think Cassidy, as a high dex legend, as a high dex hammer legend, and also as a high dex blasters legend, has some room to go. I think there's a lot to be done here that like Wubs hasn't fully explored yet, and I think a lot of people have not fully explored how strong this legend can be as a high dex hammer legend.
Yeah, I like to talk about, you know, every legend has 2 weapons, but it feels like Cassidy is one of the legends that has only one, because a lot of Cassidy players will lean very heavily into the hammer. Of course, having high dex on the hammer allows you to really close in distance. Side light is a very oppressive tool on the ground, especially with all that dex. You have downlight converting into signatures, so all in all, I feel like Cassidy, like you were saying, has a lot of room to go, but right now Megdy not really unfazed by this so far. Waits out the recovery, jumps high, goes for the side air there, and Money Hollow, even with a GC side sig, as much as that sends you horizontally, not nearly enough to touch the walls of Demon Island. And Megdy with a stock lead once again.
Yeah, even though we're talking about like a 9-dex legend here coming out with Cassidy, or high dex in general, you have a lot of creativity with that, but still both of these weapons are going to be like more standard. It's something that Megdy has had a lot of experience with throughout his entire career, as opposed to something like the Greatsword. There's the weapon toss, has the dodge, going to touch low on that wall, and Money Hollow's not going to do anything except grab the blasters and start to queue up that side sig. There's the D-Light recovery into the KO, even goes for the insta ground pound on the ground, so Money Hollow's showing a little bit of his blasters chops there, but he's going to throw him away and go back over to that hammer.
And hey, so far right now, Money Hollow making the hammer work. It's 3 nairs there. That's a lot of damage swing, and Money Hollow going for a lot of these N-Sigs on an attempt to catch Megdy, jumping the center stage. Finally there, we see catching a landing and a lot of the signatures, but I mean, why not? That's why you're playing Cassidy, for that signature kit, for that high dex like you were talking about. Downlight into the sig again. It's just incredible damage, incredible spacing, very hard to punish if you're not ready for it. So far it's working out, but Megdy finally finds a way in, gets a downlight into Cider, breaking the mold, and another downlight Cider in the exact same way he was able to take the last stock. Money Hollow looking for a high recovery on an attempt to catch Megdy kind of floating above the wall. There, gets punished once again, downlight into Cider, and right now Megdy playing very well to edge guarding the hammer.
I would like to see players explore Cassidy a lot more. Now, maybe if we got some blasters buffs, that would move people over into it. Was Money Hollow trying to cheese under the stage?
He was trying to cheese it!
We don't know! Who knows? He's got gonna fall for it, showing that it's not effective against a player like Meg D. And that is a 3-1 for Meg D over Money Holla. We saw it start with the Amugi. That stopped working. Then we saw him move over to the Jaeyeon. That didn't work. And then we saw him move over to the Cassidy as well. And that did not work either. So Meg D, in basically the exact same way that he beat Erks in the set previously that he played, he did essentially the same thing to Money Holla.
Yeah, that if there is one legend in the entire game on one map that you should not go for that against, it's Val, because Val has gauntlets, Val has sword side sig, Val has incredible tools at punishing you for going so low underneath the stage where you really only have one recovery option. Do not go for that. This is your public service announcement. No matter how funny the clip may be, don't go for that versus Val on Demon Island. As Meg D moves forward, Money Holla unfortunately is going to bow out at 5th place there, but still a very incredible run. And once again, it's not too bad. You know, this is the practice for a lot of players going into BCX, but also a great event to be at. Once again, shout outs to Hot Pockets and Moose Wars for bringing this event to reality right before BCX. Some nice last minute practice. And, you know, as a Meg D fan, of course, it's cool to see Meg D back in form on the Val. That's exciting for sure. But I believe we're going to be going right into our next set, which was Raydish versus Snowy. And you were talking about Snowy being kind of the odd man out of this top 6. How do you feel about Snowy's chances versus Raydish here?
There's like Snowy's. Everyone knows that Snowy's really great. Snowy's won tournaments, former world champion in 2v2. But I do worry about the Onyx pick a little bit, especially in 1v1s. I think it's a little bit of an outdated pick in 1v1s. It's a different opinion if we're talking about 2v2s, but I think it's definitely an outdated pick if we're looking at 1v1s. Specifically, Gauntlets can struggle a little bit in current day with the way people are playing right now. Struggle to find ways in, struggle to find punishes. Not a terrible weapon by any means, not bottom tier whatsoever, but I do worry that like that Snowy is like relying so much on his incredible fundamentals and everything he's already done. That's his like bag of tricks. That's his library. That's his encyclopedia that he's built up. And I would love to see Snowy kind of move on to a more quote unquote modern legend in the way that we play 1v1s here in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see that here on the graphic. Like Rayman, a great legend, you know, very very modern. You see, like the canon legends that are finding play are finding play for very particular reasons. So you have Zol, of course, being like the demon of like I have so much strength. Axe is a really meta dominant tool. You know, we saw a lot of Sidra, and Sidra is a relatively fast sword legend with a decent signature kit, of course, a set play, and Sig that covers a lot of space vertically. So you're seeing like the canon legends picked for very particular reasons. What really is the reason to pick up Onyx in this meta is hard to say. Of course, you have good signature kits, but a lot of that is tied to kind of the environment of 2v2. So I definitely have to agree. It'd be cool to see Snowy modernize with, you know, what is very in the meta right now. Like a Rayman pick would be crazy. You know, you keep the gauntlets, the axe is really strong, but I like to see some cannon in general. I'm wearing a cannon necklace right now because I'm rooting for Snowy here. Definitely the underdog in this top 6, but it will be very, very interesting to see kind of how he deals with Raydish. And Raydish, you know, is somebody that is, you know, very clearly one of the best players in North America and one of the best players in the world. An incredible run through the Royale where he was able to stop Kaina on a crazy run. Raydish is somebody that I expect to be in the winner side of this tournament, looking to, you know, sit pretty in grand finals, but instead fighting his way through this top 6 in the elimination side. Scary spot to be in, and definitely scary versus Snowy, as we were talking about. Someone that you don't see quite a lot can definitely bring that X factor for sure into this set.
Yeah, looking at just the raw numbers for these players while we wait for Snowy to kind of get in this lobby here, it's like we're looking at Snowy being, for 1v1s, PR number 26, compared to Raydish being PR number 2. So, like, we know Snowy more for 2v2s than 1v1s, but he certainly had his own 1v1 run back in the day, but it seemed like his kind of exit from the 1v1 scene was happening at the same time that Raydish's like entrance into the 1v1 scene was happening. So these two, they haven't really crossed paths too many times. They have like a total of 6 sets played against one another, which at this point, like, that's really not that much considering how long both of these players have played the game. And a lot of them, if I'm looking at them, like, I mean, even 2 of them have just been this year. Once was at the trial of Balder, once was at the trial of Heimdall. Like, Snowy didn't even get top 8 in those tournaments. So they've been at definitely different spots in both of their careers that they were at the same time, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely, once again, I keep saying I'm really excited to see this set. This is definitely going to be, I think, kind of shade to what we saw in the previous set, where it's somebody that, you know, like Money Holla, a pretty aggressive player that's very, very good at like smothering their opponent. Now you're seeing Snowy who's playing a legend like Onyx that's really all gas, no brakes, versus two players that have really revolutionized. Did I say that word right? Revolutionized? Yeah, revolutionized.
Yeah.
You know, I'm washed. Revolutionized like the passive play in North America for sure. So it'll be cool to see kind of how Raydish puts his spin on, you know, playing and receiving that amount of aggression from a legend like Onyx, as we were talking about. The cannon, the gauntlets, very forward-facing, very forward-moving weapons. So as we are filling here and waiting for Snowy, who will be joining us shortly here, I want to do a quick update of the rest of the bracket. In the winner's side of the bracket, we have Balloonboy versus Guichibu for winners finals. Balloonboy, somebody who had a standout performance in at the Royale, so look forward to that after this set. This top 6, I mean, besides like the outlier of Snowy, has been relatively, you know, has made a lot of sense for sure. So I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I wouldn't count out Snowy yet. Snowy might kind of prove us all wrong for sure.
Yeah, you're talking about Canon Legends being picked for very specific reasons, and then you just mentioned Guichibu. He's the other person that we have here in this tournament at this level who is picking a Canon Legend for a very specific reason, and it's not even really the canon coming out when we think about the way that Guichibu plays the game. Like, he's a Qatar player, and then when he has the cannon in his hand, he's either looking for a D-Light Nair because it's KO time, or he's going to be throwing out a lot of neutral signatures, or if you're on the corner, he's going to be throwing out a lot of down signatures. We do have Snowy in the lobby here. We'll see as this game starts. Both of these players coming in with level 100s on their legend of choice. Raydish, of course, with the level 100 Red Raptor, and Snowy with the level 100 Onyx. And we're going to Apocalypse.
Yeah, my dog's also really excited for this match. I don't know if you could hear him in the background, but I particularly, I'm very, very excited to see how Snowy sets the precedent immediately. It's so easy to fight somebody of the caliber of Raydish that's able to just completely take over a match. If I'm Snowy here, I'm looking for a way to kind of make my mark on this set, and already fighting versus the unarmed, gets 2 endlights there versus the orb on Raydish, but I definitely want to see a weapon pickup. We see a cannon, and this is the matchup that will definitely define this set moving forward. The cannon versus the orb. Raydish, a master of both the boots and the orb, but this orb has a lot of problems for a lot of very aggressive players.
The vision that I see in my head right now is like Snowy throwing out a neutral signature, maybe gravity canceled over on the corner, and then Raydish is not near him for it to hit, and then all of a sudden Raydish comes in with a big punish off of that. That is just like the vision, the That's So Raven style vision I see coming in this set. We'll see what happens though. Great gravity cancel. Raydish has hardly taken any damage whatsoever here, starting with that sidelight, but Snowy was just above him. Sidelight off the stage. Snowy's able to grab the weapon, now moving over to the gauntlets, inlighting the wrong way.
Yeah, and this is the spot where it's really, really scary. When Raydish is sitting on the left side of APOC, when the platform's on the right side, it gets really difficult to find a way to approach in, because literally any whiff will be met with a sidelight into side air, which will find a KO, and sometimes you don't even need to find the sidelight when you find a jump call out there. And speaking of which, not a jump, but a recovery that goes high near the wall, gets called out by that side air, and Raydish looking really, really solidly here. Of course, you know, Onyx, a legend that doesn't really struggle in finding KOs. You can definitely find confirms relatively early, but Raydish is a player that it's very hard to pin down with those confirms, and Raydish knowing that, holding his corner really solidly here, jumping to the top platform. Of course, as I say that, he gets hit with the downlight into Nair, but it's not enough to KO. Raydish, one more chance at an opportunity, looking to cycle back to an orb when he respawns. Smart stuff from Raydish.
Yeah, Snowy was being really patient because Raydish was jumping around so much, hardly touching the ground whatsoever, because Snowy wanted the D-Light into the neutral layer as the KO option. And so he's just waiting because he knew how aerial Raydish was playing. There's the neutral light. That's going to be the KO. Great cleanup there from Snowy. He's only taken about 40 to 50 damage after that, like on this second stock here, and he's going to swap over to the cannon. That's his main weapon of choice that he wants to not only do damage, but find KOs with as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see that down air from Raydish, kind of shades of what we know him for being really good at, which is just completely shutting down a lot of these approach options, and Raydish will know that. He'll kind of jump in spots, and then right before he lands, he's able to kind of evaluate if you're going to try to whiff punish him or call out his landing, and so far it's exactly what's happening versus Snowy, where Raydish is using a lot of vertical options, kind of waiting to land, and then as soon as Snowy tries to make an action on the landing, Raydish will just hit you with a side light, hit you with a side air, or hit you with both in a true combo to find a KO. Raydish controlling this match really, really well with this orb so far.
Yeah, that was a great perfect dodge coming out from Raydish to gravity cancel that side light into the side air as Snowy was approaching him. So great timing on that. He knew exactly what was happening. He's continuing it going here. Almost a full stock lead now against Snowy as that side air sends over to the corner, punishing the landing again with a neutral light. Snowy's just struggling to find any way in on top of Raydish. He's getting a few hits here and there, but it's going to take a lot. Now sent again over the side air, then a side light side air. Like, Snowy just has no momentum whatsoever in this game. Side light side air, and this game's really starting to wrap up here, and it has not been long, PJ.
And another side light side air, not enough to KO, but man, it must be demoralizing to get hit by that so many times. I mean, another side air finds its connection, and you know, if there was move stealing in this game, it definitely would be sale at this point, but Brawlhalla doesn't afford you that luxury. If you're getting hit by side light side air, you will be getting hit with it at full force every single time. Raydish, seemingly hitting 17 of those, finds the KO and finds game number 1 with the 2-stock. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I wish we had stat breakdown on like the amount of damage he did per weapon, because I doubt Snowy did hardly any damage whatsoever on the gauntlets. And the damage he did do, it wasn't side light into recovery. It wasn't gravity cancel D-light into neutral air into whatever. He wasn't finding these extended strings that you want to be finding when you're using gauntlets against someone, like we saw Megd doing earlier. The single hit, the straight hit here and there, like that's the way that Megd was starting his game against Money Holla, and that was the game he ended up losing.
Yeah, exactly. We actually do have the stats. Snowy doing 80 damage on the gauntlets, opposed to Raydish doing 550 on the orb.
Where are you seeing that?
We have the stat bot in the thing, so we can look at it. But yeah, I have yeah. So like exactly head on what you were saying with the gauntlets, where Snowy wasn't finding the big extensions. 80 damage dealt, 171 taken. Raydish 550 damage on the orb, 81% of the time on the orb. When you're fighting Raydish as Onyx, you're fighting the orb essentially. So until Snowy can find a way to resolve this issue, Raydish will continue to push the issue with this orb.
Oh, is that on the program view that we get in VMix?
Yes.
Oh, what? Where are you seeing it?
No. Dude, stats tool, man.
It doesn't have live stats. Where are you seeing the live stats?
I sent you the link. I don't know, man. I just see him, man.
Oh, it's on Pro Brawlhalla. Yeah, okay, I see now. Okay, sorry everyone.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
used to
Sparky,
being on
you
the
know,
side stream.
the age is showing. It's all right.
Oh my gosh! All right, dude.
But nonetheless, right now, Raydish with a stock lead as we were getting Sparky up to date on the stats. Raydish up to date on this matchup and really, really solid so far with the orb online once again. Every time I say the word orb on Raydish, it just makes me feel like, man, it's getting harder and harder for Snowy to get this game going. But as I say that, he's able to equalize the stocks a lot sooner here. I definitely like the switch over to the small Fortress of Lions. I think the Apocalypse platform is a little bit too low to the ground, so it allows Raydish to really utilize that as a way to avoid Onyx. Yeah. Here it's a lot higher, it's a lot more of a commitment to land on that soft platform, and now we're seeing it definitely pay off for Snowy as he's able to make this game a lot closer.
I think avoidance is the exact perfect word to talk about Raydish right now. Avoidance with a capital A is like you saw Snowy chasing off stage on the left side. Great dash back into the side light to extend the string. He's extending the damage, but a lot of times like Raydish is just completely disengaging anytime Snowy gets some momentum in his favor, and like that's what you want to do. You want to starve out the cannon player. They feed off of the momentum. You don't want to give them that.
Yeah, absolutely right about that. Going for that side light into down air, didn't find its connection, but Raydish with the kicks on there, the Adidas shout outs, looking at really, really solidly at getting a little bit of damage, and then he just weapon tosses it away. Obviously he wants to be on the orb, but even when on the boots, he's able to find, an opportunity to knock Snowy away. And another side light side air found his connection. I talked about the boots; it didn't really matter much as the orb is able to find the KO with ease once again. And Snowy a lot closer of a game versus this one, but Raydish going for the side light down light, goes for the GC end light for some extra damage on a read. That's pretty unorthodox, but that end light definitely isn't, as we find Snowy finding the KO there with the cannon.
People definitely will go for that when their opponent is lower damage, expecting that dodge in to happen, as opposed to complete disengage in case Snowy was trying to go in for like a wake-up hit after that, or to kind of reverse the pressure onto Raydish. There's the neutral light. Again, Snowy tries to push off stage. Raydish immediately goes through him and is back on stage, back in stage control, back closer to the middle and further away from the blast zones.
Big attempt there from Raydish to kind of send Snowy back to center stage, continue a juggle, get it going with that recovery. Instead now, Snowy able to reap the benefits of that. Raydish making a rare positioning error. Snowy getting some nice little damage for that. A side light catches Raydish hovering. That's a side light that many players wish to get on Raydish, but no capitalization from Snowy as he goes for the weapon toss, picks up some gauntlets, and the gauntlets really haven't been working out so far, but there to get a hit, catches the dodge and then the subsequent jump after, and it's real scary to kind of stack on top of Raydish, especially when he has the orb online side light into side air. Won't find a KO, but a side light there, that was the kind of killer. Didn't find it there. Another side air will though, and I don't know how you avoid that side light and that side air from Raydish. I just don't get it. It's ridiculous.
If you stay in the air, he's going to catch you in the air with a side air. If you're going back to the main stage to reset your jumps as any sane player would, all of a sudden you're getting caught on your landing with a side light into the side air. You're either sent off stage or you're sent into the blast zone. 560 damage was all it took that game. So great KO efficiency from Raydish. He actually did less damage than Snowy did and was able to take all 3 stocks in that game. It seems like Raydish he has the download, he has the right pacing to deal with Snowy here, and any of the things that you want to do as a cannon player, you want the side light into maybe the back dash, get the dodge from your opponent, go for the side light, string them off stage, the down air pressure off the stage, the weapon toss to kind of close things out if you didn't immediately send them into the blast zone, even the signature kit, one of the reasons you choose Onyx. That's just a complete non-issue. Snowy's not even throwing those out whatsoever here. Did he throw any signatures? No signatures that game. I don't think he hardly threw any at all in the previous games. So all the things that you want as an Onyx player, as a Cannon player, as a Gauntlet player, Snowy is able to do none of those things based on the way Raydish is playing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I talk a lot about it, specifically with Cannon as a weapon. What is the incentive to picking that Cannon Legend? And Onyx is definitely the signature kit. And, yeah, I mean, you pointing it out, 0 attempts at signatures. And the same can be said for Raydish as well, who hasn't been throwing out the signatures. We've seen a lot of, you know, like side sigs on Orb and sigs or down sigs on Orb as well as mix-ups. Raydish not really needing it as he's been doing it the old-fashioned way with all these light attacks and side airs. But so far, Snowy once again fighting back relatively well here on this Demon Island pick. Now there's no soft platform for Raydish to go to in a way to avoid with a capital A Snowy's pressure, but I'm not sure if you want it to be like this because now you're fighting against the boots, which we haven't seen a lot from Raydish, but already showing how solid it can be with no soft platform to alleviate how strong boots can be on the ground.
He's just punishing so many landings. Like, Raydish's landing punish game is unbelievable here against Snowy. Great ground pound, knowing all of the in-air movement options that Raydish was using to get back. He was finally able to hit like an offstage cannon down air on an opponent that was in red. Maybe not fully KO damage just yet, but still in red. Something that Snowy's hardly been able to do this entire set so far.
Another side air there from Raydish. I love that nair to extend the juggle state, and it actually trips up Snowy just enough for Raydish to grab the wall again and win the race to center stage. Finds a side air to close out that stock. Something that we haven't seen a lot of is like the really intense edge guarding that Orb can do, very tricky, especially on small wall stages. Instead, Raydish is like, I'll just condition you to get back to center and I'll hit you with side light side air again anyway. It's a tough world, and we're kind of just living in it when Raydish has an Orb in hand.
Yeah, that's kind of just the way he chooses to play Orb, is like he's not really going to use that down air very often off stage. He's just going to punish your landing. He's going to wait for you to get back, and then he's going to hit you and send you over near the blast zone again. All of a sudden, you're going to come back. He's going to punish your landing. That's the general flow chart of the way that he chooses to play. Now we're seeing some like zoning down airs coming out from him, given that he's playing so aerially instead of just like landing with the side airs or catching with that. But then he goes back to the ground, grabs you, gets behind you. There's the side light side air, gets behind you. There's the side air.
Oof, nice little end light there from Raydish. Goes for the GC side light as a way to cover Snowy trying to drift out. Oh no, there it is. That's the end sig. Dude, Walt is popping off right now. He loves that move. That end sig covers the landing, and there goes the stock. I was talking about no signatures. Finally, a signature comes out from Raydish, and it finds a KO. It works out. 1 for 1.
Wait, was Walt cawing earlier whenever that happened?
Yes, every single time. He's trying to get that started.
Okay, all right. Because I was watching the tournament on my other monitor while I was playing a game, and there were bird-related things happening in the game, and I didn't know if it was someone in my game cawing whenever they threw out the bird. But now that I know it was Walter.
It was Walter.
If
you're at BCX,
we're not going to let that
and
happen,
there's an
right?
NSIG, if we're at BCX and there's an NSIG, we expect all of you to join in on that one.
I'm gonna say don't do that.
We had the cool kid meeting without you, Sparky, and you weren't there for that one. And
Stop trying to make the call happen.
I mean, tell Raydish to stop hitting all of these moves so much, and maybe we will, because right now Raydish is really earning it. Side light side air once again.
Like there's just nothing more to say. Anytime Snowy wants to land back on the main stage, he gets punished. He takes a side light side air. Anytime Snowy wants to like get over near the corner and set up for something that's about to happen, all of a sudden Raydish is in his face, hits a neutral light. It's just it's so scientific. It almost feels bot-like, not in like a negative way, like Raydish is an NPC, but it's like it's programmed to be a certain way. You feed in a certain amount of context, and then he just spits out either an in-light, a side light side air, I'm going to dodge over you, get around you because you whiff something, and hit a side air. It's very formulaic, but like not in a derogatory way.
No, absolutely. You know, they sometimes you just go for the old bread and butter, that slow curve to the left. You know, that side light side air for Raydish. She's able to find the success every single time. Why not go for it? It's almost coming to a point where the match versus Raydish for a lot of players is showing Raydish that he cannot get away with just throwing out side light and side airs, and then the second level develops. So I'm not saying that was a level 1 amount of effort for Raydish. I'm sure it took a lot, especially because Snowy was making the games a lot closer in game 2 and 3. But man, when those signatures work out so well, those are definitely going to be a lot, or not signatures, sorry, the side lights and side airs work out so well. It's so hard to get, and Raydish should do basically anything else.
Yep. Absolutely. He takes apart his opponent with very simple gameplay. It definitely reminds me of, this will be maybe a little bit before your time, I'm not sure, of when like Simple was very dominant in EU, playing Bodvar, playing Hammer, and like all he had to do was D-Light Sair. Like the end of all of his games, it was hard to pop off because he was just like ending it with a D-Light side air, maybe a side light here and there, waiting for you to land so he could hit you with the D-Light into the side air. And that would be the end of the game. That would be the end of the tournament. It was tournament after tournament after tournament, game after game after game after game after game. And that's very much what Raydish feels like right now. Is he's looking for the set of circumstances that will lead to the side light side air punish on landing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And that will be Raydish moving forward into elimination side semifinals of this Hot Pocket Brawlhalla 1v1 tournament versus Meg D. They're actually a twos team, so it'll be cool to see them duke it out in elimination side semifinals. Winners finals, of course, will be Balloonboy versus Guichibu. But before we get to that, we're going to be going to a short break, and then we'll be back with more Hot Pocket Brawlhalla action. We'll see you then.
And we are back here with the Pockets League, presented to you by Hot Pockets in collaboration with Moose Wars here. This is the final 1v1 tournament for the North American region before BCX happens next week. That's right, it's coming right around the corner next week. And speaking of BCX, here it is for you right now. Raise the trophy and rise to glory, November 15th through 17th. Get your tickets now at bcx.live. Yes, you can still sign up. I think there's like 12 hours left in it. It was like 18 hours earlier today. I don't remember exactly when that was, but get your tickets now at bcx.live. Make sure to sign up if you want to compete in person in Atlanta, Georgia, inside of the Cobb Galleria for your chance to raise the trophy and rise to glory at BCX 2024. I don't know how long, I think like throughout the event, spectator badges will be available. Don't quote me on that. I don't know when that closes, but yeah, bcx.live, bcx.live. And we are back here with our top four. Joining me, of course, on the desk, pre-break and now post-break, is PJ the Puff.
Yeah, I'm happy I was able to make it back here. It's quite a journey through the break, of course. But we are back here, and we're down to a very exciting match immediately as we get the winners finals match between Guichabu and Balloonboy. Balloonboy, somebody who had a breakout performance at the Royale, somebody who did incredibly well on the Devil Jin. Very, very excited to see how he's going to be able to play versus Guichabu, who was someone that, you know, was able to make the previous Royale, but was unable to do really, really well in. We'll see how Guichabu kind of ramps up as he gets ready for that BCX once again, which will be next weekend. Once again, if you're not already signed up and you still want to, I'm seeing on Twitter, people are still signing up for it. We're going to be there. It's going to be a great time. Once again, bcx.live. Can't say it enough. It'll be a great place to be. And it's a great place to be right now here as we get into winners finals. We get Western Air Temple to start us off. We got the Ahsoka. We got the Devil Jin. And I'm not too sure who I have taking it after Balloonboy's performance at the Royale. I feel like Balloonboy really kind of showed that he's already at that upper echelon of play. Just needs to iron out a couple of those, small bad habit mistakes. But Guichabu, of course, somebody who is so easily, a lot of players will kind of walk in with confidence, and then you'll play Guichabu's guitars, and it'll all go away so quickly.
Yeah, definitely that's the case. But at least, like, Balloonboy's the gauntlet player here. Like, he's not necessarily going to struggle in the range game like he would be if he was playing against, like, a Money Hala or an Urks that we saw earlier. So he's going to have his chance to get in because, like, both of these players on their main weapon of choice will be looking to get in on their opponent. There's the neutral signature with the weapon toss, the Asuri Classic, and beautiful. Guichabu knew that was coming. He chose to stay on the main platform and not try and finish that because he was at the weapon disadvantage. He would rather stay on the main platform, have stage control, grab the weapon, and be ready for what Balloonboy has as he's recovering back onto the stage. Nice punish to get around behind, sending over on the stage. Guichabu did not touch. You see the sweat beads coming out. Oh, he went for the dunk with the GC Insig, but he didn't find a connection.
Nice little side light there. Goes for the chase dodge in an attempt to cover Guichabu. Recovering high. Speaking of recoveries, though, Guichabu finding it on the guitars. Downlight into recovery will find that KO as Guichabu, out of all those scrambles on the right side of the stage, is able to find some semblance of control moving into this second stock for Balloonboy, who is somebody that will definitely sometimes struggle to find KOs, but not there, as the side light into the no dodge reaction, gets the recovery, finds the KO. Balloonboy evening it up perfectly as we get the bow now. I'm interested, with these soft platforms, how much effect the bow's going to have versus the guitars. I feel like the soft platforms are going to cause a lot of problems at Balloonboy's attempt to kind of cover that stage. Guichabu's going to be able to use those platforms really well, but sometimes it just doesn't matter. You let it be you. That's the double N-Sig. That's the weapon toss to tap in that KO, and yeah, that's a really tough spot to be in for sure.
I swear we see, like, with the way that Guichabu is playing around the Asuri neutral signature today so far, I feel like we're seeing the bell curve of, like, a bad player on the left, the, like, average player in the middle, and then the really good player on the right. And the bad player is, like, just Asuri Insig them on the edge, brother. And then the guy in the middle is like, no, you can't do that. They know that's coming. You have to do your chase dodge D-light, get him in the half pipe, do this, do that, get the dodge, do the D-light into the recovery. And then the really good player, like Guichabu here, is like, nah, bro, just neutral sig them over on the edge when you have guitars in your hand.
Yeah, exactly. When anyone else does it, it's like, oh, you're like gold. And then when Guichibu does it, like, man, that was he's cooking with
He's
that one for
enlightened,
sure. But
brother.
Balloonboy equaling up the stocks there with that side stick on the gauntlet to find that KO. Something that I think Balloonboy really matured in is his signature usage. I remember early on there were those things called Balloonboy Sigs where he would just kind of throw out these Hail Mary signatures. They wouldn't really work out there. It did work out, and a nice weapon toss to hold on. Balloonboy actually able to touch the stage there. A horizontal dodge right back to touch barely the corner of it, and although you took a lot of damage, you're definitely happy that you didn't lose the game off of that, but that side air will send at a very bad angle. Guichibu gonna set up anything there as the Nair sends downwards, and Guichibu takes game number 1 pretty confidently, taking very little damage on his last stock.
And I think that like change in signature usage for Balloonboy came as he like matured as a top player, because like you used to be able to get away with that in 2s. You can still get away with that. Like that was the way to play Zariel. That was one of Zariel's strengths in general, is that signature kit, being able to use it a lot and catch people a lot and safely utilize them to get KOs, and even just in like raw neutral against a player who's in yellow, you were able to do that and get away with it because people weren't ready for it. And then all of a sudden you had players like Balloonboy, you had players like Fozy, you had the small number of other Zariel players. All of a sudden people started to figure that out a little bit, so they had to get a little bit more creative in how they play this legend. And Balloonboy was just one of those people trying to figure out how you can play Zariel with those signatures in like modern Brawlhalla gameplay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right about that. And so far, it's looking really successful here for Guichibu as we get switch over to Miami Dome. Oh my goodness, Sparky, I'm losing it. Downlight into Nair for Guichibu.
Now who's
as
the
he
old
continues
man?
the pressure.
It's you.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, we just don't see this stage a lot. I feel like people kind of hate soft platforms a little bit sometimes, but I do in fact love this stage. And so far, Guichibu showing that he loves it as well. Downlight into the down sig. Tricky thing about the Ahsoka crossover is that the down sig and the side sig kind of look like the same charging animation, so you have to be really, really careful about that. And there, it works out well for Guichibu as he's able to call out Balloonboy not really ready for the scramble, and double recovery into the Nair for some nice extra damage. And right now, Guichibu's running away with this set.
No, you're exactly right that seeing Miami Dome is a little bit strange, and it's even more strange to see like Western Air Temple into Miami Dome when we live in the world of like Fortress of Lions and APOC and Demon Island. Oh, there's the dunk that he wanted earlier that got interrupted. He grabs it this game, evens up the stocks. He's about 60 to 70 damage behind Guichibu. Does have the bow. We'll see if he's able to find some good momentum, some juggle game, if he can keep Guichibu off of him.
Oof,
Not
nice
doing a
juggle
great
here
job
from
of it so
Guichibu.
far, man. He's going to maybe want to swap over to the gauntlets.
Yeah, you literally don't have a move on bow besides weapon toss that allows you to put a hitbox below you to punish Guichibu for, even on a weapon like Katar that has so little range, just continuously throw hitbox at your feet. I mean, Balloonboy was absolutely getting destroyed in that juggle state, and Guichibu continues here. With the gauntlets, at least you have down air and ground pound to kind of force Guichibu away from you. Nice little nair there to get some damage, but no extension off of it. Guichibu looking to scoop on the wall with that recovery as Downsig finds or whiffs, and Balloonboy has opportunities, but I mean, Guichibu is just so fast at being actionable right after, you know, a big whiffed sig, a big whiffed move. Guichibu is just ready to hit buttons once again, and Balloonboy just not really on top of it in a way where you can punish those things.
Here's the juicy sidelight after the whiff from Balloonboy. They're just kind of like going straight hit for straight hit until Guichibu. He was looking for the D-light so he could find the recovery afterward. Juggling his weapons. He's likely, going to stick with the guitars because it's damage build time now that Balloonboy is in fresh on this stock. Going real low on that one. Somehow gets below that neutral signature and finds solid punish, sending Balloonboy over to the wall on the right side. Guichibu's in a great spot here. Like, he's just in the orange, finding 4 hits onto Balloonboy, and choosing to go off stage and recovering back towards the middle of the stage to kind of catch Balloonboy's stick on his tail.
Yeah, that's a big kind of sig call out from Balloonboy, who now just throwing out the signatures in an attempt to just find a KO, find an easy way out of this mess. But right now, Guichibu's not giving him anything, going for the side air there, trying to catch Guichibu, drop through the platform, the downlight into recovery, drops. That's a true confirm, but especially when it's that much of a outward hitbox, a lot harder to connect. But there, the side sig will find its connection. And Balloonboy with an opportunity to potentially take this game. We saw what the sig can do off stage. You send Guichibu off stage, all of a sudden it gets very scary, but still easier said than done for sure.
Gucci was just going to be looking for those KO options here. You saw him go for the weapon toss, attempting the follow-up recovery after to get the KO. It's just raw recoveries here, and he ends up steering out of it just a little bit. That hurts. As a Blasters recovery player, that hurts to see.
Weaving in and out. Balloonboy looking for this gauntlet to set up a juicy offstage situation. Guichibu knowing that it's his game to lose, and he won't lose it here. The end light into the dodge, and immediately going for the recovery afterwards. Finds the KO for Guichibu, who's able to force a 2-0 in this set. And I mean, Guichibu is playing exceptionally well. This is really his return to form, I feel like. And these are two players that, if I'm not mistaken, have played quite a bit before in the past. They're both players that have definitely entered a lot of community events, and both of them, with their come up in community events, will have ran into each other quite a bit. And Guichibu just showing, you know, the kind of how solid he is in this matchup so far.
Yeah, look into the damage that Balloonboy did on the bow. I was going to just vibes-based evidence, feeling like he did like next to no damage on the bow whatsoever, and the numbers will confirm that 16 damage on the bow is next to nothing in this game. He was struggling to find anything anytime he was on it, and you pointed that out perfectly. The way that like Guichibu was coming in as well is he's not just explicitly the Qatar down air, and for good reason, because Balloonboy could just like sit there, maybe backdash, maybe catch it with a neutral light on the bow. He has like that perfect setup for it. So Guichibu is going to be more creative than that. He's not going to be sort of a one-trick pony initiating only with that Qatar down air.
Dancing in and out here now. Going for the big dash up side zig. It gets a whiff on the side of Balloonboy, but Guichibu doesn't punish all too much. And yeah, I mean, these juggle states are absolutely terrifying for Balloonboy, who's just getting destroyed off stage. The recovery sends high again at a really bad angle. Balloonboy able to fight back with a down air into nair, but another down air from Guichibu matches the aggression. And it is just... You're just trading hits, but Guichibu is just getting so much more off of these hits. The combo extensions are really, really big on the side of the Qatars. Balloonboy a lot more situational. Has to find good spots to get those big extensions. Nice side air there, though. And for the GC breakdance, didn't find time, but the side air will find its connection. And hey, Balloonboy comes out on top of that edge guard sequence, finds a way to find a KO. Even when you're in those spots where you're losing a lot of resources, you still have to find ways to capitalize on mistakes like that. Very important for Balloonboy, but equally as important for Guichibu to take that stock there.
Now, I don't know why Balloonboy just went for the D-Light in light as the option. I don't know if he saw where the D-Light was going to hit and was like, okay, I can't get the recovery because Guichibu was just like a little bit off the ground there. He's not in quite the right spot where I want to, oh my gosh, as Guichibu just finds like 60, 70 damage very quickly on this stock. But he went for D-Light in light, which is going to KO significantly later than D-Light into the recovery, the true KO option.
Ooh, I like the bow play so far from Balloonboy. Gets a double recovery and the side air as well. The precision of the bow, but Guichibu says, you know what? You make a mistake once, I'll eat you alive off stage. Good thing from Balloonboy to avoid that, and same from Guichibu. They both avoid very scary and lethal, potentially offstage situations. The half pipe sends off stage. Scary spot to be in right now. Weeds the recovery from the offstage with his own end sig. Guichibu, that was crazy. Wow.
Guichibu's ability to go off stage into that exact spot is so good. Before, he's been doing a lot with recovery specifically, kind of like the way a hammer player will go off stage and try and get below. Normally, you'd be like, what are you doing? You're putting yourself in disadvantage. But when you have hammer, you're going to reach up with a recovery and send them down low. For Guichibu, it's, oh, well, what are you doing? You're putting yourself in disadvantage. No, it's because he's going for the recovery the other direction. And this time, he saw Balloonboy go in with the signature commitment, so he could go with the GC in-sig there as the punish option. The much better punish option than just going for the raw recovery like he's done several times before. So great reaction from Guichibu.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Balloonboy able to find that very rare bow and light KO, and definitely can't count him out yet. We saw that the bow in the previous stock was able to get some correct guesses on Guichibu's landing for some nice damage, but Guichibu looking really solid on the Qatars. Picks up the weapon, immediately starts to work on this damage lead. And light there, continuing the juggles. A big side light in the corner, gets punished by Balloonboy side light, but an immediate ground pound saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you juggle. I'm going to fight back this time. Side lights covering the landings really well for Balloonboy so far. I like this pace for Balloonboy a lot. He goes for a couple moves on the ground. It doesn't work. Goes to the soft platform. What are we doing? He had so much control that he threw out a side sig. Puts himself terribly off stage. Guichibu looking for the capitalization. Didn't find it there, though. Balloonboy thanking his lucky stars. It could have been a lot worse there.
Him going for the side air there, I'm sorry, the down air there once Guichibu is off stage. Lores goes for the ground pound there and he hits it like every time. for sure. There's a neutral signature. It's not close enough to the corner, so it bounces off the stage. Unfortunately for Balloonboy, this game, dude, it's so even between these two players. The bow from Balloonboy has leveled up so much, and that's going to be the KO from the middle of the stage. Ft.Raydish finds it.
Yeah, and that was looking a lot better for Balloonboy there, and it's so unfortunate, right? Because like, if it was a 1-to-4 set, we might see Balloonboy able to make the adaptations, but Ft.Raydish, I mean, clutch in nature and is able to find that KO. But once again, a very, very close game number 3 there. You know, 3-0, but close for sure. But man, Ft.Raydish on the guitars, you know, really returning to form as we approach BCX here. Like, this is a scary player to go up against.
Yeah, and I'm glad he's on the Asuri as well. Not because like Lin Fei is bad by any means, but I think it's showing that there's more Qatar legends certainly than just Lin Fei, and relying on the high dexterity and then like the neutral signature specifically when you swap over to Cannon and all that. So it's showing that like, I mean, he can also play sword as well, which is a very good weapon. It's a weapon that you can rely on. It's SpongeBob flipping open the net, and it's old reliable. You can always rely on a weapon like sword, and he's done a great job of showing that as well, even though he's still mostly dominated by Qatars, and showing that he doesn't just have to rely exclusively on having high dexterity.
No, absolutely, and it's cool to see, you know, we were talking about it in the Snowy set, but like, players that are really good at one legend modernizing, and Asuri is a legend that for the entirety of this year is in the good graces of the meta. You might as well play it sword really well, and very complementary with that Qatars. And of course, Ft.Raydish will have the Lin Fei, but no better time to kind of pull out those legends that you're kind of working on, especially here at this Hot Pocket tournament. Great practice, especially moving forward into this next week. But we'll move quickly into the elimination side match between Megdi and Raydish.
And we're going to see another Asuri, or at least that's what Megdi has locked in right now, and we're getting into stage bending. So yeah, Megdi's going to be swapping over to the Asuri. We've seen Megdi play this in the past, but like most of today has specifically been on the Val. He's ditching the gauntlets and picking up a set of Qatars here to use, again, Ahsoka, just like we just saw Ft.Raydish use here against Raydish. We'll see if the gauntlets that like Snowy struggled to really put work in on Raydish. We'll see if Megdi can find something here with these Qatars now that he's moving away from the gauntlets.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Raydish kind of pick apart Megdi in the previous set that they played in the winner side. So I definitely like the Asuri pickup here. We'll be getting some inspiration from Ft.Raydish for sure. But right now, I do expect this to be a lot slower of a match than the previous matches we got, just because both of these players are going to find a lot of strength in being able to control the pace of the match and getting their 1-2s. And you're seeing this now. I mean, the approach from Megdi is so different than Ft.Raydish on Qatars. Instead of setting off stage, he's just going for the confirmed damage and light into recovery, for example. So all in all, like, Megdi, you know, definitely controlling the pace a lot better. Raydish with the orb in hand gets a nice little damage equalization with that big extension into the recovery. And yeah, I feel like this is going to be a very close match between the two with the Qatars, and it's definitely going to be a lot less explosive combos, just a lot more like 1-2 hits. Eventually something will find a KO.
And we'll see if Raydish chooses to be like a little bit more vertical, straight up and down. Like we've seen it so far this set a little bit more than we saw previously. But if you're looking at like Qatars and you're thinking about what their vertical options are when your opponent is below you, it's like really all they have is like Nair, which is not going to have a lot of range below you. And so like Raydish can juggle with his neutral air and reach above, and the recovery as well on the specifically the orb if we're talking about that. So I think he has a lot of more options to go vertical here than he does against like a weapon like sword or a weapon like gauntlets previously.
No, absolutely. And I think you're saying like the recovery on orb is like I think it's the best recovery in the game, only because it's like that diagonal angle that it travels at. It's very active. It doesn't move very, very quickly, which is actually a good thing in advantage state. It's not only very difficult to avoid because you don't have a hitbox to contest that with as Qatars, but it's also it's hard to avoid, but it's also just so active, and it's just so difficult to punish it afterwards, because it's like, you know, you're spending all your resources to avoid getting hit by it, and there a recovery will find its KO. So I feel like that is something that you have to worry about a lot too versus the orb, especially on this Asuri pick, specifically on the Qatars. But right now Raydish picking up the orb, and Megdi is somebody who's played orb himself. He's played a lot of Petra in the past, so he's going to be able to understand how to weave in and out of those hitboxes. So I don't expect to see like a million sidelight siders like we did in the previous set we saw from Raydish, but it will definitely be a big part of this game. And what an extension. So much damage, and I thought we were going to see the N-Sig there.
Yeah, we're seeing a much more juggle-focused game than we saw in the previous set against Snowy, where it was like just landing punish. He's doing a lot of extensions vertically here against Megd.
Side air there, gets bounced off the stage. Raydish is so willing to fight back there. A side stick comes out. See the immediate recovery from Raydish as a way to position to cover Megd's options. Yeah, back to the stage. We'll find a way to get Raydish off of Megd, but the side stick there, I was holding my breath for that one. I thought we were going to see a bigger punish from Megd, but Raydish gets away with it there. Nice.
Is he going to stick with the sword, or is he going to go with the guitars? He's actually moving back over to the guitars, and something we've now seen from Raydish that we didn't see in the previous sets that we mentioned specifically was that he wasn't using signatures. All of a sudden, that's completely different here. There are landings that he can punish with an orb sidelight side air, and no, he's choosing to attack with the bike, where he's even gravity canceling the bike up above Megd. Being careful, like he was putting in a presence there, but then it seemed like Megd was able to get back, and he was going to have enough over there to contest Raydish, so he wasn't going to like stick around and wait, try and go in with a GC unarmed D-Light into the ground pound for the finisher, because it was just too unsafe to do at that moment. He can rely on main neutral gameplay and remaining on stage control and continuing these string options in the air against Megd, who's been playing very aerially.
Oof, nice recovery there. Catches Megd trying to find some control and safety in the corner there on the stage. Oh, big combo, and I thought we were going to see a big call out there, but he uses the chase dodge instead. Big opportunity there. Gets the Enlight. Raydish just waiting and gets the side air out. And not risking the going off stage versus a Surya character with really strong reversal options with the signature kit, as well as Katars in general, just having that in its nature. Side light goes to a big ground pound there. Oh my goodness, a big flip of the advantage state, but Raydish doesn't capitalize too much off of it. The nair from Megd. Very stacked gameplay. One's on the platform, one's not. Raydish with just one more hit to find this KO, but just can't find it. That's the end line, and oh, that does find its KO, and Raydish takes game number 1 in a very grueling matchup. But I mean, Megd had the stock lead, but as soon as Raydish was able to make that last stock situation a reality, it became a lot more difficult to contend with how strong and how controlling of a neutral that orb is, even for a player like Megd who has such strong movement and is able to impose his own will on the pace of a match. That Raydish orb is really what's causing problems for Megd here.
And even though he does have so much control with that orb, I think Raydish was still also feeling the pressure given how close that game was. It was like yellow to orange, and all of a sudden Raydish stopped like committing so much in the air, going for all of those juggles. Even when like the exclamation points were coming out on Megd on the left side as he was recovering back, Raydish was still slowing it down and making sure he wasn't going to get caught in anything silly. Like he knew that game at that point was more or less his to lose, so he was just going to be very careful with everything. He wasn't going to overcommit, so that when the moment came, all he would have to do is find that neutral light that he found on the right side for the KO. In light into side light side air. Great start from Raydish. Into the down air as well. Almost caught that side air. One of the rare moments of Raydish going in off stage, turning around, bouncing that orb off the wall. And the downside here as well. Raydish committing.
I kind of like this too, because like the previous game very slow, but now Raydish is like, you know what, I'm gonna completely flip my strategy here. It was a little too close. Now we're gonna try the polar opposite, be very aggressive off stage, even put yourself in really bad spots where the risk reward is, okay, if I mess up, I'm in a bad spot, but if I connect, I'm just gonna KO you, you know, very, very low damage. So I like the change of pace from Raydish so far. It hasn't really worked out, but right now Megd, even on stage, struggling to find some control versus this very aggressive Raydish orb.
You can tell also Raydish really wants to find the dash pivot side sig on that soft platform. Like he's done it like 3 or 4 times here, using that bike to then slide like under the platform the other direction. I almost want him to hit it just because you can tell how badly he wants to hit it.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of just have to root for those moves like that. A lot of stacking here as Megd knows that Raydish wants to find a side air or a side light on the ground. Megd knowing that, so he's playing kind of to cross through Raydish, so Raydish can't throw out a hitbox to cover that, like a side light or side air. It just won't hit crossed up. Start online for Megd looking for this downlight. As I say downlight, Raydish finds a downlight of his own with the boots, gets the recovery there, continues the juggle, but respects the juggle because he realizes Megd is on the sword, but there covers the landing with that GC downlight, and a nice easy stock for the Raydish boots, something we don't see quite a lot as he relies a lot on that orb. But with the Adidas, I mean, anything's possible for sure for Raydish.
I know I've definitely been relying on those boots a little bit more now that you have those Adidas on your feet.
No, absolutely. It's just, it's literally drip. Like,
yeah.
It's just impeccable, for sure.
Falling side there from Meg D, the weapon toss. Is he going to continue? Oh, beautiful fadeaway side air. Babysitting Raydish back to the stage. Fantastic KO. He's only about 30 damage behind Raydish at this point, so not in a terrible spot whatsoever. And now Raydish is going to be stuck on the boots for a little while. Let's see if he wants to do that, or if there's going to wait for the weapon spawn. Double dare, cross up in those directions. Now he's going back over to the orb. Juggle game goes for the insig. Megdy's not anywhere near him, which also means he's not able to find a punish.
Yeah, Raydish is really good at that, where it's like, if you make a terrible mistake here and dodge in, I'm going to punish you. But if you don't get hit by this, it probably means that you're too far to punish it. And that really is what separates Raydish from a lot of the other Red Raptor players. That's a nice GC sidelight into the sider, not enough to KO, but the boot will continue to put the pressure on, and actually catching Meg D before he was able to touch the wall himself. Gets hit with the down air, sweat beads come out. Raydish, big stock lead here.
Now, we see him use the boots down air off stage quite a bit more than whenever he has the orb. Like, we saw the one down air earlier over on the left side where I think he did a dash jump fast fall down air over on that corner. But other than that, like, we've seen so many more boots down airs over on that corner. I guess he just feels a little bit more safe in his commitment with the boots down air. Ooh! I was expecting there to be a bird there instead of the GCN light.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, we just want to see one of them find its connection on Meg D. But Meg D is somebody who's so shifty, especially with the air drift. So hard to pinpoint something like that. Nice little connection there, downlight into the recovery. Will disarm Meg D, going for the jump off stage, cross up with a GC downlight, and oh my goodness, that's a weapon toss to close that one out. Couldn't even finish giving play-by-play as Raydish is just all too strong off stage at covering those options with those weapon tosses, and wow, Raydish looking really, really solid.
Yeah, and that was a 2-stock. That was a very confident game for Raydish to finish that one up on Meg D. This is looking really tough. Are we going to see Meg D swap? No. He's not even going to attempt the Val whatsoever. He's going to stay on this Ahsoka that he's been playing so far. And unfortunately for him and all the Meg D fans out there, losing in the battle against Raydish.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not too sure what the mix-up will be for Meg D here going into this next game, especially as we don't get a change of scenery, but something's in order for sure.
Both of them be very careful on how they wanted to commit towards that first weapon. Raydish was the first one to grab it. Ooh, and Meg D's going to disarm himself just like that, and Raydish is going to swipe the weapon out of there, even get the bonk on the head to help continue his string. Nice backdash into the neutralite. Again, another neutralite and another neutralite, followed up by a nair.
And Meg D here with the guitars. I mean, we saw a lot of success in the first game, but
Dude,
really in the
so bad.
In the last, yeah, he's going. It looks really cool because it's like, oh, he went right, but it actually went left. But like, man, that's so predictable at that point, especially when the platform is like that much in the corner. It's like, dude, it can really only go one of two ways. And yeah, Raydish is looking for some signature kits, or for the signature kit to find some success, but really hasn't found any.
Yes, he did it! He hit it! Let's go!
He finds it there, but I feel like, I mean, was it really that necessary? It was some nice damage, and it was able to find another sider there. And at that time, Meg D was kind of showing that he was willing to hit a recovery and then immediately jump up and go for more recoveries there. Gets punished accordingly with that side air. And yeah, tough hill to climb for sure for Meg D, as Raydish is starting to impose his will with the orb. This is kind of like, now we're seeing a combination of what game 1 and game 2 look like. Game 2, very like forward, like I'm just going to go off stage, I'm going to go ham off stage. Now Raydish is like, I'm taking the controlled aspect of the neutral, but now in the punish state, I'm willing to make these big reads, and that's a very scary Raydish to face down, especially when you're on elimination side point versus him right now.
Now we're starting to see Meg D find some stray hits here, except unfortunately for him, none of them are the KO move that he needs just yet. It's like a dare every now and then here and there. It's a side air every now and then here and there. And meanwhile, the damage is continuing to add up on Meg D. Raydish is still able to swipe that weapon as well. Chasing off stage, actually going back. I was expecting a down air. There's the down air commitment. Is he going to look for another one? He didn't even need it.
Is that Aura, Sparky? He didn't even swing. Is that what Aura is? Like, Meg D was just unable to touch the stage?
I don't think that's Aura. I think that's just like, that's just logical thinking coming out from Meg D.
Okay, that's fair. We did see him attempt to go for the down air there to touch the corner, which is a very common recovery pattern, but unfortunately there was unable to make it. It looked like he almost hit it, but just there didn't hit it. But right now, nice little open up from Guichibu on the guitar. I said Guichibu, whoopsies. On Meg D on the guitars. Shout out to Guichibu, by the way, because
it's okay.
Every
That's
time I see guitars, I think about him. It is a compliment, because every time I see guitars, I think Guichibu. don't ever do that with any other player. So shout outs to you. But right now, I mean, you're going to have to channel some Guichibu action if you're going to come back in this game, because right now it's looking really tough. As I see that, though, sends off stage with the side air. Another Nair sends off stage. Once again, Raydish realizing that it's his game to lose here as you're up 2-1.
Megdy's still playing the straight hit game, and unfortunately, because he's so far behind, like, none of them are game-changing straight hits that's set up into a true combo KO, that's set up into a huge damage string, that's set up into an offstage engagement where Megdy comes out victorious or anything like that. It's just stray hit after stray hit while he's so far behind. Okay. I didn't think that was going to KO. I thought maybe it would lead to a KO. I didn't think it was going to KO outright. He's about halfway through his final stock. If he can keep Raydish weapon starved, that'd be a great start for Megdy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of jumping around here and just looking for really any way to avoid all these hits. That big NSIG call out there. But once again, oh my goodness, I need to stop doing that. Raydish going for the NSIG there, but you know, Megdy didn't get hit by it. But because of that, too far away to punish those signatures. Big Nair there, they're like, Megdy really needs to find a juggle, needs to find a half pipe, needs to find something to start the aggression going. Because if Raydish can continue to play this one hit, 2-hit game, he's just going to win the set off of it. And the side-light side air will be the 1 and 2 hit to find the KO for that game number 3. Raydish with a very dominant 3-0 over Megdy once again.
And 486 damage was all it took for Raydish to find the game there at the end against Megdy. I think he was doing like 600 plus at the beginning of this set. So Raydish doing a fantastic job of downloading Megdy, understanding everything around him, understanding how to play against him, how to punish him, how to start situations, how to keep them going, and how to finish situations as well. So Raydish just complete domination throughout the entire set. It wasn't the flashiest thing on the planet by any means, but still, Raydish had so much control throughout that entire set, and it only went more in his favor as things went on.
Yeah, and we saw kind of like, I feel like a different kind of change of pace from game number 1, where Raydish was playing really slow, really patiently, and then game 2 we saw Raydish take a lot more risks, and then game 3 it kind of all came together. And that's exactly what Raydish is going to be very good at doing, is like pulling all these different parts of his game plan. And it's kind of to be expected, right, versus Raydish, where it's like, oh, Raydish is a very passive player. I'm not really expecting him to go too crazy. But as he said at his Royale interview, he is willing to go off stage. He's willing to go for those big, crazy reads, and those lead to moments like the set versus Kaina, and like there in game number 2, where he's able to make these big call-outs on people's recoveries. And, you know, kind of similarly to Guichibu, who's sitting in grand finals, when they're able to really pool all of their resources together and really come together and put a crazy body of work that Raydish and Guichibu can do, it's so scary to deal with them. I don't know how you stop that momentum moving forward. It's just too strong.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Balloonboy is going to hope that he can do something against it. I think maybe the space that Raydish might give him when he has the bow in his hands, that might kind of give Balloonboy a little bit more of an edge compared to like when he was playing previously against Guichibu, and it was like he couldn't find too much whatsoever against Guichibu. The pressure was just on so much. He was able to stick to him like glue.
Yeah, absolutely, and a really good showing from him there. And it's going to be interesting to see how this set plays out, because we saw, like, you know, Balloonboy off the back of a 3-0 in Guichibu's favor, and now Raydish off the 3-0, back of a 3-0 of his own. So it's kind of like the two opposite sides of momentum clashing here in Elimination Side Finals. It'll be a great matchup for sure between Raydish and Balloonboy. But before we get to that, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with the rest of top 3 here of the Hot Pockets Brawlhalla tournament. We'll see you soon. Welcome back,
I don't like
everybody. Welcome back, everybody, to the Hot Pockets Brawlhalla 1v1. We have been microwaved and cooked up, and the players have cooked their way into top 3 of this tournament. Shoutouts once again to Hot Pockets as well as Moose Wars for putting on this event. How do you feel about that one, Sparky? That video we just watched.
I mean, I feel like I saw it in a movie, then put someone in the microwave, and it wasn't good. It's not good. So we're trapped, I guess. In the don't hit start, please don't, because we're cooking up some great Brawlhalla for you right now.
Absolutely.
We don't need the microwave to do that. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do after that video. I don't. I thought there was gonna be something more there.
Yeah, they just sent us through that experience, but I'm happy we were all here to experience that together. That's the POV of a Hot Pocket getting microwaved by Left Stick himself. So shout outs once again to Left Stick for that. But we are getting into the elimination side finals of this. There's 2 sets that separate a winner of this tournament. So we got Balloonboy versus Ft.Raydish right now. How are you feeling about this matchup, Sparky?
Man, after what I just saw from Ft.Raydish, I think he's got this one in the bag. I just struggled to find a way that Balloonboy can find his way to get in on Ft.Raydish with the bow, with the gauntlets. I think it's going to be really difficult the way Ft.Raydish is playing so scientifically so far for Balloonboy to find much of anything, but he's certainly going to try and change our minds and show us the evidence here about why he should go back into the grand finals against Ft.Raydish.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm incredibly excited to see how this matchup plays out. Of course, as I was talking about, kind of the opposite spectrums of momentum. Ft.Raydish just 3-0'd Balloonboy. Ft.Raydish just 3-0'd McD. So we're going to be seeing the clash of that, and we'll see who's able to come out on top starting off here as Ft.Raydish picked up some new Adidas there, but didn't really want them, so he just threw them away and picking up an orb now.
We'll see if he plays as vertically as he did against McD, or if he goes back to the way he played against Snowy, which was mostly ground-based, landing punish-based. He's already starting with some Nair juggles here. Seems like that's part of a little bit of his game plan, at least so far when Balloonboy's at low health. He's playing like 2 jump heights up, where Snowy wasn't really playing over there. He's playing like 1.5, and he would come back down to the main platform. Again, the juggle, Nair recovery, and the bird to get the KO off the top 37 seconds into this game.
Yeah, Walt once again popping off for that one for sure, and that is a big kind of exclamation point to start off this set for Ft.Raydish here, who is just showing like, you know what, this is no problem for me. You're just an obstacle on my way to grand finals. Balloonboy's yet to really prove that he's anything more than a punching bag right now, as Ft.Raydish is running away with this game. Nice recovery, punishing the recovery from Ft.Raydish there. A big side stick attempt from Balloonboy, not going to find its mark, and once again getting punished accordingly by Ft.Raydish.
Yeah, Ft.Raydish just seems completely in control here. He's looking very confident in the way he plays, not just because he's winning, but in his movement, in the options that he goes for, his commitments. He just seems completely confident and at home here against Balloonboy, as he's, just a little bit under a full stock. Up, the bounce off the main stage, I was wondering if that was actually going to have enough to KO. Turns out it did.
Yeah, very fortunately there for Balloonboy. When those signatures do hit, you definitely want them to find those KOs, or at least set up into positions where you're able to go off stage. There, Balloonboy not having to worry about that too much, because that sig, if it doesn't KO, it gives your opponent so many options to recover, because it sends you pretty high up as well. Ft.Raydish off stage there, looking for the dodge there. You have to be really careful, because if you react to Ft.Raydish's dodge and dodge in place, he goes for the GC down sig, and it just KOs you like ridiculously early. So good on him to avoid it.
Again, avoiding that GC neutral signature that Balloonboy likes to throw out over on that corner to kind of push someone away so he can get back onto the main stage. Chooses the stronger version of the side air there that doesn't have you chase after them. Gets the KO here, and Ft.Raydish has 110, 115 damage on the stock still. Very much in his favor in this game so far. A great start for Ft.Raydish against Balloonboy.
Yeah, and I definitely want to see a lot more of this bow from Balloonboy for sure, because I feel like that's what he's going to be really good at utilizing, and especially there where he's able to condition the signature kits, and wow, he chases very high off stage with the unarmed recovery, and it does find its mark. It finds its connection. Balloonboy bringing this one all the way back. Now it's an even last stock.
Yeah, he made the lead almost completely non-existent, and now it's actually in his favor here. Balloonboy's done a great job of cleaning up these stocks on a Ft.Raydish. I don't know if that's because Ft.Raydish is maybe a little bit more confident than he should be against Balloonboy and plays like most of the stock really well, and then all of a sudden makes a little bit of a mistake, and Balloonboy's just waiting for that.
So far, it's looking pretty good, and wow, that down air didn't find its connection. It was literally on the head of Devil Jin, but there didn't find its mark, and Raydish positioning. He's looking for that big kind of spiking move to find this KO, but Balloonboy won't give it to him there. Nice sidelight there into the corner. Doesn't find a whiff punish from Balloonboy, but right now Balloonboy is looking really solid. I mean, obviously you have a damage deficit, but it's not nearly as much of a deficit as the previous stock. Nice
No one's
there,
found a
trying to get
hit
the party
until that
started.
neutral air for such
Yeah.
a long time. Oh,
Whoa.
and the back-to-back recoveries from Balloonboy, looking for a third one. The bounce pass. No attempted juggle from Raydish. He started this one out juggling with neutral airs, even did a nair recovery, turning it around the other direction. And Balloonboy going with the same direction with that recovery rather than turning it around. Sidelight side air, sending Balloonboy off stage. Raydish throwing away the boots, and there's the down air off stage, and he finds it and finds game one.
Such a clutch moment from Raydish there to find that, utilizing that long wall of Apocalypse to find that down air. Really, really clutch stuff. Because Balloonboy, after that bow open up where he's able to get that big recovery unarmed, it got really, really scary really fast for Raydish. So that's such a clutch KO, and it's such an important game in building that momentum moving forward here.
We're going to be moving on into this next game. Here you see that down air. He hasn't done too many of these at all today so far. We saw him commit a little bit more off stage against Balloonboy. Like, we even saw a GC inlight over on the left side, and towards the end of last set we saw him commit off stage a little bit more as well, but it's still like it's kind of few and far between for him.
Okay. It'll open up there from Balloonboy, and yeah, I feel like Small Fortune of Lions, what I like about this stage comparatively to Apocalypse is that the soft platform is a lot more vertical on this stage, so you have to actually commit to dashing there and utilizing it as movement. It's almost like an island that you can definitely find yourself stranded on. And so far Balloonboy, you know, realizing in the last game that a lot of the success came from Gauntlet's juggling, now kind of pushing forward with that same mentality. But as I say that, Raydish goes big off stage, tries to get that side air to rack on that extra amount of damage, but Balloonboy reversals perfectly with that ground pound.
I feel like next time we see Raydish with boots, I don't think he's going to go in like that. I don't think he's going to throw out that down air over on the edge unless it's absolutely going to be a finisher for sure and it's super safe.
Yeah, that's way too risky, and especially Balloonboy. I mean, it's important that not only it just sets a precedent immediately. Like, you just cannot go for those near me, and there Raydish able to equalize the stock incredibly quickly there. That was really, really scary though.
Punishing the landing again. Man, the turnarounds from Raydish have been so good. He comes towards you, so you want to push through him to get back towards the center of the stage. He almost got that GC sidelight. He's committing on the edge, but only because Balloonboy is in advantage state there and forcing him to commit.
We're really looking for just any open up there. There's a lot of moments in this set where both players are just not hitting each other at all. And it really is important to see who gets the first hit, because the first hit could lead it to so much more. As Raydish goes for a deep side air there.
Brother!
What are we doing? A big flip.
Brother!
Ground pound from Balloonboy, and all of a sudden Raydish throws away the positioning. I was about to say how solidly Raydish was playing there, avoiding the hits, getting the side by side air, and as soon as he goes for another down air, exactly the same way he did with the boots, it gets immediately punished by Balloonboy. That's a big swing of momentum once again for Balloonboy, who, I mean, it's not a lot of extra damage getting an end light and an air there, but it's extra damage nonetheless.
I guess he just felt comfortable doing that because neither of them were at weapon advantage. He threw his weapon away, and Balloonboy was already unarmed in that moment. So I'm going to make another bold prediction that may turn out to be wrong. Now I don't think he's going to go in with something like that over on the edge against his opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, and we sure would hope so. I mean, that was just an incredible big swing there for sure. And now it's back to this very patient game from both players as they really struggle to get those big hits going. Okay, nice dodge there from Raydish, avoiding that sidelight into the recovery. Raydish looking for this edge guard as Balloonboy kind of put himself off stage, but a big nair into the GC. End light will be a true confirm, and will send Raydish off stage, fighting back with that downer. Uses the orb as a way to get a hitbox out, and now the situation flipped with that sidelight into side air, going for the end light on the cross up, but Balloonboy finally going for the big read with the signature to cover every area around. And we've seen Balloonboy with so many of those SIGs in his career, and it finally connects there in such a crucial moment.
You saw it in the replay, the dodge up from Balloonboy to get through the down air. That was a great GC side sig. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that coming out from him. Just choosing to go in so deep here over on the edge when he didn't have that much to get back. He was in sweat beads by the time the unarmed ground pound hit him. Just what a choice from Raydish to really go in. And I think that moment kind of gave Balloonboy like the runway that he needed to grab the rest of the game. Not that that moment gave Balloonboy the game, but that gave him like the option. It gave him the chance to grab what he needed and take the victory, tying it up in this set as we head into game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We get into this next game. 1-1 apiece. This is definitely, I feel like, the closest set we've seen so far of this commentary block, and it's definitely showing that it's Balloonboy and Raydish, two players that are at the top echelon of play here in North America. Sliding side here from Balloonboy, looking to stack on top of Raydish when he has the bow in hand, and we move back over to Apocalypse, much smaller stage comparatively to Small Fortress of Lines for sure, and we're definitely seeing the scrambles kind of show that as well, as there's not a lot of room to move around with, the soft platform a lot lower as a way to aid in pressure. It's definitely a lot more scrambles happening for sure. Raydish going for that big down sig there, didn't get its connection, and so far the damage very even.
Now, one thing I feel like we're seeing from Balloonboy, like starting out this game on the bow, not over here necessarily on the edge, but just in the raw neutral. Oh, nice grab with that neutral signature. Is it going to set up for the KO? And it does indirectly lead to that KO. That I'd say that was almost a little bit of aura. Almost, not quite. I'm not going to give that to Balloonboy just yet, but that was almost aura for Raydish to end up falling there. But with the bow gameplay that we saw earlier, I feel like it was very Lorez coded, the way he was like dash jumping, fast falling, kind of going back and forth using that movement rather than just kind of the standard movement that he's been going for.
Yeah, absolutely. See the end light there and looking for some nice extra extension. Big nair into the GC sideline recovery for some nice damage from Balloonboy, who's really extending this extra credit. I like that GC downlight. Although it is a risky option, it's definitely not as risky as it could have been. So still showing some control and maturity from Balloonboy, even when he smells blood in the water off stage. A sider there to swat Raydish away, but as I say that, a sider of Raydish's own finds that KO on Balloonboy as he now looks to weapon starve Balloonboy, moving into the second stock here on Apocalypse. Yeah, Raydish,
I think you're exactly right
good at doing it.
About the GCD light that we saw on the left. It was like medium risk, extremely high reward. So it was definitely like the ROI on that would have been massive. And like you said, he didn't really risk too much doing it. It wasn't like an all or nothing play.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little down air there. Gets the recovery as well, looking for that big juggle state. He hasn't really been able to juggle Balloonboy nearly as much as the previous set we see Raydish finding so much success in. Never too late to start, though, for Raydish, for sure. Yeah, see, these nairs are just not connecting. He's looking for a lot of reads on Balloonboy's movement, but Balloonboy is playing really solidly. It's easy to falter and let one of your gameplay elements kind of fall at the wayside, but right now Balloonboy playing very composed with this very slight damage lead, but it's just enough where Raydish has to play so much more scared, because that GC downlight into the recovery will find its connection, and it will be a stock meet for Balloonboy once again.
Yeah, you could tell from the way Raydish was playing, the complete lack of commitment and almost throwing out no moves for extremely long periods of time, that he was feeling so much pressure, even though he was at a slight deficit compared to Balloonboy. But he didn't feel confident enough until we see that orb ground pound over on the corner on that right side. Very quickly coming out. Balloonboy didn't expect to see that one coming so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's a very, very even game here. Once again, kind of shades of the previous games. Well, like I said at the beginning of this game, it's a really, really close set between these two, the closest we've seen today. And Raydish looking to extend the distance between the two as these down airs are eating Balloonboy off stage. The downlight, downlight into the nair for some extra juggle, but Balloonboy willing to fight back. He didn't swing immediately, which is something to note. He kind of waited for Raydish to land near the stage, and then he went for the reversal. Smart stuff from Balloonboy, but I mean, maybe too little, as Raydish has the wall to Balloonboy once again. Sidelight whiffing, gets punished with a sidelight of Balloonboy's own. Raydish expending a lot of resources, but dash landing on that soft platform to get a little bit of time and space away from Balloonboy. Very crucial defensive play from Raydish there.
Oh, dude, wow. He waited for so long before throwing out that D-light into the recovery there. Waited for the whiff from Balloonboy before any commitment whatsoever. He has just a little bit of a lead here. Oh, man, that down air was so close. And he gets around, hits the recovery, sends Balloonboy up above the weapon toss, comes down. Balloonboy was able to grab it.
Oh, man, just not enough momentum to hit that nair. It causes Raydish to win
That'll
the
be
game
it.
off of it.
Yep.
Wow, Balloonboy extending hard, getting the downlight, and going for that nair. That would have been a confirmed KO, but it was just a little bit too far, and because you had to just fully commit to it hitting, it didn't find its connection, and there, unfortunately, Balloonboy unable to find that. KO will cause Raydish to find a KO of his own. Very, very close game, though. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of things changed that game all of a sudden. Raydish had to like slow things down quite a bit, play more conservatively there. You saw him like there were intense periods of like 10 to 12 seconds where Raydish was just like jumping around, fast falling around, dash landing around before finding anything safe enough to commit with. Usually it would come off of Balloonboy throwing out the attack first and then Raydish looking for the punish off of that whiff.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right about that. As we move forward here into Miami Dome, it's a 2-1 in Raydish's favor. Balloonboy will have to make something happen, and I definitely like this kind of shades of what we saw in Small Fortress of Lions, very high soft platforms. It doesn't allow Raydish to find like reprieve from the platforms. Instead, it's kind of like an isolating island. So we'll see if Balloonboy can capitalize. I think what we saw in Game 2 was Balloonboy really good at juggling Raydish, which is interesting because Raydish is usually really solid defensively. But when Raydish is able to find his footing on the ground and just really not get juggled, it's really hard for Balloonboy to match kind of how much neutral interactions Raydish is winning and how much more he's able to set up because of how the orb works in general.
Nice weapon swap out there. A rare signature that wasn't the bird.
Yeah, we used to see that a lot of usage from Raydish, but because of its nerf, it just hasn't been used all that much. And as I say that, Balloonboy finds a ground pound there to find that KO.
Opening this one up with a recovery. Tried to read the exhausted recovery the other direction. Didn't find a hit with it. Backdashing into middle stage, trying to use the range that Bo has, especially with that downlight. Raydish is playing a little bit too aerially for Balloonboy to feel comfortable committing with such a low hitbox.
Absolutely. Really solid lead for Balloonboy here. Now the soft platforms kind of creating these like pillars that make it so much harder for Raydish to find those ways in, especially when Balloonboy just looks so solidly on the ground with the bow in center stage. Chasing high there with that recovery, didn't find its connection, and Raydish capitalizes accordingly. A side air, a
Good
big
start.
attempt for Raydish to call something out. GC downlight or down sig. I mean, frames away from getting enough of a jump to avoid that subsequent hitbox from Raydish, but thankfully for Raydish, he's able to flip that situation and find the stop there.
Yeah, a little bit too much startup on that for him to actually find the connection. Because, yeah, he would have moved away the perfect spot. The hitbox would have been in the perfect spot. That would have been a gigantically early KO. Neutral light coming out from Balloonboy. Doesn't chase dodge forward. Doesn't even really chase after whatsoever. Just moves back a little bit. Doesn't even dash back. Just a little bit of a walk back there. Oh, that's huge. That is gigantic from Balloonboy. What a call out there. He's only really used that on stage so far. And this one, he extends out deep into that push-off column, finds the KO. And if Raydish doesn't... Oh, dude, Raydish was looking for it. He's trying to find the evener.
Find something to equalize this massive stock lead that Balloonboy's building up, and one stock separates Balloonboy from facing this game or forcing this game 5. A lot of movement from Raydish, comes out on top of the sideline side there. Big ground pound attempt, and then Balloonboy tries to flip it with his own ground pound, and instead Raydish with the big equalizer, he gets the side air after hitting the GC down sig. Raydish is too clean with it, and you said it, he was looking for the equalizer, and there Balloonboy wanted to rush it. He wanted to get the game over with, and there it allows Raydish to fight back into this game, but it's not over yet as Balloonboy gets a scary offstage situation with the gauntlets in hand. We're both back to center stage, though.
Balloonboy still technically has the lead, but Raydish only took like 30 damage in that entire time. It took him to find the rest of that second stock. The juggle attempts coming out from Raydish. There's the side air sending over to the wall. The high down air right on the top of that corner.
Airs and juggles from Raydish with the orb in hand. Down air there, just looking to find really anything to connect for both players. The side air is the...
No commitment.
Wow, that's incredible respect to Raydish there. Even on the orb, a weapon that doesn't have options to really reversal you like that.
Also, no commitment.
He just goes for it. He covers the soft platform, the isolating island that very vertical platform can be, but once again, no commitment off of it. They're just taking the ones.
The onesies, twosies, but really only the onesies.
The movement from Balloonboy gets the nair there, tries to go for the big call out.
If Raydish plays,
prove the Diners wrong.
If Raydish plays like even a little bit below that soft platform, like that's the perfect territory where Balloonboy wants to find that neutral sig.
Smart downer to call out a double jump there from Raydish, who's been utilizing the double jump a lot underneath that soft platform, not landing on it, but using it. Doesn't hit the side light. Oh, there's a recovery.
that
That
was
disarmed,
close.
not enough to KO though. Dash jumps. The movement. Both players scouring for that one option. Balloonboy knows that he's just one more hit away. I thought that recovery was going to be enough, but it's just not quite enough. Raydish throws away the orb. I'm not too sure about that. Waits for the dodge through. Did find the dodge through. Raydish dodging away. Big nair to start some aggression at the end line. Not enough to KO from coast to coast, though.
Raydish is going to have to find it with the boots. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to rely on getting an orb.
Oh.
And there's no time. He's going to take the recovery. And Balloonboy is going to push it to game 5 against Raydish.
An absolutely intense last stock situation. Both players getting a lot of hits to send off stage, but it just was not.
Here it is.
Just was not enough.
There's the neutral signature, the orange KO that led to the victory that game. And a great equalizer there from Raydish to still hold his composure, to find the D-Sig sending down, and then find the follow-up after that for the KO with the side air. Man, this is a set between these two players. I did not think it was going to be a game 5 between them.
I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. And I mean, I said it in the beginning of game number 2. This is the closest set we've commentated so far. The first one to go to a game 5, I think maybe even in all of top 8. So they're really fighting for their spot at a chance to win this tournament. Of course, Guichi was winning in the winner side of grand finals, though. Okay, nice little nair there to break the mold. And yeah, look at this. Kind of just carrying over the pace of that last talk in the previous game right into this one. A lot of respect, not really extending much from both players. Okay.
Making the quick swap over to Bo. I wonder if we'll see either of them kind of go for that like big commitment in orange to try and grab the KO early and then have that kind of set the stage, or if we're just going to go back and forth and have us a classic Raydish Balloonboy long game.
Yeah, Raydish definitely in the damage deficit right now, and it really is a fight for who gets to control that center of the stage where there's no soft platform. Both players want to get those juggles going, and it's going to be a very crucial real estate. Both players kind of weave in and out if it gets the sideline. There reads the dodge away. That's a big read for Balloonboy now with a massive lead, but we've seen how quickly leads can go away as both of these players are so willing to just go for those really aggressive options to find those early KOs.
We haven't seen too many conversions from Balloonboy off of the side light. Definitely not like the side light into the correct read on the side light in the right direction and then the recovery. Like we've seen a lot of side light and then the recovery and it misses because he happens to make the wrong guess at that moment, whether he wants to like move forward, whether he wants to wait, see where the dodge is, try and catch Raydish coming like straight up above him. But yeah, finding not a lot of conversions on that until this game. All of a sudden, we found that one for Balloonboy to take the lead.
The movement. Looking for that nair. Looking for anything, really. Oh, I mean, they're just not even hitting it. They're not swinging.
It's just dash noises.
Calm before the storm. You know, they're both looking for that big hit. Big reversal there from Balloonboy as he gets the recovery for Raydish closing in too close to the wall. The side light doesn't find his connection on that soft platform, but that recovery will Raydish with a big weapon starve opportunity now on Balloonboy.
110, 120 damage deficit separates these two players with Balloonboy in the lead. It's a down air to start things off. Immediate move away. Immediate. Okay. Goes in with the D-Sig. He hit one of those before in the middle of the stage.
Ooh, big ground pound attempt from Raydish to continue that pressure to the offstage. But okay, Balloonboy does it read the dodge out again? That was what quick stock number 1 was, a read on the dodge out.
Oh, that's going to be
big
the stock.
side light side. What a flip from Raydish and a big momentum swing there. That's incredible.
He did a great job of adding up a lot of damage on the Balloonboy without taking very much compared to the way that he started, or that he was in his second stock when Balloonboy started his second. Recovery, not
there.
enough just yet.
I thought we were seeing a GCM light there from Balloonboy, but he did go for it. He said Raydish, the one on top of this juggle state, as he gets some big damage there. Double, that's 3-4 nairs now, a side
this
air.
is tough. Oh, this
GC
is tough.
Edlight's so smart.
And the down air
Is
as
that
well.
Balloonboy makes it back somehow. Wow. He even tries to flip the situation. That was really risky.
Oh, we're seeing Raydish with so much momentum in his favor. Balloonboy's on the back foot the entire time, just trying to get away from Raydish. He was chasing him over deep on the right, onto the main stage, over deep onto the left, onto the main stage, and then deep onto the right yet again.
The wall is the only sense of calm that Balloonboy has so far. Exciter there. Raydish has a whole extra shock to play with. This is so tough. Goes for the big side light, doesn't punish the cross through. That's the nair though, and it's not quite over yet. Balloonboy, one big string off stage away from taking this game away from Raydish, but Raydish, I mean, we've seen what he's able to do with an orb in hand, and that is what he will be picking up. A side light, a side air, anything, a recovery, an ed light is what separates Raydish from this grand final spot.
Oh,
And big whiff.
yeah, we've seen him go for a
And
lot of
find it.
neutral airs, some recoveries here as well. We haven't seen too many sidelight options. Like, he did that GC sidelight we saw just a moment ago. I'm surprised he's not relying on either a GC sidelight or a sidelight to kind of start these things. Just kind of camping that soft platform, camping the weapon spawn in case Balloonboy wants to swap out his pair of gauntlets for a bow. There's the side air. Not enough just yet.
wow.
Any closer to the right side of the stage, and that was the stock.
Pixels is what separates Raydish from that grand final spot off that side air. Oh, there it is. The land in center stage into the end. Like, will close out that set for Raydish in an incredibly close game 5. I mean, it came down to the wire. Both players playing their heart out, but Raydish was able to find that. He dropped down, went for a GC end light, and that sent Balloonboy off stage. I think that was just such a big momentum flip as he was able to take the stock, and he did so much extra credit. Balloonboy just could not keep up, and there it is as Raydish confirms his spot to face Guichabu in grand finals.
Yeah, that was a really tense set between these two. Of course, it went all the way to the game 5, and even most of the last game. Like, yeah, Raydish had a solid lead on Balloonboy for a lot of it, but like, look how it started out. It started out with a Balloonboy lead, and then all of a sudden, right here, that side light into the side air in the latter stages of orange into the beginning stages of red. By the time he hit those two moves, and the momentum just completely shifted. There's that neutral light for the KO. Raydish was just in the yellow. He had room to go, but he was in control in those moments. Raydish in game 5 taking it over Balloonboy.
Yeah, an incredibly close set, and one that really saw like a lot of highs and lows for both players. As game number 2, I really feel like Balloonboy came into his own, juggling Raydish a lot, really strong advantage state, and then you saw Raydish in game 1. I believe it was game 3. He was able to really slow down the pace of the match on Miami Dome. So it's just a really, really back and forth match, and one that, if I don't know what the seeding looks like at BCX, but we could definitely be seeing in a week's time for sure 2 players that are incredibly at the top of their game here in North America. But that is going to be Balloonboy bowing out at 3rd place. Shout outs to Balloonboy once again, a great competitor, someone that is just continuing to build his climb here in North America. But we are here in grand finals, Guichabu versus Raydish. We are finally at the conclusion of this, and I mean, both of these players coming in with a lot of momentum. Guichabu off the back of a 3-0, Raydish off a very clutch game 5 set versus Balloonboy. Could be anyone's game here.
And this is like maybe the return to form here for Guichabu, of course, and what better time to do it as right before BCX is next week. Because if we look at one of the last tournaments he played in, the last official tournament he played at, Trial of Freya didn't even top 16. Even before that, less than a month before that, Trial of Leifei did not top 16 that. Even Trial of Skald a little bit before that didn't top 8. Before that, Trial of Heimdall didn't top 8. He's PR number 8 right now in North America. You compare that to in the middle of the year, January, February, March, April 7th, he won the Trial of Balder, and then before that, top 3, the Trial of Frigg. So Guichabu needs this return to form here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he can kind of build this. I mean, this tournament win would be incredible momentum moving into BCX for sure. And like they're looking for that big open up downlight into downer for some extra damage. Weapon toss, and the side air comes out from Raydish.
He's going to completely go to the other side of the stage and then sit right on that corner. Raydish is going to do the same thing, at least on the same corner, although it's not him moving to the other side of the stage. It's him kind of guarding that corner against Guichabu as he wants to come back. Now, maybe Raydish is not going to find as much luck with that neutral signature here, given that the soft platform gives the opponent plenty of room to recover safely.
Absolutely. Nice walk-up end light there. Some extra damage. Going for the end sig there from Guichabu. Attempt to call out Raydish. weapon toss. Raydish unarmed, but I mean, we know what unarmed can do off stage, but there it didn't matter as the weapon toss is very fortuitous. Gets the cider to close out that stock, and Raydish first one to take a stock lead in the set.
Now, at least so far, it seems like Raydish is not having too much trouble with Guichabu, despite Guichabu being the one who was sitting here in the grand finals on the winner's side after 3-0ing Balloonboy, the person that sent Raydish down earlier.
Going high for that recovery there, and a downline into cider. What a clean call out. Realizing that the only way that Raydish would be able to safely get back is if he went high horizontally with a GC side sig. Really great coverage from Guichabu, especially on the sword too. The big difference, of course, from the Lin phase, not only the stat profile, but the fact that you no longer have a cannon, you have a much more stable weapon in the sword. But it doesn't matter when Raydish is juggling you with these N6s.
Ooh, again, the commitment there, getting on the bike. Right over the corner this time. It doesn't bounce off. He placed it right. He placed the second one right again as well. And he catches you with the recovery, recovering high over the middle of the stage to take off the top. Raydish with a nice lead here in game one. I think Guichabu's lagging. Maybe?
I don't see anything on my end, but nonetheless, Raydish.
It was very weird for like Guichabu to spawn back in, do nothing, instantly in light, therefore ending his recovery frames or his iframes upon spawning back in, and then just like jump really, really high.
That's true. That is definitely odd behavior from Guichabu. Oh, there it is, using the soft platform to get the sideline into cider. That will be game number 1 for Raydish in incredibly dominant fashion.
Yeah, Raydish smoked him.
If you don't already know the way the double elimination bracket goes, Raydish will need to win 2 sets in order to take the tournament. Guichabu will need to win one of the potential 2 sets. So although, you know, Raydish coming out with a lot of momentum here, you still have a lot of games to win. He'd still need to win, 5 games left, so it's still quite a journey for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like Guichabu is restarting here. Even though you're seeing you're seeing an Ahsoka locked in. That was Meg D. Don't be fooled by the wolf in sheep's clothing. It's going to be Raydish here. We're going to be waiting for Guichabu to come back into this game. Definitely, I think the way that Raydish handled him so confidently last game, no disrespect to Raydish, something was definitely up, especially once we saw him respawn in and then jump really, really high. The like Brawlhalla Classic, showing that something's going on. So we're waiting on that restart here. But between these two, Raydish and Guichabu, they have like a decent amount of history. Most of it is actually this year. They started off their first set of the year in the trial of Frigg. That was back in March. And then that one went to Raydish. That was a 3-0. And a little bit after that in the trial of Scotty. That one went to Guichabu, and actually Guichabu outplaced Raydish, second compared to Raydish's third. And then after that, again at the Spring Royale, that was a victory for Guichabu over Raydish. Guichabu coming in 5th at that tournament compared to Raydish's 10th. And then things started to change just a little bit here in the trial of Scald in August, early in August, and that was a 3-2 a Game 5 situation, but this time it was Raydish that came out on top, placing 5th, and then compare that to Guichabu's 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting that you said that both of these players, a lot of the bulk of their data is playing this season, which is tough for Raydish for sure, because Guichabu is really, in the beginning of the year specifically, really, really strong form, even qualifying his spot into the Spring Royale. So once again, I feel like the narrative of this tournament was a lot of like kind of seeing where the players in North America are looking, and for Guichabu specifically, it really is a return of form, as Guichabu, of course, will be at BCX next week.
Starting this one off, Guichabu doing a great job of keeping weapons out of Raydish's hands so far. Now, fortunately for Raydish, we're on Miami Dome, so he was able to just kind of play around those soft platforms, use those as an area of respite. Now Guichabu kind of over on the wall. A little bit of weird behavior coming out from these players. So far, a lot of just like really wide whiffs. Dude, what's going on?
Ooh, goes for the side light there. Didn't find its connection though. Nice side air. Turned off stage. Ooh, that end light just barely active enough. A recovery comes out, and that's a lot of recoveries.
Oh, nice catch!
Yeah. That's something that Raydish, I talked to him about, and something that he's incredibly good at is utilizing the GC sidelight to cover people that kind of show their hand too early and recover high really early on.
Yeah.
It's such an active way to cover people that have to drift down eventually, and Raydish will be exceptionally good at covering those options.
We're seeing more and more down air initiations coming out from Guichibu. Oh, he goes for the spot dodge, expecting something quick, but it was the bike to start things off. And then again, the GC sidelight into the side air for the KO there. It's a 2-stock lead here for Raydish. Yeah, I think we're going to see another restart here coming out from Guichibu as that 3-stock in game 2 from Raydish.
Yeah, this is looking, this is definitely looking scary for Guichibu for sure, even after the reset. Just looking, I wouldn't say lost, but I mean, this is just kind of the Raydish classic where when you allow the orb to go online too much, it gets real scary.
I'm hoping that these two will meet at BCX in the bracket so that we can see maybe a more even ground between these two players.
No, absolutely. And I mean, this would be an incredible match to get at BCX. I'm really excited to see. I know that signups are up for another 12 hours ish, kind of, sort of. Don't quote me on that once again.
It's something like that.
Yeah, something around there. So once again, if you are on the fence and you're like kind of leaning towards yes, please hit bcx.live, sign up. We'll see you there. But I'm excited to see the seating and kind of see what potential matches we have, because this could be, like you were saying, on even footing, a very different looking set for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Guichibu's having trouble early on, so he's going to SD within the 10 seconds. That is the rule. We're going to reset this game. This one does not count whatsoever. So we can make sure that both of these players are playing at their absolute best.
Yeah, that is definitely a reset coming out from Guichibu for sure.
It's the way she goes sometimes with online tournaments. You know how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about this bracket a little bit. Let's go back into the top 32 of things and see if there are any interesting things that jump out at us. Just kind of looking through. There was a lot of like normal stuff coming on, like Guichibu 3-0 over Musical Mulch. Like that's normal. Unlike to be in round 1 of top 32, most of that was normal. Like Raydish 3 winning Snowy. Meg D, Anonymous Alex taking Meg D to game 5 is pretty impressive. But then we got into the second round. These are the top 8 qualifiers, and that's where things started to get a little bit more interesting. With like Raydish 3-0ing Meg D, that's very impressive. And then Balloonboy even 3-1ing Bunny. That's also very impressive.
Yeah, Bunny is somebody that I always look out for, especially in events like this where Bunny really gets to shine into top 8. But yeah, we saw a lot of players that we were kind of expecting to see into top 8 not really make their way in. I think the most notable, interesting upset was, of course, Markiemoo not making it in. Markiemoo actually falling 3-0 to Guichibu, and then Volst, who moved on forward. So a very impressive showing. And Markiemoo just recently off of his Royale win, not finding the same amount of success there. I came up with this idea like during our block. This is a good time to talk about it. Okay, so you know how we have the popsicle greatsword, right?
Yeah.
And it has like the bite taken out of it.
Yeah.
A hot pocket greatsword would be so perfect too.
The only,
what are we thinking?
I mean, you would have to have it. The handle would have to be a fork because, as you know, the only way you're supposed to handle a hot pocket after it comes out of the microwave is by using the, I don't know what the actual term for it, so sorry, hot pockets.
Hot pocket.
Is the hot pocket like cardboard, whatever that material is on the inside to reflect the heat sleeve. So you couldn't just like wield the hot pocket like you would a Costco chicken bake if Big Justice was in the game. So maybe you have like you have it on the end of a fork. The fork is the handle, like you have the stick of the popsicle stick.
How I gotta look. How does Jayan has a bat, right? We're seeing a demonstration here on how to utilize it. Let me just quickly do some research here. I think if we did a hot pocket and then how does Negan hold his bat? Because I feel like it's kind of the same mechanics, right? Where it's like you kind of like would two-handed a little bit. I don't know. Maybe
I think a fork is the play. You're essentially sticking the fork in like lengthwise, like parallel inside the hot pocket.
Yeah, I can see that.
The long end. I think that's really how you go for it.
Yeah.
It looks like we have Guichibu back. I bet in that time that Guichibu was resetting everything, you could have cooked a hot pocket as per the directions on the box for the optimal Hot Pocket experience right out of the microwave, and you could be enjoying a hot, steamy Hot Pocket. Of course, after you let it cool, that's the important part. For your own safety, you have to let it stand for the correct amount of time as directed by the box to make sure you have the optimal Hot Pocket experience.
Yeah, my microwave's pretty juiced. It's locked in, if you will. I go a minute 45 on it, and I just let it sit in there for a second. You know,
Okay.
really let it like.
That's what you're
chill
supposed
out.
to do. It's correct.
Yeah, you just kind of want to. You could just kind of want to let it chill out a little bit because it'll definitely burn you for sure. Or it'd be good. I mean, hey, maybe let's make a Hot Pocket Spear and have 7 use it. That'd be cool, right? A little fire damage on it.
Okay.
But that's a terrible. That's not a. That sounded a lot better in my head. But nonetheless, Ft.Raydish is back in, and we're getting right into this game number 3 of set number 1 of Grand Finals.
Oh, I thought we were about to see a side air from Ft.Raydish. That would have been huge. Might have been a yellow KO, or at least like a recovery to the very far bottom of the wall, which I think Ft.Raydish could have turned into a KO. He's going to eat the big foot of the bird, and all of a sudden... Have you ever had chicken feet before?
Dude, yes, I'm a Chinese, and we eat dim sum, and that's like a common dim sum item.
Okay. I've always wanted to try chicken feet, but like I don't want to like buy the weird thing of chicken feet that's like in the jar on the shelf at the store. That's just my first time. I don't want it to be that way. I'd prefer it in like a dim sum type feet.
Yeah, you find your way here to Los Angeles. I'll take you to good dim sum, and we'll try that for sure. And we'll see, you know, the Red Raptor down stick in real life. And oh, nice, a little tap in there. GC down like into a ground pound of his own, and a side air with the weapon to pick up.
Dude, just finish him.
He's still living. Wow, he made it back. Ft.Raydish couldn't find the exclamation point there. That's insane that he lives. What?
That's why you need the feet of the bird, man. Human feet just don't do it quite like that big old bird foot does.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I thought that was gonna be it, but it's just, I guess Ft.Raydish holds on. Wow.
Ft.Raydish is going to find the stock, going to even up the stocks here, although Raydish is much healthier. That neutral light from the unarmed kid is going to turn Ft.Raydish red. There's the neutral light. Has the dodge. Oh, I thought we were going to see like the D-Light recovery extension off of the soft platform once the dodge was burned from Raydish.
Yeah, and Ft.Raydish looking very confidently here. Nice to see Ft.Raydish getting back into form there with that half pipe. Ooh, but once again, the tried and true finds a KO, and yeah, Ft.Raydish looking real solid here to take this game number 3 and force set number 2.
Oh, the double dare. Try to get the side air for the finisher. That's going to burn the dodge. Ft.Raydish sent him a little bit too far, so the GC in life, Ft.Raydish was just a little bit too far below it. Completely equalized this game, though. Ft.Raydish was doing a great job of bringing this one back.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Guitars in hand for Ft.Raydish. Definitely going to be the option versus the O for sure. If we learned anything from the Meg D Ft.Raydish set. That's a downer there. Didn't get the follow-up end light after as Ft.Raydish jumps out of the hit stun immediately. Recovery there, looking high for the recovery. Goes for the recovery into the nair of his own. Another nair, finds his connection there. Ooh, big end light anti-air. Very, very good stuff. Okay.
Great punish on the landing. Oh, the rare Insig. We've only seen like a couple of those during our block, if even a couple. I don't know, maybe like one.
Ooh. Okay, looking for the side airs there. You see Ft.Raydish really respecting guitars on Ft.Raydish, just jumping away back to center stage. Other side air sends out there. Ooh, there's a down air.
Bird. Oh, I thought we were going to see the bird foot coming out. He didn't want to commit that much and burn his dodge, so he could just grab right as Ft.Raydish came over the corner, getting the side air and finding the KO and taking that game. Is that our bracket reset?
Yes, it is. That's a 3-0 in the favor of Ft.Raydish to force the bracket reset in his rightful position here to take the tournament with one more set. Ft.Raydish will have to make something happen to stop this momentum.
He definitely had certainly more going for him that game than he did in the previous games that we saw. That was a great side air there, just above the side air from Ft.Raydish. There's that high side air taking away that second stock. And we're getting in to the first game of the Grand Finals reset here at the Hot Pockets 1v1 presented by Moose Wars.
No better place to start off than Small World's End here, and nice little half pipe. Make sure you have your helmet on. You don't need a helmet if you're Red Raptor, though. You have a Nair that basically acts as the same thing, able to kind of stop Guichibu from getting those big down air extensions that aren't exactly confirmed, but if he catch you lacking, you take quite a bit of damage for it. Nice little sidelight into downlight, going for the extension with the recovery, but we didn't see a Nair from Raydish. That's what you need to hit that one. Nice damage from both players. They're actually getting pretty good extensions. I'm used to seeing, you know, Raydish not really going for the big strings, but he's going for all the damage right now.
Yeah, I think he's definitely more confident here, especially when Guichibu goes off stage. He'll commit like just a little bit more. We didn't see the dare that time, though. Is he just going to punish the landing? He actually just goes for the end light. I thought we were going to see a D-light there into the side air true combo to get the attempt on the KO, but he's just going to set up for the edge guard and then in that one with the big foot.
Okay. So the recovery there, picking up a weapon. That's the sword online now. Really anything here from Guichibu to find this KO. You definitely want a downlight, particularly though, on this sword, and that's definitely why Guichibu is holding onto it, but
nice.
Looking really solidly there. Yeah, great punish on that GC NSIG with that ground pound. Very clean stuff.
Fantastic timing on it. If you rip it a little bit too early, then all of a sudden you're going to run into the beak of the bird. And if you rip it too late, then Raydish can fade away from it and then get the turnaround on you. That could have been a really tough spot for Guichibu, but he played it perfectly. Also, being able to get around the foot there from Raydish, playing deep enough in that push-off column to get around.
And yeah, you see that slight movement forward from Raydish. They're kind of closing in on Guichibu, but Guichibu not really intimidated by it, still swinging away Raydish there with that down air and that follow-up end light. Oh, big pickup on that. It gets the SIG on the dodge through. We were talking about not seeing a lot of that SIG, but now it's hit twice in the last 2 games, and I mean, you definitely love to take those KOs there for sure.
Ooh, interrupting that GC side light that would have led to the side air. Guichibu was finding some good damage here. You see him fade back just a little bit, charge it up. Oh man, that was a bold move.
Raydish is doing a lot of GC end lights to cover landings and anti-air. It's working out really well. I want to just say an incredible option to call out Guichibu, who's looking to stack on top of the orb.
Yeah, you're starting to see the signatures come out from Guichibu here. Same thing from Raydish. You should see that GC side signature. But Guichibu was just underneath it. It was a little bit too high from Raydish. So Guichibu got around it, found the stock. But he is pretty deep into the orange on this final stock. Here come the boots. Sending over to the edge. Is he going to go in with a ground pound? No, he's just going to back up even towards the center of the stage. Is he waiting for a bird landing?
Boom. That's the side air. And the respect still from Guichibu, realizing that NSIG is online. Nice end light there, though. That will find its KO, and Raydish still flawless on this Grand Finals reset run. That's 3 games in the first set, now the 4th game. So 4-0 in the favor of Raydish. Of course, Guichibu was in the winner's side of the bracket before as reset, but man, Raydish is looking good right now.
And you and I can see it. Everyone at home will see it in just a few moments. But Guichibu is bringing out the Lin Fei. As we see, oh man, that side signature was just a little bit too high. We're about to get into this game. There was the cleanup. Was that, I can't tell based on the program viewer, because it's, you know, they send a little pixely version. I couldn't tell if that was a JV2 or not coming out from Raydish. But we are not going back to Small World's End. That's going to change. And then we also have, as you can see now, Guichibu going back to the Lin Fei.
It's kind of like a warm hug seeing the Lin Fei from Guichibu. I mean, obviously I don't play against Guichibu. I'm sure a lot of players will be like, that's not what that is at all. But for me, it's like really great to see the Lin Fei online. You know, the reason that Guichibu kind of put his name on the map for sure with his high dex Katars. I gotta be careful with the signatures, especially off stage right now. But anyway,
anyone staring at the Guichibu on their bracket with a Lin Fei, I don't think they think of that as cozy. That's definitely a viewer experience only. There's the neutral light. Oh, I thought once we saw that spot dodge, we were going to see an NSIG come out. Guichibu being very careful how he wants to commit here. Playing that one high. A beautiful dodge to get away from the recovery. And he finds the KO.
Yeah, and this is maybe the start of something great for Guichibu here as we see the switch back to a more familiar Lin Fei. And I mean, it's just a complete difference than Asuri, which you're kind of using sword as your KO option. Now Lin Fei is going to be using the cannon, which, you know, some would argue is not as consistent, but downlight Nair is a great tool and a lot of the signature kit from Lin Fei. relatively fast, unpunishable, and KOing.
Ooh,
I say
another
unpunishable.
down air.
Raydish finds a punish though.
Oh, he's not confident on when he can punish that.
Yeah,
He
he's
has a lot of
holding
active
it. He's like,
frames.
"Yeah."
They linger for quite a while. I don't even know. You may not even be able to punish it very well at all, even if you got like the timing perfectly. Like, Linfei is probably actionable enough after it that you probably really can't punish that very well. Like, I don't think it's as simple as going in with a dash jump ground pound, like we saw Guichibu go in with the sword ground pound.
Oh
last
no,
game.
no! You can't dash jump ground pound that. You have
Yeah.
to like already be very like you have to just be like, all right, I know he's gonna go for the sig, and then position yourself immediately. If you go for dash jump ground pound, you could easily just dodge up or dodge
Yeah.
like you could just dodge and avoid the
Yeah.
punish. No weapon is fast enough for that. It's really hard to punish. If you have a sig like the outside sig though, you know, easy money, but not so easy for Raydish.
That's enough to KO there, but Guichibu, man, Guichibu's got a nice lead here. This like last minute swap over to the Linfei as we're in the bracket reset and Raydish is up 1 game. Coming in perfect timing. It still gives him like 1 game, at least 1 game of buffer, even if Raydish ends up taking this one, which it may not be likely. Dude, he wants to punish it so bad.
Yeah, I think Orb, you'll have a lot better time doing it, but the way that Guichibu's doing it, he's hugging the wall right before doing it, so you can't down air, because the down air won't hit that angle. It's too steep of an angle. The only thing I could see, I don't even know, it might be more range than down sig is, so it's really tough for sure.
Ooh, the potential extension off of the soft platform. I was expecting a recovery maybe coming out from Raydish.
Oh,
nice.
He punished it. He didn't punish the end lag, I will say. He did punish the startup of it, but it was a good read for sure from Raydish. Side air, that's enough. Not quite. Guichibu able to touch the stage there, though.
Nice.
Oh, and there's a down air. Nice coverage. I mean, it's only like 100 damage on Raydish right now, so definitely doable. Can't count out Raydish here.
If he can keep Guichibu off of a weapon, that down air is going to give Guichibu enough space. And here comes the cannon. We'll see what he's got. It could just be like the cannon neutral sig show. There's one already. There's the side sig, and that is enough. Didn't need any setup whatsoever. The side sig across the stage has enough movement to catch up, to cover that space between Raydish and Guichibu, and has enough strength on it, has enough force on it to get the KO.
Yeah, see, what I mean, it's just the difference of playing Linfei is that having those cannon KO options, that signature kit is going to be very solid as well. So good to see that from Guichibu as he's able to fight back and take a game on the tried and true Linfei. Oh, I didn't know that. Guichibu actually not speccing into 9 decks, instead playing 7 decks and taking the strength stance. Very important because a lot of these like very close situations where it might not KO because of that extra strength it will. So very important stat decision for Guichibu for sure.
And another thing is that he's not playing Sakura. A lot of times he'll play Sakura. He also does this skin quite a bit. But no, he's just completely leading with this version of Linfei. As we get into our game 3 here, it's tied up in the bracket reset after a strong showing in the first part from Raydish. Now we're here in the second part. The swap to Linfei already paying off as Guichibu puts a score on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's 1-1 here, and I'm excited to see kind of how Raydish will respond, because Raydish, for all intents and purposes, like, he lost the first 2 stocks immediately, but he brought it back really well. So if he can kind of carry that energy from his last stock into these first stocks on this game on Apocalypse, it could definitely be a very different story for Raydish here, as Guichibu starts off with the cannon online, gets a little bit of damage, and immediately picks up the Qatar lightsabers.
Oh, he's going to weapon starve here. And he had plenty of time to throw the cannon away and then go back over to the Qatars that he wanted. Raydish, on the other hand, is going to start off with the boots. You saw him commit with a little bit on those stairs, but he didn't actually commit off stage. It was just above the stage, sending Guichibu over the wall. Nice little 3-piece. And the D-Sig, the second D-Sig, Raydish had a dodge.
Nice end light there into the recovery. Wow.
Ooh, I thought he was going to get a punish there just because Guichibu was like really high on that. Much higher on the wall than he normally is when he tries that signature.
Absolutely. That's an early KO for Guijibu. Not really early, but I mean, so little damage done to Guijibu. You definitely love to see that big lead here. The Katars are once again causing problems for Raydish, and oh my goodness, so much
Why did
damage to
Raydish
start off there.
not pick up the weapon? It was like Guijibu moved to the left and gave him like plenty of space, and it's like Raydish moved over like a moth when there's a single light on outside and it's dark. When he could have just like moved over and grabbed the weapon first. He ended up taking a little bit of extra damage that I think he didn't have to do in the process because he was at weapon disadvantage. And like the lead that Guijibu has is massive now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just looking harder and harder as Raydish threw the boots away there. Guijibu with the cannon online, and yeah, so that end sig is a signature that's going to be incredibly important at dealing with orb, because a lot of Raydish's game plan is utilizing like a lot of short, like quick jumps in quick succession to kind of like feel out when your opponent is trying to do anything in neutral, and now Guijibu is just like, I have what is essentially a short Yuken. I mean, it's just like an incredible anti-air tool.
It's like, it seems like it's perfectly designed, tailor-made to deal with that area that Raydish likes to play in, which is like in the air, just under essentially his head, is just under where that soft platform is.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely causing a lot of problems for Raydish so far, who in that last stock didn't get KO'd by it, but ate three repetitions of damage of it for this KO now, though. And yeah, just a side stick, I was going to say we could be seeing some signatures coming out from the Qatar side, and that's Qatar side stick is absolutely incredible at covering that very horizontal line, something that you would expect the Qatars to not be able to reach, because side light is the most bursty option. It's not that big of a move comparatively to a lot of other burst options. That side stick is perfect at just covering where players are so conditioned to play outside of the range of side light. That side stick will cover it very, very well, and it's a very scary spot to be in.
Man, you just see such a difference in the way Guijibu is able to play Lin Fei versus the Asuri. Like the signature kit being such a core part of his gameplay on Lin Fei, and that's just like mostly missing from his Asuri. Like he throws them out from time to time, but he just doesn't have the confidence with them, and it's like they're not as neutralable as they are here with Lin Fei, and they're not as safe. And man, you're right, it was cozy.
Yeah, it's good to see a return to form once again, as another NC finds its mark in Guijibu for the first time in this grand finals reset, taking the set advantage with on the back of a lot of signatures from the Lin Fei.
Seemed just kind of waiting. Raydish wanted to hug the ground, and then all of a sudden, we didn't need that vertical neutral signature from the cannon. There was the weapon toss into the turnaround neutral signature the other direction. They're just, like, they're so much more spammable than Asuris are.
No, absolutely, and it's kind of like the quote-unquote dark side. Like, it's like, oh, you could just easily switch over for Guijibu, but Guijibu just, like, still showing, like, you're not just using the signature kit, you're also using a lot of, like, the high dex nature of Lin Fei as well.
Definitely.
Really, really, like, very, very fast, and it's very difficult to punish a lot of these moves. So not only are the SIGs a great fit, but also the high dex, and that's just one of the things where some players just fit so perfectly into an archetype of a legend because of that. And now we're seeing it here with the potential last game of this tournament, with Guijibu sporting the Lin Fei, doing very, very well here in this grand finals reset.
And it shows that like Guijibu has variety as a player, because he spent most of the tournament, like the part of the tournament that got him into the grand finals was spent, I don't know if it was all on Asuri, but it was certainly mostly on Asuri. Then all of a sudden that stops working, and then you have this extremely dominant Lin Fei, and he's able to pull out these cannon strings right away against Raydish.
So it'll end like there. And
okay.
I like this orb play so far from Raydish, and once again using that end light on the orb as an anti-air option. Very, very impressive from Raydish to continue to, even though you're facing down, you know, a quick revert or 3-0 essentially from Guijibu, still holding on to what brought him here, which is the very controlled game plan of the orb neutral.
Yeah, he is able to use that orb inlight really well. Exactly like you said, you have the anti-air, the anti-air option if the person is like right above you. You have the stacked option if they're right on top of you. You have like right in front of you as well. If someone is encroaching in your territory but isn't quite stacked, you still have it there as well as your defensive option. Oh man, Guijibu was looking for the read to get through the dodge of Raydish.
Oof, that weapon toss so scary to deal with Guichibu able to navigate it perfectly, not getting KO'd there with that side air. The bad spot to be in, and there it is, dash jump. Was that dash jump? Looked like a dash jump. Whatever the case may be, he very quickly got that GC bouncing out in time, and Raydish equalizing the stocks, but not quite the damage yet, but a good juggle state could easily give Raydish the lead here. Guichibu won't let that happen, though, as he picks up some guitars on the ground. Big side air sends Raydish off stage at a terrible angle.
Yeah, dude, I'm seeing these sweat beads come out from Raydish as he's floating above looking for a safe landing. Potentially a neutral signature bait there. Oh, tries to chase again with the side signature. Doesn't quite have enough movement on it to deal with the movement speed of Raydish as he's dipping away from it, running away from it. Swapping back over to the orb. Oh, no. This could be... Oh, dude, this is the worst possible time for this to happen, man. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Guichibu. That's brutal, dude. He's going to disconnect there. Oh, man. I don't know if he's going to go for a reset or if we're just going to try and run it. Of course, that game is going to count because it was beyond the 10 seconds that you can normally choose to reset the game. Yeah, it looks like he just left the lobby. He's probably going to try and reset here. Unfortunately, that's going to be a victory for Raydish. We're going to be in a Game 5 here in our Grand Finals reset. Guichibu hoping that he has a strong enough connection, a stable enough connection to hold on for just one more game. That's all he has to hold on for. A victory here for Guichibu gives him the tournament. He'll be the Hot Pockets 1v1 champion. A victory here for Raydish, same thing. He'll be the Hot Pockets 1v1 champion.
Yeah, it's going to be... I mean, I'm hoping for the best for Guichibu here. It was looking really solidly, but man, this is just... That's just very unfortunate timing for Guichibu nonetheless. But hopefully this reset will be all he needs. Once again, before we get to this dramatic Game 5 of this second set.
It is so dramatic.
Yeah, very, very dramatic Game 5 of this second set. I want to do a quick shout out to Hot Pockets, one for putting this event on, and once again Moose Wars and all the wonderful people on production. It takes a lot more than just the heads that are talking about the game to make a stream go on. We got Sandwich on the production, as well as AJ, of course, running the tournament, making sure everything happens, as well as all the wonderful bracket moderators. Events like this are the backbone of Brawlhalla and have been incredibly fun to work. As this is my first year in Brawlhalla, and I've been working a lot of these events similar. I did the last Hot Pocket event. It's been really great. So a great way to kind of finish off the year moving into BCX. Once again, shout out to Moose Wars and Hot Pockets. It's been a great time so far, Sparky.
Yeah, it's been a good tournament. I'm glad that we were able to have a North American 1v1 tournament right before BCX just to kind of see where everybody is stacking up, because there are still technically like several days before BCX, so there is still some crunch time to happen. Like you start studying the week before finals when you haven't gone to class all year to see who's doing the work before BCX, while we still have that little bit of room, that little bit of buffer zone to see who can really put in the work in the next few days before we get to the World Championship at BCX in Atlanta, the Cobb Galleria. Speaking of November 15th through the 17th, BCX, if you want to play in the tournament, in the World Championship in Atlanta at the Cobb Galleria, go to bcx.live now. It is a short number of hours before that will be closed. Spectator badges will be available for a while. I don't know exactly when that ends, but if you want to watch, get your spectator badge now. If you want to play, you better be signed up, because signups will be ending very shortly, a short number of hours away. And who knows, maybe you could be the one to raise the trophy and rise to glory at BCX.
And it's so much more than just, a tournament where we get to crown the world champion. It's a celebration of Brawlhalla. It's Brawlhalla's expo for the year. So if you're a fan of Brawlhalla, whether you're a ranked demon, community tournament demon, you love the chance to play some of your favorite players, you're a fan of commentary, whatever it is, if you're a fan of Brawlhalla or just a fan of video games in general, you definitely don't want to miss out on BCX. bcx.live. Make sure to get your affairs in order if you want to compete in the tournament. If you're just there to spectate, they will be on sale for sure, but still, there's going to be a lot of great rewards for being in person as well. You get all the viewership rewards, as well as some cool titles, some cool colors, as well as the MetaDev, the new MetaDev skin that came out. So it's going to be a really great opportunity to be there. You might get some more MetaDevs from the devs that'll be walking around. There's just a lot of great things. This will be my first BCX, and I'm really excited to be there. So if you're a fan, come by and say hi, and it'll be a good time.
Yeah, I have friends who are going who will not be playing in the tournament. because they don't really like play Brawlhalla that much anymore, but they're still there for the community aspect of it and to see the people that they know and the friends that they have made through Brawlhalla, even though they're not like bracket legends who think they want to make like top 64 or whatever. So yeah, there's a lot there for everybody. If you enjoy Brawlhalla in any modicum at all, that is the place to be November 15th through 17th in Atlanta, Georgia, in the Cobb Gallery. It looks like we have Guichibu here in the game for our Game 5. Do or die here. This is a very dramatic grand finals, the final game of the final set of the final North American 1v1 tournament before BCX.
Yeah, let's get right back into this one as we get this Game 5, and it will not be denied from Guichibu. Hopefully his connection is looking good here. Of course, we wish that for all players in these online tournaments, but no better place to finish out a tournament like Demon Island. We got Guichibu on the Linfei. We got the Red Raptor from Raydish as we get right into this one.
First two weapons are going to go the way of Raydish. He's able to swap it out for his weapon of choice, the Orb. Now Guichibu, he's also going to start with his weapon of choice as well. Coming out with guitars, gets a nice 3-piece. He goes for the GCD light. He's able to get away from that neutral light that Raydish threw out in an attempt to punish the landing. He had enough movement speed to move over to the left side of the stage. Now he's floating up above. Tried to land with a nair. Neither player was able to make a connection after that. Neutral Six coming out very early on, even though Raydish is in the yellow.
Movement there, nice little side air from Raydish, and continuing on kind of that very, very solid orb game plan that we've seen since all the way at elimination side semis. Like, Raydish has been putting on a clinic on the orb so far. Guichibu looking to break the mold though with these guitars in hand. It's really scary to be on the wall versus Raydish, especially on Demon Island because the wall's so small. You have to be careful of those instant downers as well as signatures that are able to cover that stage really well. Ooh, barely avoiding that N-sig there. Very, very good movement from Guichibu.
Raydish was actually playing really close to the corner. Like the toe of his foot was touching the absolute edge of that corner. Normally he'll play like a little bit back, but I guess he wanted to cover enough in case Guichibu came in, maybe follow up with a GCD sig or follow up with a ground pound, something like that. Try and take out this stock of Guichibu. As Raydish is only in like the sort of last third of orange. Guichibu's finding the damage though, swapping over to the cannon, looking for some KO potential here. Starts off with a neutral light. The side air from Raydish is the first strike here.
Yeah, that N-sig was really, really key in game number 3 for Guichibu to find a lot of that damage as well as KOs covering Raydish's landings. But now without the soft platforms, it gets a little bit more tricky to go for those because Raydish is definitely going to realize the amount of, like how good of a risk reward it is for Guichibu to go for those, especially with no soft platforms to make it more difficult to punish him for it. Nice little side air to punish that N-sig in place. Guichibu struggling to find his footing on this stage, and as he does, still struggling to find his KO. N-Light into recovery. Will find its KO, though. Less than around 50 damage for Guichibu so far, so it's not too bad. It's definitely not an impossible deficit, but it definitely can get out of hand quickly if you allow Raydish to come online with his orbit. Guichibu will not allow that to happen. The half pipe, the nair sends downwards. Really scary spot to be in, but makes his way back. Still a big damage swing as Guichibu is able to take the damage lead back into his own favor.
Yeah, Guichibu got a great start on Raydish's stock there. As Guichibu was pushing Raydish over to the left side, there was a weapon spawn on the right, so Raydish made that move, and Guichibu was able to follow him across the stage, continue hitting him. Guichibu was still just a little bit behind at this point. There's the D-Light. Oh, he goes for the GC D-Light read the other direction, but Raydish kept moving to the right.
Ooh,
that time he gets
read
it.
There. Wow. The double downlight read even crosses it up, realizing Raydish is going to want to cross up. A very common place for people to want to get out of those big guitar extensions. And Guichibu one stock away from taking this tournament, has the guitars online, and doesn't look to let up. Raydish with the boots is struggling.
Oh, no way! No way!
And off the down air, Guichibu is able to take the tournament. Guichibu in a game 5, very dramatic grand finals reset. He's able to take it off the back of the Linfei, off the back of the guitars. Guichibu is your Hot Pockets Pocket League 1v1 champion. Incredible edge guard there. Incredible down air timing. Wow.
He was like, I'm feeling the packet loss coming, brother. The longer this set goes on, the longer the chance that I'll disconnect. So we need to get this done, and we need to get it done right now. Chasing under the stage to get that final stock. That was a 2 stock for Guichibu. 5:05 was when he got the second stock of Raydish. and we're going to see it get taken away here. We're at 455, now 454. There's the weapon toss, gets the D-Light. The down air sends Raydish right over the corner. The dodge is burned. D-Sig goes right over his head. Raydish chooses to go in with a down air. The dodge comes out from Guichibu. He sees it. He goes for it. There's the down air. And it's not enough to get back 449, 448, and he was done. From 505 losing his second stock to 448 losing his last stock, his final stock. Oh my gosh.
I mean, an incredible exclamation point there from Guichibu, who on the back of the guitars is able to get that big edge guard. And Raydish, somebody that's known for being very patient, very controlled, just falters once off stage, and that's all it takes versus Guichibu, is able to once again take the tournament in a very dramatic Game 5. He was not only fighting Raydish, but other external factors, but it can't deny Guichibu from that Hot Pockets Brawlhalla 1v1's crown. Congratulations goes out to Guichibu, as well as Raydish, for getting a very respectable second place, making a deep run through elimination side, after falling to Balloonboy. So, shout outs to Raydish. But once again, Guichibu's your champion. That was incredible. What a way to close out the tournament, too.
Yeah, what an ending to a dramatic Game 5 situation between those two players, and what a dramatic ending to Hot Pockets, man. What a great tournament. That's sort of this setup. There's still a few days where things may change, but that's the preamble here to BCX coming in less than a week. At this point, I can't wait to see what the North American players have for us. I can't wait to see what all the other players have for us. Get your tickets now, bcx.live. This was an amazing tournament. BCX is going to be even better. I can't wait for it. I can't wait for all of you to see it. I can't wait to see it myself. PJ, any final thoughts for us?
I mean, this was a great tournament, very, very high octane and very fun matches from all the players. Shoutouts once again to all the players that were itching for that last opportunity to get the practice in, as well as the other events happening today. But once again, big shout out to Hot Pockets for putting this event on right before BCX, giving not only a great time to practice before BCX, but an opportunity for players to get some nice earnings there. And once again, shout out to Hot Pockets and their continued support of Brawlhalla. And once again, Moose Wars for putting on some great events, production for doing a good job. It's going to be a great time at BCX. Make sure you're there, bcx.live. Get your affairs in order. We'd love to see you there. But until next time and until BCX, we'll see you later. I think that's going to do it for us. Thank you for watching, and yeah, we'll see you then.